Chapter 4001, The 10 Living Existences. Life could change so rapidly that one found themselves in places they never imagined they would be just days or months ago. The whims of existence possessed a particularly cruel sense of humor. One could be a grand teacher of existential philosophy one day, revered across multiple wheels and dwellings for their wisdom, and find themselves shaking their body for cash at a seedy establishment the next, simply because existence had decided to restructure itself overnight. The mighty could fall, the fallen could rise, and sometimes, if existence was feeling particularly creative, both could happen simultaneously to the same being. Existence could truly change too fast. In a certain lawfold, removed from the chaos of the null vein gravewake folds, such rapid change had become the defining characteristic of one particular being's recent experiences. Bob, who had managed to lock away Thoron, the null monarch, inside an inevitability, walked through corridors of crystallized authority with movements that suggested he was still adjusting to his transformed state. His form had evolved into an obsidian-white humanoid figure with skin that seemed to shift between solid and liquid states, crowned by a perfectly round, bald head that gleamed under the ambient light of law itself. He was now a glorious living origin. He followed in the wake of two beings whose presence made the very air taste of structured power. Alpheon moved ahead with the distracted air of someone whose mind wrestled with problems far removed from their current location, his luminous form occasionally flickering as if his consciousness kept trying to be elsewhere. Beside him bounced, there was no other word for her manner of movement, a prime living law whose very existence seemed to radiate barely contained enthusiasm. Her pink hair defied gravity, while her matching pink eyes sparkled with the kind of vivacious energy that made others simultaneously exhausted and energized just from proximity. She wore robes that should have been formal, authoritative, befitting her status as a prime living law, but somehow she made them look like party attire through sheer force of personality. Living law authority wrapped around them in spiraling patterns, the silver-white energy creating tunnels through space that compressed distance into meaningless concepts. When the authority finally scattered, releasing them at their destination, the prime living law threw her arms wide with theatrical flair. "Welcome," she announced with a smile that could have powered small civilizations, "to the juridical sanctum of law litigation, HUUM. The name boomed in the air with all the warmth of a death sentence delivered with a smile. Bob's enhanced perception took in their surroundings, and what he saw was glorious: seas of white banners and scales stretched in every direction, each one carved from what appeared to be crystallized justice itself. Between these scales, shrines dotted the landscape like monuments to crimes committed and sentences served. "Isn't it magnificent?" the prime living law continued, practically vibrating with enthusiasm. "Here we house all types of living existences who broke living laws in some manner or another. Some are locked away for a mere dozen years, barely a slap on the wrist, really. Others," her smile grew sharper, "others have been here for millions of years, and they'll be here for millions more." She began walking, or rather bouncing, forward, gesturing at various features with the pride of a homeowner showing off renovations. "We have sections organized by type of violation, severity of offense, and my personal favorite, likelihood of repeat offense. You'll find many, many living paradoxes here, actually. They have such trouble following rules, the poor dears." Her eyes twinkled with something that might have been sympathy if it hadn't been accompanied by such obvious glee. She spun to face Bob, her pink hair creating a halo effect that somehow made her look both angelic and slightly unhinged. "The royal law tristess can have you stay here for, oh, what was your name again?" She tapped her chin thoughtfully. Bob's entire form went rigid, his obsidian-white skin rippling with barely contained emotions. "Bobby." He fucking hated that name. His voice, when it emerged, carried the weight of someone who had fought for far too long. "Bob," he said with deliberate precision. "My name is Bob." The prime living law's smile never wavered, though something in her eyes suggested she was filing away his reaction for future reference. "Of course. Bob it is. Well, Bob, the royal law tristess has reached a consensus with other interested parties. Nothing born from those special null vein gravewake folds is to be released into general circulation just yet. Too many variables, too many unknowns. So instead, you get to temporarily learn how to be an origin here." She gestured toward Alpheon with a flourish. "With your assigned babysitter, the ever-boring Alpheon. To guide you through the process." Her attention shifted to the prime living origin, and her expression grew slightly more serious, though the effect was somewhat undermined by the way she was still bouncing on her toes. "Though you seem rather preoccupied, old friend. Some thoughts?" Existential crisis, WAA. Altheon seemed to surface from whatever depths his consciousness had been exploring, his ancient eyes focusing on the present with visible effort. He shook his head with the patient exhaustion of someone who had too many things in his mind after all. His other body was with the young miss and the now seemingly terrifying Noah Osman in a doorway. "I don't have time to be a babysitter," he said, his voice carrying notes of genuine regret mixed with impatience. His gaze settled on Bob with something that might have been sympathy. "Just bear with it and stay here for a bit. After things cool down, you'll be allowed to enter the transcendent origin folds properly." Before Bob could formulate a response, before he could ask any of the 1,000 questions burning in his consciousness, Altheon simply ceased. One moment he stood there, luminous and present, and the next, only the faint afterimage of his authority remained, already fading like smoke and wind. The prime living law harumphed with the exaggerated disappointment of a performer who'd lost half their audience. She shook her head, pink hair swaying with the motion, before turning back to Bob with renewed enthusiasm. "Well then, Bobby, sorry, Bob, looks like it's just you and me. Would you like the grand tour? I especially enjoy visiting the sections where we keep the little paradoxes who've been locked away for eons. They get so wonderfully bitter after the first few millennia." Her eyes gleamed with an excitement that bordered on disturbing. "And if you're interested, if you really want to test yourself, you can even battle against them. Kill them if you achieve victory, it's perfectly fine here. They're prisoners, after all, and rehabilitation through combat is an accepted form of correction." Bob's eyes blazed with sudden intensity at these words. The prospect of combat, of devouring beings of significant power, struck a chord deep within his transformed existence. In the depths of his consciousness, an image burned bright and constant: his daughter, his light, the one pure thing he had managed to create in his existence of conflict and struggle. He would do whatever it took to gain enough power to see her again. If that meant fighting imprisoned paradoxes in this realm of crystallized justice, if it meant learning to be an origin through methods that others might find distasteful, then so be it. He had already crossed lines that most beings wouldn't even approach. What were a few more in service of a goal that transcended his own existence? Bob looked at the prime living law, and when he spoke, his voice burned with glory. "Let's go see these vile paradoxes, in Eternitas Concordia." At the junction where the ambitious stalls of Originus Venerant fold dwellers gave way to the towering establishments of living existences, another of Noah's bodies maintained his merchant persona with practiced ease. The glasswalks floated before him like captured stars, their contents sending waves of intoxicating aroma across the golden plaza. Stacks of golden bowls waited beside his purple throne, ready to be filled with treasures that would make even honored existences weep with envy. He was in the midst of examining a peculiar object, something that resembled a crystallized moment of time that a living concept had retrieved from a particularly treacherous doorway, when reality suddenly compressed around him. 9 figures materialized from thin air. They appeared on the golden path in formation, their combined presence creating waves of pressure that made nearby fold dwellers stumble backward in instinctive recognition of overwhelming power. The figure at their forefront commanded immediate attention. Golden hair that seemed to capture and reflect every photon of light in the plaza, features carved with the kind of perfection that transcended natural beauty, and an aura that made even the other honored living existences seem diminished by comparison. This was a royal living existence, yet when he looked at Noah, his expression carried the kind of difficulty that suggested he was dealing with variables beyond his comfort zone. "Sir," the royal living existence said dubiously, "the lady invites you for a discussion of utmost importance." WAA. The plaza erupted in barely contained chaos. Whispers flew faster than thought itself as hundreds of consciousnesses tried to process what they were witnessing. 9 honored living existences and a royal had come to formally invite a supposed fold dweller to meet with the lady. Many did not know, but this was a title that could only refer to Duke Gwendolyn herself. Noah raised his head slowly, his eyes sharp as they took in the careful positioning of his escorts. 9 honored beings for a simple invitation was not courtesy, it was preparation. Duke Gwendolyn and the other living existences no longer knew how to accurately categorize him after his display in the temporal folds. To them, he was an enigma who had somehow eliminated a Duke-level dead existence through means they couldn't comprehend. They were probing, testing, trying to gauge whether he would come willingly or require persuasion. Part of him wanted to decline. The merchant business had been surprisingly profitable, and there were still treasures from the doorways he wanted to acquire here. But the matter of living paradoxes seeking their seat at the table, the reshaping of power structures that was undoubtedly occurring in the wake of recent events. These things demanded his attention. Noah rose from his throne with deliberate grace, each movement calculated to project confidence without threat. The throne, walks, and bowls vanished into his spatial storage with practiced ease. His voice carried across the plaza with clear authority as he addressed the gathered crowd. I will return to continue our business in a little while. Then, turning to the royal living existence with a slight nod that acknowledged rank without surrendering dignity, he spoke two words that set events in motion. Let's go. Chapter 4002, The 10 Living Existences. 2. The light of the royal living origin wrapped around them like liquid starlight, compressing space and distance into meaningless concepts as it carried Noah and his escort through layers of eternitas concordia that most beings would never witness. When the radiance finally released them, Noah found himself standing in a place filled with glory, a garden. The garden stretched before him in terraced levels that seemed to exist in multiple dimensions simultaneously. Crystalline pathways wound between beds of vegetation that pulsed with inner light, each plant more impossible than the last. Here, roses bloomed with petals made from compressed temporal energy, their thorns capable of cutting through causality itself. There, trees rose with bark of crystallized law, their branches heavy with fruit that defied comprehension. The fruits were wheels of existence, each wheel hung from its branch like a ripe apple, yet contained within its spinning form entire realities. He could see civilizations rising and falling within each fruit, billions of lives playing out their destinies in accelerated time, only to begin again when the wheel completed its rotation. The sight was simultaneously beautiful and horrifying, entire existences reduced to decorative produce in someone's garden. Above it all, a massive golden dome crowned the space, its surface inscribed with patterns of runes. This was clearly the apex of some vast structure in Concordia's heart, a place where only the most powerful could tread without invitation. The dome itself seemed alive, breathing with a rhythm that made the garden's impossibilities feel natural by comparison, yet Noah's fascination with the surroundings was quickly displaced by what his senses detected within this miraculous space. The auras that pressed against his consciousness were unmistakable, Duke-level entities, multiple ones, their presence making the very air dense with accumulated authority. The royal living origin who had escorted him here suddenly bowed with profound respect, as did all the honored living existences who had accompanied them. Without a word of explanation or farewell, they simply vanished, leaving Noah alone with beings whose power could reshape existence itself. 4 dukes. He counted them with the careful precision of someone observing potential threats and allies. Duke Gwendolyn stood nearest, her stellar dark hair catching light that seemed to originate from within rather than from any external source. Beside her stood a figure that made Noah do a subtle double take, a man in pristine white robes who leaned slightly on an ornate cane, his eyes, impossibly, incomprehensibly blind, milky white orbs gazed at nothing and everything simultaneously. How could a duke, a being whose perception should transcend every limitation, be blind? Further into the garden, surrounded by flames that danced between red and gold like origin authority given pyroclastic form, stood a woman whose presence commanded attention through sheer intensity. Her desert garb seemed out of place in this garden of impossibilities, yet somehow perfect for her bearing, layers of flowing fabric that shifted between states of matter with each movement. Her skin gleamed with an inner radiance that suggested she didn't merely wield origin, but had become it. And lastly, Noah had to look twice to confirm what his senses were telling him, floating at eye level, no more than a few inches in total size, was a mouse. Its fur was lustrous white that seemed to contain constellations within each strand, and its eyes, those stellar white orbs, held the weight of eons, the kind of gaze that suggested this being had witnessed the rise and fall of entire folds. When the mouse spoke, its voice emerged with bass tones that belonged to something mountain-sized rather than palm-sized. Meaning its voice was fucking heavy. Duke Gwendolyn has filled us in on the things she deemed we should know. The mouse's tiny hands clasped behind its back in a gesture that would have been comical if not for the overwhelming authority radiating from its diminutive form. What I want to ascertain first, before anything else, is this: do you wish the living origins any harm? The question buzzed in the garden. Noah felt the weight of 4 Duke-level consciousnesses focused entirely upon him, their combined attention making reality itself hold its breath. Purple text materialized above each of their heads as his distinction as the weaver of existence identified them. Duke Gwendolyn he knew as THR, others were foreign. Duke Valen, the blind oracle, he who traded sight for true vision. Duke Pyralis, the desert phoenix, she who burns away impurity with origin's flame. Duke Whisker, the primordial sage, he who remembers existence. Noah's lips curved into a smile as he met each of their gazes in turn, his voice carrying the kind of calm that came from either supreme confidence or supreme ignorance. does it only matter for the living origins? He let the question hang for a moment before continuing. What if I wished to harm other living existences? Duke Whisker's tiny features arranged themselves into what might have been amusement. Realistically and honestly, the main determinant is your intent toward living origins. The politics between different types of living existences are complex. But origins are special. We are, after all, beginnings incarnate. Noah nodded slowly, as if considering his words carefully. I have no intention to harm living origins, though. He paused, letting them lean into his hesitation. There was one living origin who crossed me. I'm still deciding whether I will kill them or not. The tension in the garden shifted, becoming sharper, more focused. Duke Whisker's whiskers twitched with what might have been curiosity. What type of living origin are they, ya Prime? The mouse's expression relaxed visibly. Ah, that would be nothing major then. Primes die all the time in the grand scheme of things. He turned to the other dukes, his stellar eyes gleaming with certainty. He's telling the truth. He does not wish living origins any harm, at least, not as a general principle. The atmosphere in the garden shifted palpably. Duke Gwendolyn's shoulders relaxed minutely, while Duke Pyralis's flames dimmed from aggressive brilliance to merely impressive radiance. Duke Whisker floated forward slightly, his tiny form somehow managing to project gravitas. Allow me to make proper introductions, since we're apparently going to be having a civilized discussion rather than an existential confrontation. I am Duke Whisker, sometimes called the Primordial Sage, though I find titles tedious after the first few eons. He gestured to each duke in turn. Duke Valen here traded his physical sight for the ability to see truth itself. Duke Pyralis burns with the pure essence of origin from the desert of first thoughts. And Duke Gwendolyn you've already had the pleasure of meeting. Gwendolyn stepped forward, her expression all business now that the immediate question of Noah's threat level had been addressed. Very well, let's get down to business then. The living paradoxes. The name fell into the garden's atmosphere like a stone into still water, creating ripples of tension that each duke felt. They stole the corpse of an early creature, Duke Pyralis said, her voice carrying the heat of barely contained anger. The audacity of such an action transcends everything. That corpse was being studied, preserved, protected for good reason, and they likely did something desecrated with it, Duke Whisker added, his tiny form radiating disgust. The appearance of dead existences is almost certainly linked to whatever unholy ritual they performed. The timing is too convenient, the methodology too specific. Chapter 4003, The 10 Living Existences. 3. Duke Valen's blind eyes seemed to focus on something none of them could see. And now they wish to use the very crisis they created as pretense to assert themselves among the living existences again. It's brilliant in its simplicity. Create a problem only you can solve, then demand recognition for solving it. The threat of dead existences is very real, Gwendolyn continued, her voice heavy with the weight of recent memory. If we deny the paradoxes their seat at the table, they'll likely open more tears in existence, make the situation increasingly dire until we're forced to call upon them. Since paradoxes, she paused, seeming to taste something bitter, are mainly the ones effective against dead existences. Duke Whisker's whiskers twitched in what might have been amusement. But then, another party has appeared that seems to also be effective against dead existences. All four dukes turned their attention to Noah with synchronized precision that spoke to planning or instinct honed over eons. Duke Valen's blind eyes seemed to pierce through him despite their lack of function. You aren't a paradox, are you? Noah's smile deepened as he turned toward Duke Whisker, recognizing the mouse's apparent ability to discern truth from falsehood. I am not truly a paradox. The words were carefully chosen. He wasn't truly a paradox, he was many things beyond paradox, and fundamentally, he was an early creature. The statement was true from a certain perspective, which was all that mattered. Duke Gwendolyn leaned forward slightly, her ancient eyes searching his face for clues. Are you someone stemming all the way back from the earliest folds? Someone who served early creatures? Noah turned to her with that same enigmatic smile. No, Duke Pyralis's flames flickered with increased intensity as she voiced her own theory. Are you a mutated living existence affected by a lost forgotten principle? He shifted his attention to her, finding her theory particularly interesting even as he denied it. While that would be fascinating, no, the silence that followed was dense with calculation as four of the most powerful beings in existence tried to categorize something that refused to fit their understanding. Finally, Duke Whisker floated forward, his tiny hands still clasped behind his back, and asked the question that made the other dukes visibly tense: "Are you an early creature?" Boom. The question seemed to make reality itself pause, as if existence was holding its breath waiting for the answer. Even the other dukes showed alarm at such a direct inquiry. The implications of a positive answer would shatter every assumption about the current order of existence. Noah laughed, the sound genuine and amused. "If I was a genuine, full-fledged early creature, would I be here playing along with all these games?" The question carried its own weight of logic. An early creature wouldn't need to trade in marketplaces or attend meetings. They would simply take what they wanted, reshape reality according to their whims. So he said, he was not a genuine and full-fledged early creature, and well, it was true. After all, he had not even finished forming his heart. Duke Whisker's eyes gleamed with that truth-detecting light. "This is not false." The visible relief that washed through the other dukes was almost comical. Even beings of their power found the prospect of dealing with an early creature overwhelming. Duke Gwendolyn recovered first, her practical nature reasserting itself. Existence is vast and there are many types of beings out there. What matters is that you hold an alternative to the hungry living paradoxes. You have Moraine, who can empower everyone to fight against dead existences, and yourself, of course, who can kill a Duke-level dead existence in an instant, right? Noah blinked at her words, then responded with casual air that suggested he'd almost forgotten. "Oh, yes, right." The confusion that flashed across the Duke's faces would have been amusing if the situation weren't so serious. How did someone forget they had just eliminated a Duke-level threat? Gwendolyn sighed with the weight of someone trying to herd weavings made of pure chaos. "We can hold living paradoxes at length and not give them much recognition with you in the picture. If you are aligned with us. If you let us know what it is you want." Duke Whisker floated forward. "Everyone wants something. Some seek power, others knowledge, still others simple comfort. But there are those rare beings who are not driven by wants but by purpose, by destiny, by forces greater than personal desire. Some are driven by existence itself as they look over the masses and seek to simply help without anything in return. Which type are you?" Noah's smile carried genuine amusement as he looked at the profound little mouse. "I am very much one who wants and takes." Duke Whisker blinked, his whiskers drooping slightly as his philosophical moment was thoroughly deflated. He shook his tiny head with what might have been exasperation. "Okay then. Straightforward. We can work with straightforward." The mouse's demeanor shifted to something more businesslike. "If a cooperation agreement can be reached between us, you providing your strength when needed, we can give you what you want. Because due to recent events, representatives from all 10 types of living existences will now gather to discuss the threat of dead existences. Living paradoxes will be included in these discussions for the first time since the earliest folds." His tiny form seemed to swell with the importance of what he was about to say. "The Cleo's Concordat will convene within a day. Every duke who can be spared, select royal living existences, and certain other parties of interest will gather to determine how existence itself will respond to these threats." The name carried weight that pressed against consciousness itself. The Cleo's Concordat, a gathering that transcended normal meetings, where decisions would be made that could reshape the fundamental nature of how existence operated. "It would be good," Duke Whisker continued, his stellar eyes boring into Noah's with intensity that belied his small size, "to know who are enemies and who are friends when that time comes. The lines are being drawn as we speak. Where will you stand when the moment arrives?" The question buzzed in the garden air between the impossible plants and their wheelfruits, waiting for an answer that would echo across existence itself. Chapter 4004, The 10 Living Existences. For, where would he stand when the time came? The question hung in the garden's impossible air, weighted with implications that stretched across existence itself. Noah let the tension flow through the space, feeling how each duke leaned into his eventual answer, when Duke Gwendolyn's voice cut through the moment with surgical precision. "When it comes to this, I have to mention something else." She turned to face the other dukes, her stellar dark hair catching light. "Something that makes his alignment with us." She pointed directly at Noah. Clear. The words fell into the garden like stones into still water, creating ripples of anticipation that made even the wheels of existence hanging from their branches slow their eternal rotations. Something that made his alignment with them clear? Noah's mind raced through possibilities, his enhanced perception catching the subtle shift in Gwendolyn's posture that suggested she was about to cross a line they had agreed upon. Duke Whisker's stellar eyes flashed with sharp intensity, his tiny form radiating sudden wariness. "You seemed hesitant before, Gwendolyn. Why say it now?" Noah's expression hardened, his understanding crystallized with cold certainty. He knew exactly what she planned to reveal, and his voice emerged with an almost rebuking edge that made the temperature in the garden drop perceptibly. "You agreed not to share anything regarding that." The words were delivered with the kind of controlled coldness that was more dangerous than any explosion. Duke Gwendolyn met his gaze steadily, though something in her expression suggested she recognized the magnitude of what she was about to do. "I did," she acknowledged with a slow nod. "But too much is now at stake. The balance of existence itself teeters on the edge of fundamental change." She paused, seeming to gather her resolve. "I have a body of mine actively protecting her. And you are beside her as well, so I have even less worry regarding her protection. All the dukes here are those I would give my very existence to protect. I cannot be the only duke who knows such critical information when the fate of all living origins might depend upon it." Noah's eyes pulsed. "This fucker." The blind Duke Valen straightened, his sightless eyes somehow managing to convey stern intensity despite their lack of function. His cane tapped once against the crystalline path, the sound reverberating through dimensions. "What do you mean, Gwendolyn? What information carries such weight that you would break a promise to reveal it?" Duke Whisker, surprisingly, seemed to be lost in contemplation for a moment before his tiny features arranged themselves into an expression of concern. When he spoke, his deep voice carried the weight of wisdom earned through witnessing the rise and fall of concepts themselves. "Gwendolyn," he said, siding with Noah in a way that clearly surprised Duke Gwendolyn. "At times, some things are best left unsaid. The fewer who know certain truths, the safer those truths remain." Duke Gwendolyn looked at each of them in turn, Noah's stern disapproval, Whisker's unexpected caution, Valen's demanding curiosity, and Pyralis's burning intensity. She saw the weight of their combined attention, felt the pressure of secrets that wanted to remain hidden, and shook her head with the resignation of someone who had already crossed the point of no return in their mind. "No," she said firmly. "The stakes are far too high. She needs to be protected by more than just us. Given resources by more than just us." Her voice grew heavy with the magnitude of what she was about to reveal. "She was the hope of living origins. She is HUUM." The moment those words left her lips, Duke Whisker's eyes blazed with sudden understanding while the other two dukes showed expressions of pure shock that they struggled to contain. Duke Valen's voice emerged as barely more than a whisper, though it carried through the garden with perfect clarity. "You don't mean?" Duke Gwendolyn nodded solemnly, sealing their fate with words that could never be taken back. "The young miss. The living order has been found. Secured. Protected." Her gaze turned to Noah with something that might have been apology. "She is closely entangled with him, and he with her. That is why I have no doubt he sides with us, this fucker." The silence that followed was deafening. Noah's expression, as he looked at Duke Gwendolyn, transformed into something that showed coldness. It was immense disappointment, the kind that came from watching someone you had begun to respect shatter that respect through a single action. He had told her not to say it. She had been explicitly instructed not to share this information. And yet, at this crucial moment, she had freely revealed it because she trusted those present. Trust. Such a fragile thing, so easily given and so catastrophically misplaced. His eyes moved across the assembled dukes, gauging their reactions with the careful precision of someone cataloging potential threats. Duke Whisker looked down contemplatively, his tiny hands clasped behind his back as he processed implications that stretched across eons. The other two dukes showed surprise. They quickly tried to rein in, but their eyes had already sharpened with new interest, new calculation. Duke Pyralis's flames flared with sudden intensity, her voice cutting through the silence with demands that made Noah's disappointment deepen. The living order was one of the biggest projects of the living origins. How is she entangled with him? Where is she right now? We need to. Noah shook his head sharply, cutting off her questions as his gaze returned to Duke Gwendolyn. The disappointment in his eyes was palpable, a weight that seemed to press against her consciousness with more force than any physical blow could have achieved. Duke Gwendolyn sighed, recognizing his displeasure but pressing forward with the conviction of someone who believed they were right despite all evidence to the contrary. All those here are to be trusted. We are the ones who analyze other dukes of origin to ensure we are all aligned. Duke Whisker sees to that personally. I understand the fear of betrayal, but you will not find it among us. If we have no trust, we have no strength. Chapter 4005, The 10 Living Existences. Noah simply shook his head at this. In that moment, watching her justify her breach of confidence with platitudes about trust and strength, he lost all respect for her. Trust was not something to be assumed or demanded, it was earned through consistent action, through keeping one's word even when circumstances made it difficult. Gwendolyn turned toward the other dukes, continuing despite his obvious disapproval. Knowing of her survival, also know that she shattered her realm and is now re-establishing it, rebuilding her purpose. To allow her to become an honored existence and then grant her the power of a duke and even higher will need the resources of all living origins. That is why I told you. As for where she is now, don't fucking say that too. Noah's voice cut through her words like a blade through silk, the profanity carrying more weight for its rarity. Simultaneously, Duke Whisker's voice joined his in urgent warning. Don't reveal that. Noah's eyes met Duke Whisker's, a moment of unexpected alliance passing between them. This mouse was much better to his liking than the Duke he thought would be a decent ally. The ancient mouse spoke toward Gwendolyn with his wizened stellar eyes carrying gentle but firm reproach. It is enough for us to know she lives, Whisker said carefully. Even though we are powerful, there may always be those stronger. Even though we believe nobody is listening, someone could always be listening. The walls of existence have ears we cannot perceive, memories we cannot erase. The return of the living order is a momentous occasion that we must approach delicately, not with the blunt instrument of full disclosure. Duke Gwendolyn appeared surprised by Whisker's words, perhaps expecting support from the being who verified truth for their circle, but she nodded, seeming to finally understand that she had already said too much. Her attention returned to Noah, and when she spoke, her voice carried a mixture of authority and something that might have been plea. All is known between us now. Can we continue counting on your support? With the living order? Against the schemes of the living paradoxes? Noah looked at her with that same stern gaze of disappointment, his voice emerging cold as winter's final breath. You can count on my support. The words were delivered without warmth, without the earlier ease of their interaction. His displeasure at her revealing information about Sigrid, the living order, radiated from him in waves that made the impossible plants in the garden lean away from his presence, because the more beings that knew such secrets, the more possible variables entered the equation. And things were already messy enough without adding unnecessary complications. Who needed more variables when the board was already so complex that a single misplaced piece could topple everything? Across the folds of existence, through layers of reality that most beings would never perceive, through the transcendent temporal folds where time flowed like rivers, through the transcendent origin folds where beginnings were born, and through multiple other domains of impossibility, there existed the transcendent conceptual folds. In the depths of these folds, where abstract thought had been given form and substance, rose the ethereal summit of unspoken truths, a hazy silver mountain surrounded by thousands of swirling multicolored wheels of existence. Each will contain within it concepts that had shaped reality itself: love, hatred, justice, mercy, and thousands of others that most minds couldn't even name. Deep inside the mountain's hollowed core, in a domain protected by immense waves of living conceptual authority where silver and white seas mixed in patterns that resembled thoughts becoming real, there existed a plane that defied every expectation of what power could create. The vegetation here burst with waves of complexity that would make honored living existences mad with greed. Flowers bloomed with petals of crystallized inspiration, their scent carrying enlightenment that could advance understanding by eons. Trees grew with bark of compressed wisdom, their leaves whispering secrets that predated current existence. Grasses swayed in breezes that carried the fragmentary thoughts of existence itself. Each blade worth more than entire civilizations, yet what made this place truly remarkable were not the impossible plants, but the auras that permeated it. 10 different terrifying living existences had gathered here, each one eclipsing the power of normal dukes by margins that rendered comparison meaningless. A living temporal lounged beside a fountain where past and future flowed as separate streams. A living spirit floated in meditation, their form shifting between states of consciousness. A living emotive sat surrounded by crystals that captured and reflected every feeling that had ever been felt. A living law stood rigid as justice itself, while a living elemental swirled between states of matter with each breath. A living quantum existed in multiple positions simultaneously until observed. A living dimensional folded space around themselves like origami. A living concept pondered thoughts that could reshape reality if spoken aloud, and shockingly, horrifically, impossibly, a living paradox was among them. The living paradox was none other than the beggar-looking being known as Schrödinger. He sat cross-legged on a simple mat, his tattered robes pooling around him as he focused on a board game with pieces that seemed to exist in multiple states simultaneously. His opponent, the living concept, moved pieces that represented ideas rather than armies, each placement changing the nature of the game itself. In the middle of moving a piece that might have been hope or despair depending on the angle of observation, Schrödinger looked up with a smile that carried too much knowledge. His gaze found the living origin among their gathering, and his voice emerged with casual curiosity that belied the weight of his words. "I sense you have found something critical." "What is it, O Valen?" Boom. The shocking revelation settled into the space. Among these terrifying beings, Duke Valen actually maintained one of his bodies here. The blind oracle who had traded his sight for true vision seemed troubled as he rose from his seated position, his white robes flowing around him like liquid truth. "The living order," he said slowly, each word carrying the weight of impossible discovery, "has been found once more." Schrödinger's hand froze above the game board, a piece that was simultaneously victory and defeat hovering in his grip. "Oh?" The single syllable carried more interest than entire speeches might have contained. The game was forgotten as he turned his full attention to this revelation, his beggar's appearance doing nothing to diminish the terrible intelligence that blazed in his ancient eyes. Chapter 4006, The 10 Living Existences. 6. The revelation hung in the mountain's hollow depths like a bell that had just been struck, its resonance making even these ancient beings pause in their contemplations. Duke Valen's words about the living order's return had transformed the atmosphere from one of casual gathering to something far more consequential. The blind Duke moved with deliberate grace across the crystalline floor, each tap of his cane sending ripples through the silver-white seas of conceptual authority that flowed beneath their feet. When he stopped before the board game, his sightless eyes somehow managed to convey the weight of his concern as he addressed both players. "The return of the living order," he said, his voice carrying the particular timbre of someone who had witnessed too many returns that ended in tragedy. "What do you think about it?" Schrödinger's smile deepened, though something in his expression suggested memories being carefully examined and weighed. He moved a piece on the board, something that might have been doubt transforming into certainty. Before responding, "Order," he began, savoring the word as if tasting something exotic and long forbidden, "was something I never had the chance of coming across. Not properly, at least. Not in its pure, original form." His fingers drummed against his tattered robes in a rhythm that seemed to echo through dimensions. "The living law was the only one of those original beings I had the pleasure, if we can call it that, to encounter directly. And even that thing terrified me." The admission sent subtle waves through the gathered entities. For Schrödinger to admit fear was not weakness but rather an acknowledgement of forces that transcended even their elevated understanding. "Consider what the living law represented," Schrödinger continued. "Not just rules or structure, but the fundamental assertion that existence should operate according to comprehensible patterns. That chaos should have boundaries. That actions should have predictable consequences. When I stood before her, I felt my very nature rebel against her presence. Every paradox within me screamed at the wrongness of such absolute certainty." He paused, letting his words settle into the consciousness of his audience before continuing with calculated precision. "If that girl, the one whose entire lineage you origins systematically eliminated to create the proper conditions for order's awakening, truly does become the living order." He trailed off, his expression growing contemplative. "It will be a good thing. Existence needs its anchor, its foundation stone. Without order, we're all just possibilities floating in an ocean of maybe." Duke Valen snorted, the sound carrying more meaning than entire speeches might have contained. His blind gaze fixed on Schrödinger with the particular intensity of someone who could see through deceptions that eyes might miss. "You speak as if you weren't the one who advised me on how to possibly awaken the order within her. Your cryptic hints, your careful nudges in specific directions." The Duke's cane tapped once against the floor, the sound sharp as accusation. "Whatever. Her re-entry is good for stability, but it does muddy the waters somewhat." Valen turned slightly, as if observing something beyond the mountain's confines. "Oh, and there's another matter. The same being who moved across your existential trembling against Ion completely unaffected, the one who took your little paradox moraine. He is somehow entangled with the living order. I cannot fully gauge what his actual power is." The reaction was immediate and palpable. Several of the terrifying beings who had been maintaining distance from the conversation suddenly drew closer. A living temporal materialized from what had been a shadow, while the living emotive's crystalline arrangements chimed with sudden interest. Schrödinger's hand paused above the board, a piece that existed in multiple states simultaneously hovering in his grip. His smile grew wider, though his eyes remained calculating. That is certainly interesting, he mused, finally placing the piece with deliberate care. Moraine was traveling with someone that little Davidicus swallowed a bit. Someone who should have something relating to early creatures. Possibly blessed with a corpse of another early creature, or perhaps an inheritor of a sleeping shore. His gaze sharpened, cutting through the philosophical veneer to something more immediate. Could he be one and the same, the living quantum, who had been existing in 17 different positions simultaneously, suddenly collapsed into a single location beside them? When it spoke, its voice carried the weight of calculated probabilities. What happened with the corpse of the early creature we decided to let the paradoxes have for the first time? Did that Davidicus use whatever she obtained to little Davidicus manage to innervate the corpse of the early creature? Schrödinger interrupted, his tone carrying a mixture of pride and concern that suggested complicated feelings about his fellow paradox. She's a shooting star now, burning bright across the darkness of our current predicament. Who knows? He looked over the others with an expression of gentle mockery. She might become more powerful than any of you. The harumphs and dismissive gestures that followed would have been comical if not for the fact that each being present could reshape reality with their displeasure. Duke Valen's eyes flashed with particular sharpness, his voice cutting through the protests. So through your actions, we are tearing the veil between the living and the dead early. Earlier than when the veil should have begun to come down naturally. Schrödinger waved his hands dismissively, the gesture somehow managing to convey both acknowledgement and indifference. Just a few years earlier. The veil was bound to be torn eventually. At least now, we can control where the tears appear, how wide they grow. Everything has a price, my friends. We have been preparing for the dead existences for eons, developing countermeasures, training forces. But even they, he paused, letting the weight of anticipation build before delivering his next words with careful precision, even they are not our final enemies. The atmosphere in the mountain's depths grew heavy with implications that pressed against consciousness itself. The entities present exchanged glances, or whatever equivalent their forms allowed, each one processing this statement through their own vast understanding. Schrödinger looked at each of them in turn, his beggar's appearance doing nothing to diminish the ancient intelligence that blazed in his eyes. When he smiled this time, it carried the particular quality of someone about to share a secret they'd been holding for far too long. Do you want to hear a story from the earliest folds that nobody else knows? Chapter 4007. True enemies. Schrödinger had asked if they wanted to hear a story from the earliest folds, but the collective eye roll that followed was almost synchronized. As if they'd performed this routine countless times before. The living concept actually sighed, the sound like ideas deflating. Not another one of your possibly true, possibly invented parables, someone muttered. Schrödinger laughed, the sound genuine and warm despite the weight of their discussion. Listen, this one is particularly relevant. I promise. He settled back slightly, his posture shifting into the comfortable stance of a storyteller who knew his audience couldn't resist despite their protests, at a time when chaos was most rampant in the earliest folds. When early creatures hunted for sport and inevitabilities bloomed like flowers after rain. There was an early creature who happened to overhear a conversation. This creature, whose name has been deliberately forgotten, witnessed the living law visiting the locked paradox in its prison of contradictions. The mountain seemed to grow quieter, even the flow of conceptual authority beneath their feet stilling to better hear the tale. The living law stood before the chains of impossibility that bound the living paradox, and she asked a question that had been burning in her consciousness since the first inevitability emerged. Are inevitabilities the true enemies of all existences? Schrödinger's voice took on different tones as he embodied each character, his talent for storytelling evident despite the tattered appearance he maintained. At such a question, the living paradox laughed. An eerie sound that existed simultaneously as mirth and despair. What, it said, just because even before the creature, the inevitabilities were there. Just because they predate understanding, and the very conception of what should and shouldn't be. The storyteller paused, letting tension build before continuing in a voice that captured the bound paradox's terrifying certainty. No, the living paradox said, its voice carrying that particular quality of statements that were simultaneously true and false. Even inevitabilities are not the true enemies of all existences. No, the biggest enemy of existences is existence itself. Several of the listeners shifted uncomfortably at this pronouncement, recognizing philosophical depths that threatened to drown rational thought. Existence is feeble, the paradox continued. Undecided. Uncertain. It doesn't know whether it wants to be or not to be, whether it should expand or contract, whether consciousness is blessing or curse. That was why I sought to put it under my control. To give it the direction it so desperately lacks. Schrodinger's voice grew lighter, more mocking as he continued channeling the bound paradox, the true enemy of existences? The living paradox laughed again. Who knows? I could be the true enemy. After all, I'm talking to you right now. Aren't I? Or perhaps it's you, the living law, with your rigid insistence that everything follow rules. Maybe it's any of the others, or all of them together. Perhaps it's the creature itself. A pause, then with something almost like fondness, how is that kid doing nowadays anyway? Without my guidance, he may be getting lost. You all haven't done anything crazy without me, right? The silence that followed in the story was mirrored by the silence in the mountain's depths. Schrödinger continued, his voice now embodying the living law's heavy response. Out of all of us, you could have been so great. The statement hung between the characters in the story like an accusation and a lament combined. This caused an immense silence to descend before the living paradox laughed once more and began what would become its most famous monologue. Though famous only to the early creature who overheard it. Schrödinger's voice took on a philosophical depth that made even these ancient beings lean in slightly. What is greatness? The paradox asked. Is it power accumulated until reality bends to acknowledge your supremacy? Is it understanding gathered until the mysteries of existence lay bare before your perception? Or is it something more? Paradoxical, the beggar duke's delivery grew more animated, his hands moving to emphasize points that existed in multiple interpretations simultaneously. Consider, I am locked here, chains of impossibility binding me in ways that should prevent even thought. Yet I think. I speak. I influence. My very imprisonment has become legendary, a cautionary tale that shapes how billions of consciousnesses will understand reality. In my cage, I am more present in existence than I ever was while free. He paused, his voice dropping to barely above a whisper that somehow carried perfectly through the space. Me, locked up right now, could be a grandiose form of greatness. The greatest teacher is the one whose lessons are learned without their presence. The greatest warrior is the one whose battles are won without fighting. The greatest paradox is the one that resolves itself by remaining unresolved. Maybe I'm locked here. Maybe I'm actually free. Who knows? Schrödinger ended the story there, his eyes moving across the assembled beings with an expression that suggested layers of meaning they might never fully unpack. The silence that followed was dense with contemplation, each entity processing the parable through their own vast understanding. Did this actually happen? Was it true? Was it false? None could say. When it comes to true enemies, Schrödinger said, returning to his normal voice with its mixture of wisdom and whimsy, there are few, and yet many. We simply have to do what we can to ensure that existence keeps chugging along, keeps asking whether it should be rather than surrendering to shouldn't. He smiled with something approaching genuine warmth as he looked at each of them. My friends, and yes, I do consider you friends despite your constant skepticism of my stories. We have much to do. Oh, and in a day's time, at the Cleos Concordat, we might see each other under the gazes of others for the first time in a while. Don't treat me too coldly, okay? You all are, after all, the closest I have to friends in existence. Duke Valen snorted at this sentiment, though something in his expression suggested the dismissal was more habit than genuine feeling. So, what shall be done about the living order? Moraine? And the enigma entangled with both of them, who possibly has links to an inheritance of an early creature? Schrödinger's smile deepened as he moved another piece on the board. Victory becoming defeat, becoming something else entirely. What to do indeed, he mused, the words carrying the weight of plans within plans, possibilities within paradoxes. What to do indeed. Chapter 4008, The Difference of Everything. In the time before time was measured, when existence still questioned whether it should continue existing, there lived an early creature whose ambition exceeded its understanding. This creature, whose name has been deliberately erased from all records, watched the creature with the kind of devotion that bordered on obsession. The creature moved through the earliest folds with purpose that defied comprehension. Each action reshaping existence in ways that wouldn't be understood for eons. And at a certain period, invariably, the living concept came and stayed at its side. The manifestation of thought itself given form and consciousness. The early creature studied these interactions with desperate intensity. It saw how the creature would pose questions that the living concept would transform into realities. It witnessed conversations that birthed entire categories of existence, and in its limited understanding, it believed that proximity to the living concept was one of the keys to the creature's transcendent nature. At a certain time, the creature disappeared, and the early creature thought its chance had come. So it began to follow. At first, the living concept ignored the early creature's presence, treating it with the same indifference it showed to the countless other beings that populated the earliest folds. But as days became years, and years stretched toward epochs, the persistence grew impossible to overlook. "You are not like your predecessor," the living concept finally said, its voice carrying the weight of absolute truth. "You should not try to be like him." The early creature's response blazed with the particular arrogance of youth convinced of its own destiny. "But I can become like him. If I understand what you teach, if I learn what you know." Knowledge without foundation is merely sophisticated ignorance. The living concept interrupted. "You chase shadows while ignoring the light that casts them." But the early creature would not be deterred. It continued its pursuit with the single-minded determination that marked its kind, following the living concept through domains where thought became substance, through regions where ideas went to die and be reborn. Then came the day when inevitabilities found it. They emerged from the spaces between certainty, those paradoxical entities that existed because they shouldn't, that thrived on the contradiction of their own nature. The early creature found itself surrounded, its considerable power that could reshape entire folds suddenly. Terrifyingly insufficient. "Help me," it pleaded to the living concept, who observed from a position just beyond the ring of inevitabilities. "I have followed you faithfully. I have learned your teachings." The living concept's response carried neither cruelty nor compassion, merely the weight of truth acknowledged. "I did warn you. Sometimes, one will never measure up to be like someone else. You should have been trying to forge your own existence, not attempting to replicate another's." Defiance blazed through the early creature's form as inevitabilities pressed closer, their paradoxical presence beginning to unravel its carefully maintained existence. "I will give you my everything to be saved. Everything I am. Everything I could become. Take it all." The living concept regarded it with the particular attention reserved for moments that would echo through eternity. When it spoke, each word fell like judgment rendered in the court of existence itself. Your everything and the creature's everything are incomparable. The difference is so vast, so fundamentally insignificant, that even now it does not motivate me to take it. The living concept paused, allowing the weight of this truth to settle. "I could find an ant. A simple, momentary creature barely aware of its own existence. And its everything might be larger than yours." The early creature's defiance crumbled into confusion, then horror. As understanding began to dawn across existence, the living concept continued, its voice carrying the finality of lessons that would never be repeated. "Every creature has their everything. Their worth. Their fundamental value in the grand equation of what is and what might be. But the worth of some. Their everything is unfathomably more prized than others." The inevitabilities closed in, their paradoxical nature beginning to dissolve the early creature's form into component possibilities, and more often than not, the living concept concluded, already turning away from the scene, very few can accurately gauge worth. "You spent eternity trying to become something you could never be, when you might have become something unprecedented. The tragedy is not in your ending, but in your never truly beginning." The lesson echoed through the earliest folds. Worth. Cannot be claimed or demanded. It simply is, or isn't, and the ability to recognize it remains one of existence's rarest gifts. In the transcendent paradoxical folds, the doorway to the loom stretched before them in all its paradoxical glory, each step forward somehow also being a step in directions that had no names. They had been traversing for what felt like hours but could have been moments or centuries. Time held little meaning in spaces where paradox itself had carved the pathways Noah's enhanced perception took. In their current location with careful assessment, they stood at the edge of a region that challenged every assumption about what landscape could be. A mountain of pure red-black flame rose before them, its surface not merely burning but existing in a state of perpetual conflagration that seemed to feed on space itself. The flames didn't produce smoke. They produced concepts that dissolved before they could be understood. At the mountain's peak, visible through the dancing conflagration and the storms that raged around it, a single flower bloomed. Its petals caught light that shouldn't exist, reflecting colors that had no names, existing in defiance of every force that sought to destroy it, and those forces were considerable. Storms of pure paradox raged around the peak, each gust carrying contradictions sharp enough to shred an honored living existence into component possibilities. The very air seemed to war with itself, being and not being in rapid succession that created visible tears in reality that sealed themselves only to tear again. They had paused here after their encounter with the multiplying inevitability, the one that Titano had so enthusiastically crushed into submission before gifting to Noah. The aftermath of that exchange had left the atmosphere charged with unspoken questions. Altheon and Thessaly regarded Noah with expressions that mixed wariness with calculation. Whatever he had given to Titano and Sigrid had transformed them in ways they could not fathom. The glass walks that Titano had consumed, both their contents and the sacred waters they contained, had elevated the simple giant's already terrifying physical might to levels that made honored beings wary, but it was Sigrid's transformation that truly commanded attention. Her aura blazed with the intensity of a prime living existence approaching breakthrough, her tower of origin reconstructing itself with each passing moment. The very air around her hummed with nascent authority, as if reality itself was preparing to acknowledge her ascension to honored status. What could possibly cause such dramatic advancement? What treasures did this mysterious figure possess that could reforge a tower of origin to such a terrifying extent? Titano's massive form vibrated with barely contained energy as he gazed up at the flower atop the burning mountain. His expression, that mixture of childlike enthusiasm and simple determination that marked all his actions, brightened with sudden purpose. He beat his chest with enough force to create thunderclaps in the paradoxical atmosphere, the sound somehow both deafening and silent. "Brother!" he exclaimed, his deep voice carrying the particular cadence of someone who had never quite mastered the language they spoke. "Titano, get that little flower for you." Chapter 4009, Loyalty. The declaration carried such earnest sincerity that it transcended its grammatical imperfection. This was not a question or a request for permission. It was simply Titano stating what would happen with the certainty of someone who had never encountered a problem that couldn't be solved through sufficient application of physical force. Noah nodded, a slight smile playing at his lips as he observed the giant's enthusiasm. "Be careful with it when you retrieve it." "Titano, very careful." "Titano, bring brother best flower." Beside them, Thessaly hovered with the rigid posture of someone struggling to maintain professional composure in the face of increasingly unusual circumstances. Her fairy-like form radiated disapproval that she couldn't quite voice, while Altheon gazed ahead with the thousand-yard stare of someone processing too much information simultaneously. It was at this moment that Noah turned to Sigrid, his movement carrying the glory of decision already made. His hand found her waist with casual certainty, drawing her against his side with a possessiveness that asked for no argument. She blinked at the sudden proximity, though no embarrassment colored her features. Her sterling smiling eyes met his with the direct gaze of someone who had long since passed beyond such simple emotions. "Why did you do that?" Her question carried genuine curiosity rather than objection, the kind of inquiry that sought understanding. Noah's expression darkened slightly, his gaze shifting to track Titano's enthusiastic charge toward the mountain. The giant moved through the storms of paradox as if they were gentle breezes, his massive frame somehow refusing to acknowledge dangers that should have unmade him at the conceptual level. "I have to keep you closer to me now," Noah said, his voice carrying weight that made even the paradoxical air grow still. "Duke Gwendolyn decided to inform other dukes regarding your existence." Boom! The words fell into the space between them like stones into still water, each one creating ripples of implication that spread outward in waves. "What?" Sigrid's voice cracked with shock that quickly transformed into anger. Her aura flared, origin authority leaking from her form in patterns that made reality itself step back in recognition. Noah sighed, his gaze still tracking Titano's progress as the giant literally punched his way through conceptual storms. She decided to disclose it to 3 other dukes, Whisker, Pyralis, and Valen. She knows they are to be trusted, apparently. His voice carried a particular bitterness on the last word. She seems to not understand what trust truly stands for. Sigrid's expression shifted through several emotions in rapid succession. Betrayal, anger, understanding, and finally a kind of resigned acceptance. She grit her teeth hard enough that Noah could hear them grinding like the shattering of wheels, then shook her head with the weariness of someone recognizing their own culpability. "No," she said quietly. "This is my mistake. I knew she was on my side, knew her nature, but I didn't consider. I didn't think she would." She trailed off, then straightened with the kind of resolve that had allowed her to survive the destruction of her original form. "This is on me." Noah's response was immediate and firm, his hand tightening slightly on her waist. "You cannot put the stupid decisions of others on your shoulders. Their choices are their own, and the consequences." He was interrupted by the sharp intake of breath from both Alpheon and Thessaly. The casual way he referred to Duke Gwendolyn's decision as stupid seemed to challenge their fundamental understanding of hierarchy and respect. Thessaly rose higher in the air, her tiny form radiating indignation that seemed too large for her fairy-like frame. "Duke Gwendolyn only wants the best for the young miss. Anything she does is for. You can shut all the way up." Noah's voice cut through her protests with booming words. His eyes, though showing no obvious manifestation of power, carried something that made even an honored living origin pause. Thessaly actually felt trepidation crawl up her spine, not from any display of overwhelming might, but from something more fundamental. The certainty in his gaze suggested consequences she couldn't quite comprehend. Her expression soured as words died in her throat, the unsaid protests creating a tension that made the paradoxical atmosphere grow thick. It was at this moment that Titano descended from the mountain's peak, his entire form glowing with the residual energy of his passage through impossible storms. His skin had taken on a lustrous quality, as if the paradoxes had polished rather than torn him, and living existential authority surrounded him. In his massive hand, held with the delicate care of someone handling spun glass, was a flower torn from its impossible perch. "Brother." Titano's voice boomed with pride and excitement. "I have gotten it for you. Can I continue to grow my wealth with this?" He offered the flower with the enthusiasm of a child presenting a found treasure, his simple face bright with anticipation of approval. Noah accepted the flower with careful movements, his enhanced perception immediately cataloging its properties. Paradox lotus of singular purity, a flower that blooms only where impossibility becomes so dense it achieves physical form. Primary effect, grants 5 million purity quotient units upon consumption. Growth requirements, can bloom where at least 3 types of inevitabilities have died, or inside an early veiled shore. Note: the flower exists in a state of constant dissolution and reformation. Consumption must occur within 1 hour of picking or it ceases to exist entirely. Noah nodded appreciatively, recognizing the treasure for what it was as he sent it to his early veiled shore for planting right away. "This will indeed make you richer." "Titano. Well done." He paused, his expression growing thoughtful. "But tell me, what is your relationship to Duke Gwendolyn?" The question seemed to come from nowhere, yet it landed with the weight of careful calculation. Both Thessaly and Alpheon's expressions grew even more unsightly, recognizing the probe for what it was. Titano scratched his bald head with one massive finger, his expression growing uncharacteristically serious. The Duke helped Titano come out of a dark place and into the folds. Titano owes Duke Gwendolyn everything. Without her. He trailed off, seeming to struggle with concepts his simple vocabulary couldn't quite express. Noah's expression grew stern as he processed this information. His next words were delivered with careful precision, each one a test of loyalty and possibility. "What if Gwendolyn did something I did not like, and I told you to leave her and join me? I would give you all the riches you could want. Treasures beyond imagination, power beyond everything." Titano's eyes, usually bright with simple joy, dimmed noticeably. The giant's massive frame seemed to shrink slightly, as if the weight of the decision was physically pressing down upon him. For several long moments, he was silent, his face cycling through expressions as thoughts too complex for his usual demeanor warred within. Finally, he shook his head with obvious reluctance. "Titano likes brother. Titano want riches, want to be strong, want many things brother could give." His voice grew firmer, more certain. "But Titano owes Duke Gwendolyn. Titano cannot." Chapter 40:10 Loyalty. 2. The simple declaration of loyalty carried more weight than any elaborate oath might have. This was not calculated allegiance to it was the fundamental honesty of someone who understood debt and honor in their most basic forms. Noah frowned at this response, though something in his expression suggested respect for the giant's stance. He could push here, could probably find ways to manipulate or coerce, but there were other methods. Better methods. He reached up a considerable stretch given their height difference, and patted Titano's massive frame with something approaching fondness. "Do not worry about it. I will talk to Duke Gwendolyn to release you from your debt to her. Would that be acceptable? If she agrees to release you? Titano's face transformed with sudden hope, his eyes brightening like stars emerging from clouds. If Duke Gwendolyn agrees, Titano would like to go with Brother. Brother makes Titano rich. Brother treats Titano good. Noah smiled, filing away this information for future use. Good. Then that's what we'll do. He looked ahead into the depths of the doorway where reality continued its war with itself. For now, let's see if we can find a few more inevitabilities, and then we'll get out of here. Yes. Titano's enthusiasm returned in full force, his massive form practically vibrating with excitement. Titano will clear the way. Titano will find many inevitabilities for Brother. The giant charged ahead with renewed vigor, his terrifying power creating a wake through the paradoxical space that actually made traversal easier for those following. Each step he took seemed to temporarily force reality to choose a single state, creating brief islands of stability in the chaos. Noah and Sigrid followed at a more measured pace. Sigrid's expression remained troubled, her mind clearly wrestling with the implications of Gwendolyn's betrayal of trust. Noah didn't even spare a glance for Alpheon and Thessaly as they moved forward. His dismissal of their presence more cutting than any direct confrontation could have been. A tremendous distance away, in the Transcendent Origin battlefront folds, another group made their way through their own doorway to the loom. These doorways were numerous throughout the battlefront, most leading nowhere, and those that did lead somewhere invariably filled with boundless inevitabilities or other hazards that prevented advancement toward the ultimate prize. Alexander Asmodeus moved through this particular doorway with his characteristic measured grace, each step calculated and precise. The environment around them defied conventional description. A landscape of shattered white clocks and broken wheels that might have once measured something beyond time. The fragments floated in air that had the consistency of liquid crystal, each piece reflecting moments that had never occurred, might be occurring, or had already occurred in futures that no longer existed. The moment their party fully entered the doorway, prompts materialized before each of them. You have entered the doorway, Origin Graveyard of Forgotten Measurements, Special Conditions. Death in this doorway may retroactively prevent birth. Memories formed here exist in quantum superposition until observed. Success and failure are not mutually exclusive states. Warning, your perception of entering this doorway may itself be an echo of a future that won't occur. Alexander read through the information with his characteristic calm. His mind already calculating probabilities and possibilities. Beside him, Seraphina Valorheart gripped her weapon tighter, while Royal Law Tristess had finally stopped fuming about Noah's earlier displays, her expression now carved from focused concern. This is worse than the report suggested, Kedrick muttered, his usual confidence shaken by the sheer wrongness of their surroundings. Tristesse voiced her thoughts as they moved deeper into the doorway, her attention split between the environment and her companions. That friend of yours is not ordinary. She fixed Alexander with a gaze that demanded answers. If he stems from the same folds as you. Alexander's frown deepened, clearly wanting to deflect or stop her line of inquiry. But before he could speak, before he could redirect the conversation, something unprecedented occurred. His enneagram. The dazzling stellar 9-pointed star that resided on his chest suddenly blazed with purple gold light so intense it made reality step back. Simultaneously, Seraphina Valorheart gasped as her own hidden enneagram erupted in white-blue brilliance, the light pouring from her form in waves that shouldn't exist. The two enneagrams began to spin in perfect synchronization, their rotation creating weavings that made the shattered clocks and wheels around them resonate. The sound built from whisper to roar to something beyond sound. A fundamental frequency that existence itself recognized. Then, with the distinctive sound of bronze being torn, space ruptured before them. The tear that formed was unlike any spatial distortion they had encountered. It didn't lead to another place. It led to another time, another state of being entirely. The smell that poured from it defied description, archaic oldness mixed with wonder, the scent of possibilities that had been sealed away since before the current age began. Prompts cascaded before Alexander's vision, each one more impossible than the last. Desiccated sleeping shore of an early creature located. The fragments of the early tool of the living law have resonated in a domain that the living law's authority covered in the earliest folds. Following the paths taken since the earliest folds will allow for the recovery of the early tool of the living law. Warning, this shore has been dead and sleeping for an unknown number of years. Alexander stared at the prompts with an expression that cycled through shock, understanding, and grim determination. Behind him, Royal Law Tristez's authority blazed to life. Silver white power creating defensive barriers as her voice cracked with barely controlled alarm. What is it? What happened? Her usual musical tones had given way to sharp demand, her attention fixed on the archaic tear that promised either unprecedented opportunity or complete annihilation. Serafina looked toward Alexander with shock that transformed into something deeper. A recognition that whatever came next would fundamentally change the nature of their journey. Alexander, what? Without explanation, without hesitation, without even acknowledging the questions and concerns of his companions, Alexander Asmodeus stepped into the crack in space. The bronze tear seemed to welcome him, reality parting like curtains to admit one who carried the keys to doors that had been locked since the earliest folds. His form disappeared into that archaic light, leaving his companions to make their own choices about whether to follow into the unknown. Behind him, Tristas cursed with the creative eloquence of someone who had lived long enough to know when situations had spiraled completely beyond control. Yet even as profanity flowed from her lips, she was already moving forward, because some opportunities and some dangers were too significant to let pride or caution prevent action. The doorway to the loom suddenly seemed mundane compared to what lay beyond that bronze tear. What slept in that desiccated shore? What remnants of the living law's authority might still linger there? And perhaps most importantly, what would wake when they entered if everything was dead? The only way to know was to follow Alexander into the archaic unknown, into a shore that had been sleeping since before the current configuration of existence had been established. April 4th. Keep the magic castles and golden tickets coming. Looks like we'll finish top 10 this month. Chapter 40:11 Integrity. The Garden of Impossible Fruits seemed to hold its breath as the last of the dukes departed through their various methods, Duke Whisker simply ceasing to be present, Duke Pyralis leaving in a conflagration that somehow froze the air, and Duke Valen tapping his way through a door that hadn't existed until he needed it. Now only Duke Gwendolyn remained, her stellar dark hair catching light that originated from the wheels of existence hanging overhead. Her expression carried a type of particular calmness. It seems like you had something to say, she began, her voice maintaining that diplomatic steadiness that had served her through eons of maneuvering. I did what I did for the sake of the young miss. To help her. To ensure she has everything she needs, yeah. Noah's interruption cut through her justification with the casual dismissal of someone who simply didn't care. His voice emerged coldly. Titano. Release him from the debt he owes you. I will take him under my wing. The demand fell into the garden's atmosphere like a stone through still water. Her expression shifted from calm certainty to genuine surprise, her head tilting slightly as if the angle might help her understand why Titano would suddenly be relevant to their discussion. But understanding dawned quickly. Too quickly for someone of her intelligence to miss the implications. Her eyes widened as pieces fell into place. Her entire bearing shifting from diplomatic to intensely focused. Did you? She began, her voice carrying newfound wariness. Already grasped his nature? Did you find out what he really is? His nature. It might not have mattered to Noah under different circumstances, but his distinction as the weaver of existence. That ever-evolving capability that grew more complex with each passing moment, had revealed Titano's true nature some time ago. The moment he had first laid eyes on the giant while they went through the doorway, purple text had materialized above his head, revealing truths that most would never perceive. Noah's eyes flickered as he recalled the information materializing in his vision with perfect clarity. Titano, the unbreaking fist, classification, mutated living existence affected by lost forgotten principle influence, the principle of absolute physicality, one of the earliest principles established when existence first wondered if thought or substance held primacy, grants the ability to impose physical reality over conceptual authority, current integration, 1%. Unconscious, living existential mutation, corporeal supremacy, physical form exists in a state of fundamental priority over energy-based attacks. Body naturally negates up to 99% of living existential authority from beings below Duke level. Strength operates on pre-existence parameters, allowing interaction with concepts as if they were physical. Limitation. Cannot consciously control or understand his own nature. Side effect. Drastically reduced intellectual capacity in exchange for absolute physical dominance. Combat rating. Can physically overcome any honored living existence through brute force alone. Can wrestle royal living existences to stalemate. Duke-level entities require a bit of effort to damage him. Hidden potential. If consciousness could be elevated while maintaining mutation, would become one of the most terrifying existences in current reality. He could obtain waves of lengthy information if he wanted to, and he now gave the information a dismissive glance before returning his attention to Gwendolyn. It matters not what being he is. He is too simple and earnest to be under someone like you, so release him. The implication was clear. Titano's honest nature was wasted on someone who treated trust as currency. Duke Gwendolyn's expression hardened, her diplomatic mask reasserting itself as she shook her head with practiced regret. There is nothing you can offer me that would make me release him to you. He is a unique being that will benefit the living. Before she could complete her justification, Noah raised his hand with casual certainty. On his palm, reality seemed to condense and crystallize, forming a single droplet that blazed with inner radiance, a milky droplet of the sacred meat of existence. The moment it manifested, the garden itself seemed to inhale with desperate want. Every plant, every wheel of existence fruit, every mote of dust in the air suddenly oriented toward that single drop. The vegetation grew more vibrant, colors deepening beyond their already impossible saturation. The crystalline pathways hummed with resonance, and even the golden dome overhead seemed to pulse with renewed vitality. Duke Gwendolyn herself felt her existence buzz with unprecedented intensity. Every cell, every particle of her being suddenly understood that it was incomplete, that this single droplet contained something that could elevate her beyond current limitations. Her enhanced perception, refined through eons of advancement, could barely process the concentrated potential contained in that small amount of liquid. She stood frozen, her ancient composure cracking as she looked ahead. Noah's voice cut through her shock with simple directness. Release Titano, and you can have this. The offer hung between them like a contract written in starlight. A single drop of sacred meat of existence for the freedom of one mutated living existence. The exchange rate was absurd, as the Duke did not even know what it was. Nor that it was a drop amidst thousands more that remained. Duke Gwendolyn's expression cycled through several complex emotions in rapid succession. Calculation warred with desire. Propriety battled against pragmatism. For several seconds that felt like small eternities, she stood perfectly still, her mind racing through implications and possibilities. Finally, she grit her teeth with the sound of stones grinding together and spoke the word that sealed the bargain. Okay. The concession erupted from her with more force than intended, her usual control cracking under the weight of what she was accepting. Titano is released from all debt to me and is now under your supervision. She seemed to gather herself, majesty reasserting itself as she continued. We are all on the same side anyway. Whether Titano is bound to you or me is inconsequential. If this is what you wish for, it is granted. Noah looked toward Duke Gwendolyn with even greater disappointment than before. The ease with which she had capitulated, the ready justifications that followed. They painted a picture of someone for whom everything was negotiable, everything had a price. Chapter 40:12, Integrity. 2. Noah flicked his finger with casual precision, sending the milky white gold droplet through the air. Duke Gwendolyn caught it with both hands, cradling it like she had received the most profound treasure imaginable. Her fingers trembled slightly as she secured it within her spatial storage, the action performed with the reverence typically reserved for religious artifacts. When she looked back at Noah, her eyes blazed with newfound hunger that she didn't even attempt to hide. If you have resources like this, she said, her voice carrying barely contained excitement, you could give it to more dukes and allow for the rapid increase in power across our entire structure. You could give even more to me. She leaned forward slightly, her experience making her next words sound reasonable despite their audacity. Apart from Titano, what else do you want? Anything can be exchanged. Anything, the words settled into Noah's consciousness. Was that all Titano was to her? Something to be exchanged? A resource to be traded when better options presented themselves. His dislike toward this Duke crystallized into something colder. His voice emerged with dangerous calm. Anything can be exchanged, is that right? Duke Gwendolyn nodded seriously, missing the warning in his tone. Yes, anything. Noah's eyes flashed with cold brilliance as another droplet materialized in his palm. The garden once again responded to its presence, reality itself leaning toward that concentrated potential. Duke Gwendolyn's body actually trembled with barely suppressed need. Okay, Noah said, his voice carrying the weight of test and judgment combined. Here is another drop. I will exchange this, for you to be on your knees when you receive it. The words fell into the space between them. A duke. On her knees, her expression flashed with lividity. The calm diplomatic mask shattering as the full implications of his demand registered. This was not about resources or power, this was about dignity, about the fundamental respect that her position commanded. Noah remained cold, his gaze unwavering as he continued. What? Is that not for exchange? I thought anything could be exchanged. Duke Gwendolyn's glorious visage turned to ice. Her mind raced through what she represented, what she had achieved. Who was she? She was a duke, one of the 81 who stood at the pinnacle of living origin hierarchy. She had royal living origins under her command, multiple honored living existences who would die at her word. She was power incarnate. She was accumulated wisdom. She was. Kneel, boom, the single word carried more weight than entire speeches, more command than armies could enforce. She looked toward Noah coldly, her expression cycling through emotions too complex for simple classification. Then she nodded, her voice emerging with bitter recognition. So this is your true self. Without further hesitation, without dramatic pause, she took a decisive step forward and dropped to her knees. The Duke, a being whose authority could reshape portions of existence itself, fell to her knees on the crystalline pathway of the garden. The sight was wrong in ways that transcended simple power dynamics. This was hierarchy inverted, dignity discarded for gain. Noah looked at her with even greater distaste as he tossed the droplet toward her kneeling form. She caught it with steady hands despite her position, her expression serious as she secured this second treasure. As she remained on her knees, Noah's voice emerged with the kind of measured intensity that commanded absolute attention. Out of everything a being can possess, power, wisdom, resources beyond measure, integrity is the one thing that should never be compromised. His words carried the weight of fundamental truth. Somewhere, in the vast expanse of our existence, everyone must have a line they will not cross. A boundary that defines not what they can do, but what they won't do. Regardless of the gain, he paused, letting the words settle into her consciousness before continuing with increased intensity. You are such a detestable being that you would likely compromise your integrity for anything deemed sufficient. I could continue pushing you now, tell you to do obscene things, degrade yourself in ways that would haunt your consciousness for eons, and you would likely do them if it meant getting what you want. His voice dropped to barely above a whisper, yet it carried perfectly through the garden's stillness. You have no integrity. The condemnation rang through the space with the finality of judgment rendered. Duke Gwendolyn rose from her knees with mechanical precision. Brushing off her robes with movements that seemed more habit than necessity, she looked toward Noah with eyes that had shed any pretense of warmth, her voice emerging with cold certainty. You can call it integrity. I call it doing whatever is necessary to ensure survival and prosperity for the living origins. She straightened to her full height, authority radiating from her form despite what had just transpired. Because what did I lose just now by getting on my knees? My face? My pride? These are ephemeral concerns that matter only to those who value appearance over result. Her voice grew stronger, more certain, as if she was convincing herself as much as him. I will put them aside every time. For her, for the young miss, I will put aside everything. For order to be restored, for balance to return to existence, I will do everything. Her eyes blazed with terrible certainty. I will give up everything, everything. Once more, someone stood ready to give up their everything for a cause they deemed greater than themselves. The only question that remained was whether her everything was worth anything at all. As Noah gazed coldly at Duke Gwendolyn, feeling the weight of her absolute yet somehow hollow commitment, he found himself wondering about a more personal question. What was the worth of his own everything? In the early veiled shore, as Noah contemplated the nature of worth and sacrifice across his many bodies, brilliance suddenly erupted near his primary form. He turned to witness a sight that drew his attention completely. The Leviathan's eternum cage had reached completion. The structure defied conventional architecture, existing as something between temple and trap, between sanctuary and prison. Its walls rose from the golden sands in sweeping curves that seemed to follow mathematical principles that hadn't been discovered yet. The frame was composed of crystallized authority so pure it appeared to be carved from solid light, yet shadows danced within its depths, suggesting spaces that existed beyond normal dimensions. Most remarkable were the waters that filled it, early sacred waters that blazed with their own inner radiance. The liquid was so clear that looking through it was like gazing through crystallized time, yet it pulsed with vitality that made ordinary water seem like dust by comparison. These waters seemed to breathe within the cage. Prompts materialized before Noah's vision at that moment. The Leviathan's eternum cage has been completed. Structural integrity, perfect. Dimensional anchoring, stable. Capacity, can hold up to 10,000 basic. 1,000 refined, 100 eminent, or 10 Clio's early living marine lifeforms simultaneously. Activation requirements. Early creature blood can be used as bait to attract marine lifeforms. Different blood quantities attract different grades. 1 drop, basic marine lifeforms. 10 drops, refined marine lifeforms. 100 drops, eminent marine lifeforms across current fold. 1,000 drops, Clio's marine lifeforms across adjacent folds. A glorious aquarium. He looked at it brilliantly as it shone clear blue and emanated waves of glory. Without hesitation, Noah leaped into the cage itself, his body cutting through the air with perfect grace before plunging into those impossible waters. The sensation that followed defied description. It was like being embraced by liquid starlight, each molecule of water carrying within it the compressed essence of life itself. He submerged completely, allowing the early sacred waters to flow over and through him. The liquid was welcoming him like a long-lost element returning to its proper place. He could feel it seeping into his pores, each drop carrying potential that would have overwhelmed lesser beings. Another prompt appeared soon after. Your entry into the Leviathan's Eternum cage is recognized as supreme bait. Your aura as an early creature surpasses blood as attraction, but be careful. The cage will now begin seeking early living marine lifeforms across dimensional boundaries. Estimated time to first capture: 3 to 7 minutes, as if responding to the prompt's declaration. Brilliant golden lines erupted from the cage's crystalline frame. They looked like fishing lines spun from captured sunlight, each one disappearing into the vibrant waves of the shore with purpose that transcended simple hunting. These lines were reaching across dimensions, through spaces that existed between spaces, hunting for creatures that most beings didn't even know existed. Noah floated in the sacred waters, feeling their vitality seeping into every fiber of his being. His eyes remained closed as he contemplated his everything, what it meant, what it was worth, whether it could be measured against the everything of others. A new prompt suddenly blazed across his consciousness as he did so. Complexity quotient has reached 1000 for 73, 891. Purity quotient has reached 1000, 892, 734. You have crossed the 1 billion threshold. Current power classification, equivalent to prime living existence. Chapter 4013, A Stick. He smiled calmly at this notification, the expression carrying satisfaction rather than surprise. Just like that, within a single day, he had progressed from exceeding Originus Venerant to achieving power that matched prime living existences. His progression was so gloriously fast that others would find it maddening to witness, eons of advancement compressed into hours. But the resources he had, even with his ridiculous foundation that should have made his path slower, still meant he was faster than many could even imagine. He drew in a deep breath, actually drinking the early sacred waters that surrounded him, feeling them flow down his throat like liquid advancement itself. The sensation was intoxicating, each swallow adding to his ever-growing power. Since 1 billion has been reached, he said, his voice resonating through the waters with crystalline clarity, let the first Clio's glyph be formed, HUUM. The declaration rang through the early veiled shore with the weight of existential law being established. His eyes blazed with brilliant anticipation as he recalled how Moraine had formed her Clio's glyphs, those ultimate expressions of power that contained both origin and paradox. She could achieve this because she existed as both states simultaneously, an arch-living existence that transcended normal categories, but he was something far beyond even that. Within his existence, he contained aspects of all types of living existences, not just 2 or 3, but all 10 fundamental forces that shaped reality itself, barring one he had not yet attained as it had not bloomed fully within Sigrid. My first glyph, he declared with terrible certainty, shall incorporate all 10. The words erupted from him with force that made the early veiled shore itself pause. His body began to vibrate with frequencies that shouldn't exist. His completing early atlas trembled within his existence, its structures groaning under the strain of what he was attempting. Every tower of Osmont resonated with vibration, their crystalline structures singing notes that had never been heard together. Glorious hymns, he was attempting something that should have been impossible, forming a Clio's early living existential glyph that incorporated paradox, origin, dimensional, elemental, law, spirit, emotive, concept, temporal, and quantum authorities simultaneously. The process was immediately grueling. Reality itself seemed to rebel against the attempt, as if the fundamental forces he was trying to unite had never been meant to coexist within a single expression. His body convulsed as contradictions tore through him, origin and paradox warring for dominance, temporal and quantum refusing to synchronize, elemental and concept finding no common ground. With desperate certainty, Noah waved his hand and summoned the bucket containing all remaining sacred meat of existence. Without hesitation, he appended it above his head, swallowing every drop that remained, magisterially, tyrannically, quintessentially, sacred meat of existence consumed, 3,847 drops. Warning: consumption rate exceeds recommended parameters, early creature physiology adapting to extreme intake. One by one, the prompts came, and one by one, they continued. Your distinction as an early creature is the only factor enabling this attempt. Probability of success without early creature nature 0.0000000001%, current probability of success 12.7%, sacred totems, realm, nutrients from the early veiled shore. Sacred mead, and other factors are increasing the probability. 34.2%, 51.8%, 77.3%, dumb. DUM, his body became a battlefield where fundamental forces waged war for dominance. His skin cracked and reformed, each fissure leaking light of different colors: silver white for law, gold white for origin, obsidian gold for paradox, crimson for elemental. The early sacred waters around him began to boil from the energy being released, creating steam that itself carried enough authority to reshape lesser realities. Throughout the shore, his sacred totems began to resonate in response to his attempt. Each tower blazed with its own light, their combined radiance creating pillars that stretched toward infinity. The lights converged above the aquarium, forming something unprecedented, an archaic lighthouse that seemed to exist in all times simultaneously. From this lighthouse, reality itself seemed to focus into a single point of impossible density. Noah's lesser glyphs, all the basic and refined early living existential glyphs he had painstakingly formed, began dissolving, their essence being drawn into the forming creation. They didn't resist, they seemed to understand that they were becoming part of something greater. Basic early living existential glyphs consumed, refined early living existential glyphs consumed, Cleo's glyph formation, 94% complete. The process reached a crescendo that made existence itself hold its breath. Then, with the sound of reality sighing and accepting something that shouldn't exist, the glyph completed its formation. Cleo's glyph successfully formed. The creature's first lesson, HUUM. The glyph that inscribed itself upon Noah's forehead was unlike anything that had existed since the earliest folds. It appeared as a circular pattern that somehow contained 10 distinct yet unified symbols, each one representing a different type of living existence. They rotated around a central point that seemed to be simultaneously empty and containing everything, a paradox that origin accepted, that law defined, that concept understood. The creature's first lesson, the first lesson the creature learned: all forces can be one force if properly understood. Primary effect grants access to early creatures' authority, the ability to treat all living existential authorities as aspects of a single, unified force. Secondary effect: all attacks carry traces of all 10 authorities, making immunity impossible. Tertiary effect: can temporarily impose lessons upon reality, forcing it to accept contradictions. Unique feature: grants access to a goad, a tool of education and discipline. Current mastery, 0.1%, increasing with complexity, purity, usage, and understanding. As the glyph settled into its place upon his forehead, it pulsed with brilliant white gold radiance. He was not given any rest. From within that light, something began to emerge. Something that seemed almost insultingly simple given the magnitude of what had just occurred. It was a stick. It was perhaps 3 feet in length, carved from what appeared to be simple white wood. There were no ornate decorations, no obvious signs of power. It looked like something a shepherd might use to guide sheep, or a teacher might use to point at lessons written on air. From the newly formed Cleo's glyph, the rearing stick of the early creature, the goad, has been obtained. Noah grasped the simple stick, and immediately, information flooded his consciousness. The goad, rearing stick of existential education: in the earliest folds, the creature used a tool similar to this to discipline early creatures and unruly living existences. Not through pain. Instead, through understanding forcibly imparted, physical properties, appears as simple wood. Cannot be broken, burned, or destroyed by any force below early creature level. Activation requirement: can only be wielded by one who possesses the creature's first lesson glyph. Primary function: educational discipline. A single tap forces the target to understand one fundamental truth about their nature. Secondary function: existential correction. Can temporarily correct flaws in a being's existence. Combat rating: at current 1% access, can rear weak honored living existences and entities of equivalent complexity. Each tap reduces their combat effectiveness by 10% as they are forced to confront truths about themselves. Growth potential: as complexity, purity, and mastery increases, can eventually discipline Duke-level entities and even other early creatures. Warning, the truths revealed are always accurate but not always survivable. Some beings shatter when forced to truly understand themselves. Noah held the simple stick, feeling its weight, not physical weight, but the weight of responsibility, of power that transcended simple destruction. This was not a weapon in the traditional sense, it was something far more terrifying, a tool that could force beings to confront the truth of their own existence. In his hand, he held the power to educate existence itself, and sometimes, education was the most terrifying force of all. Chapter 40:14, A Stick. 2. The weight of the simple stick in Noah's hands carried more significance than any weapon he had ever held. It wasn't its physical properties. The smooth white wood felt no different from any branch one might find beside a country road. It was the potential within it, the terrible authority to force understanding upon those who might prefer ignorance. His contemplation was interrupted by a sudden surge of movement in the Leviathan's eternum cage. Alert, eminent early living marine lifeform successfully captured, species. Crimson Eye Depth Tyrant: classification, apex predator of abyssal trenches. Threat level, can overwhelm standard prime living existences. Nutritional value, equivalent to 127 refined marine lifeforms. One of the golden fishing lines suddenly went taut, its crystalline structure humming with strain as something massive fought against its pull. The line blazed brighter, reality bending around it as it hauled its catch across dimensional boundaries with inexorable force. The early sacred waters in the cage began to churn, whirlpools forming as space itself was forced to accommodate what was being dragged through. Then it breached. The creature that erupted into the cage was magnificence and terror combined. Its scales were obsidian plates that seemed to absorb light, each one inscribed with natural glyphs that pulsed with eminent authority. Its body was serpentine yet muscled, suggesting both fluidity and devastating power. But it was the eyes that commanded attention, crimson orbs that burned with intelligence far exceeding what one expected from a mere marine lifeform. The Crimson Eye Depth Tyrant took one look at Noah floating in its new prison and immediately recognized what he was. Not the specifics, perhaps, but the fundamental truth that here was something that existed at the apex of all food chains. Its response was instant and decisive: attack before being attacked, establish dominance before becoming prey. It rushed toward him with speed that compressed the sacred waters into visible shock waves, its maw opening to reveal rows of teeth that existed in several dimensions simultaneously. Hundreds of refined and eminent glyphs blazed along its form, each one adding layers of authority to its assault. Noah blinked at the approaching devastation with the calm of someone watching a particularly aggressive puppy charge. His hand tightened slightly on the goad, and he made a simple motion, a casual swipe through the water, the kind of gesture one might use to brush away a fly. The sound that resulted shouldn't have been possible underwater, yet it rang with crystalline clarity. The stick connected with the tyrant's scales with force that had nothing to do with physical impact. Its accumulated authority, those hundreds of glyphs that should have made it nearly invulnerable, simply didn't matter. They might as well have been decorative paintings for all the protection they provided. The marine lifeform's charge reversed instantly, its massive form driven backward through the water with such force that it created a temporary vacuum. But more than the physical repulsion, it was the expression in those crimson eyes that told the true story. Shock gave way to horror, horror transformed into primal fear, because in that moment of contact, the goat had done what it was designed to do. It had educated. Above the trembling creature's head, words materialized in the water itself, visible only to it in Noah. Truth of existence revealed: you exist to become nourishment for an early creature. Your entire evolutionary line, millions of years of development, all led to this moment where you would provide sustenance to one who stands above the food chain itself. This is not tragedy, this is purpose fulfilled. The tyrant's trembling intensified as this fundamental truth settled into its consciousness. It had always known it was predator, had defined itself by what it consumed. To suddenly understand that it had always been prey, just prey for something so far above it that the concept hadn't existed in its limited worldview, the revelation was shattering. Noah observed its fearful form with something approaching sympathy. He beckoned toward it with his free hand. A simple gesture that somehow carried more command than any roar or threat could have achieved. The marine lifeform approached with the tentative movements of something that had just learned its place in existence. When it reached him, Noah patted its massive head with genuine fondness, his laughter echoing through the sacred waters. "Don't look so terrified," he said, though he knew it couldn't understand his words, only his intent. Purpose fulfilled is better than purpose unknown. The rearing stick hummed in his hand with satisfaction at a lesson properly delivered. This tool, it needed to be used more. The possibilities were intoxicating. Noah launched himself from the cage with a powerful stroke, his body breaking through the surface in a spray of sacred water that caught the glorious light of the shore like liquid diamonds. He landed on the golden sands with practiced grace, water running from his form in streams that seemed reluctant to leave his presence. Moraine approached immediately, her expression carrying that mixture of deference and determination that had become her signature. "Sir," she said, her voice steady despite what she was about to reveal, "here are those I defeated before things turned crazy." With a wave of her hand, space distorted to release her stored prizes. 6 corpses materialized on the golden sands, the dead existences she had systematically destroyed during the chaos in the temporal folds. Each one radiated residual wrongness, their forms caught between states of being even in death. But what happened next drew Noah's complete attention. The Cleos glyphs adorning Moraine's body, those ultimate expressions of power that she had painstakingly formed, began to crack. Not from damage or degradation, instead from deliberate sacrifice. One by one, they shattered like crystalline sculptures struck by hammers of pure will, their essence condensing into something far more precious. Light erupted from each breaking glyph. The fragments condensed, compressed, and transformed into perfect shards that blazed with potential beyond normal classification. 10 Cleos glyphs of paradoxical genesis have been sacrificed. 10 shards of the seed of the lost forgotten principle, the principle of existential duality, have been created. Current shard count, 11 out of 100. Moraine gathered the shards with reverent care, each one pulsing with the compressed essence of what she had given up. She offered them to Noah with both hands, her eyes meeting his with unwavering certainty. "Sir," she said, and the way she spoke that single word carried more meaning than entire speeches might convey. It was acknowledgement and devotion, respect and something deeper that defied simple classification. "For you, I will continue to form more in sacrifice." The earnestness in her expression, the absolute certainty with which she offered up power that others would kill to possess. It was something else entirely. Her sirs were intoxicating. Noah looked at her devoted figure as his eyes burned brightly. He leaned closer, his voice dropping to a whisper meant only for her. "I really need to find a place of privacy for the two of us," a whisper, yet before he could complete the thought, reality responded to his barely voiced desire. Construction option available, early abode of the early creature, resource requirements. Option 1, 500 drops of early creature blood. Option 2, nutrients from currently processing corpses. Note, construction requires manual assembly. Materials and building blocks will be provided, but the abode must be built by hand to properly attune to its creator's essence. Chapter 40:15, A Stick. 3. Noah's eyes lit up with interest as he considered the possibilities. An abode, a private space within his shore where certain activities could occur without observation. Yes, this was necessary. He looked down at the 6 corpses of honored dead existences that Moraine had provided, his mind already calculating distributions. "Evaluate and devour," he commanded the shore itself. The response was immediate. 6 honored dead existence corpses evaluated, total nutritional value, equivalent to 1,500 eminent early living marine lifeforms, distribution parameters set, 35% to Moraine for Cleos glyph formation, 25% to early abode construction materials, 40% to personal advancement, distribution commencing. The golden sands beneath the corpses began to shift and churn, drawing them down with the patient hunger of something that knew how to savor its meals. As they disappeared, Noah turned his attention to the broader shore. Henry, Kazuhiko, Emperor Penguin, Leora. His voice carried across the expanded territory with crystalline clarity. "Come here and help me build something." The named individuals emerged from their meditative positions, their bodies still buzzing with the complexity and purity they had been absorbing. Henry's features had taken on an almost crystalline quality, while Kazuhiko's hand rested on a katana that now hummed with barely contained authority. The Emperor Penguin waddled forward with dignity that transcended his somewhat ridiculous form, and Leora moved with the fluid grace of someone whose connection to primal forces had deepened. Her eyes filled with purpose as she thought of her father. They converged toward the center of the early veiled shore, where something unprecedented was beginning to manifest. Stone-like materials began to materialize from thin air, emerging gradually like thoughts becoming solid. Each block was unique yet clearly part of a greater whole, inscribed with patterns that suggested function beyond mere structure. "We can always use more people," Noah mused, his gaze turning toward the mist that marked the shore's boundaries. As if responding to his unvoiced invitation, the mist began to part, revealing something like a doorway, a threshold between the shore and the greater infiniverse that contained it. The first figure to emerge made Noah simultaneously smile and question his decision. The Queen of Matter burst through the opening in an explosion of enthusiasm that seemed to reshape reality around her presence. Her white dress was adorned with jewels that weren't merely decorative, each one was a crystallized concept, a thought-given form. Books and grimoires orbited her form in complex patterns, their pages fluttering with winds that carried whispers of fables. "I have been made relevant again," she screamed with joy that could have powered small civilizations. Her eyes locked onto Noah with the intensity of someone viewing their personal idol. "Sir, thank you for putting me in the main story once more. Even though I was having ridiculous fun observing the transforming infiniverse wheel of existence, did you know how crazy it's becoming?" She spun in place, taking in the early veiled shore with eyes that seemed to catalog every impossible detail simultaneously. "By the way," she continued without pause for breath, "do you know what oh my word, is that an aquarium?" Noah shook his head with exasperation, wondering if bringing her here was brilliant or catastrophic. Behind the Queen of Matter, more figures began to emerge through the doorway. Dr. Hall stepped through with his white coat. Erickson followed, his massive frame having to duck through the opening. I am Romulus, the Great Beyonder, the Great Mother, Lilith, and dozens of other beings who had been part of his journey but had faded into the background as powers escalated beyond their ability to participate. Now they entered the early veiled shore with expressions of wonder that reminded Noah why he had brought them. They deserved to be part of this, to witness and participate in the glory. "Everyone," he called out, his voice carrying warm authority, "energize yourselves by drinking droplets of the early sacred water from the shores, then come help build an abode." The assembled beings nodded with various expressions of amazement. The Queen of Matter, predictably, was the first to act. She bounded toward the crystalline waters with the enthusiasm of someone who had just been offered unlimited access to a library of forbidden knowledge. She cupped the sacred water in her hands, drinking deeply, and the transformation was immediate. Her entire form began to pulse with newfound vitality. She returned with her mouth still full of sacred water, her cheeks puffed out like a chipmunk's as she tried to speak around the liquid. Her eyes were wide with excitement, practically vibrating with readiness for whatever came next. Noah reached out and ruffled her hair with genuine affection. "Let's get started." As his primary body organized construction in the early veiled shore, another version of himself navigated the twisted passages of the doorway to the loom and the transcendent paradoxical folds. The crimson obsidian halls stretched in different directions, their surfaces reflecting possibilities rather than images. In a relatively stable pocket of space, Noah faced the massive form of Titano. "I have something to show you," he said, raising his hand to project an illusory scene into the air between them. The memory played out with perfect clarity. Duke Gwendolyn in her garden, her voice carrying the diplomatic certainty as she spoke the words, "Titano was released from all debt to me and is now under your supervision." Alpheon and Thessaly watched the projection with expressions of shock that bordered on horror. Their enhanced perceptions were calculating furiously, trying to determine what Noah could possibly have offered to make Duke Gwendolyn release such a valuable asset. The Duke never gave up anything without receiving something of greater value in return. It was fundamental to her nature. Titano watched the scene with eyes that dimmed noticeably. His massive frame seemed to shrink slightly, the hurt visible in every line of his simple, honest face. He had genuinely believed Duke Gwendolyn cared about him beyond his utility, that their relationship transcended mere debt and service. After several long seconds of silence, he looked at Noah with those dimmed eyes and asked, "Does this mean Titano is okay to come work under brother?" Noah shook his head firmly, reaching up to pat the giant's massive arm. "You won't work under me. You're my brother, right? We'll simply move together, and as your older brother, I'll help you out and make you rich just like me." The transformation in Titano's expression was immediate and complete. Joy erupted across his features like sunrise over mountains. "Brother," he boomed, sweeping Noah up in a bear hug that would have crushed anyone below honored living existence level to paste. Noah's body creaked audibly under the embrace. His enhanced durability the only thing preventing immediate structural failure. When Titano finally released him, the giant's expression had shifted to thoughtful confusion. "Brother," he said with unexpected seriousness, "I might be older than you, though." Noah waved his hands with equal seriousness, his expression suggesting this was a matter of grave importance. "Being richer and more experienced makes me older. Age is not just time, brother. It's about wisdom, wealth, and the ability to provide guidance." Titano's eyes widened as if he had just received profound enlightenment. He nodded slowly, filing this information away with the same care he applied to all of Noah's teachings. "Titano understands. Brother Noah is older because Brother Noah is richer. Chapter 40:16, A Stick. 4. Off to the side, Sigrid smiled and shook her head at the exchange between Noah and Titano, yet her amusement faded as her thoughts turned to Duke Gwendolyn and her recent actions. The betrayal of trust, the casual trading of loyalties, it left a bitter taste that wouldn't fade. Her contemplation was shattered by a sound that made reality itself step back in recognition. ROAR. The bellow echoed through the winding halls with force that created visible distortions in the paradoxical space. But more terrifying than the volume was how that single voice immediately multiplied, becoming 5 distinct roars that harmonized into something that challenged sanity itself. The aura that followed made the air thick with wrongness. 5 inevitabilities, each one radiating power equivalent to an honored living existence, were rushing toward their position. Thessaly and Altheion immediately shifted into combat readiness, their accumulated authority beginning to manifest. Titano cracked his knuckles with sounds like mountains breaking, his expression brightening with anticipation. Brother, he said cheerfully, I will take care of these and gift them to you as well. But Noah raised his hand in a stopping gesture. No, let me try these ones. The silence that followed was deafening. Even Sigrid turned to look at him with barely concealed concern. She opened her mouth as if to question his decision, then closed it with visible effort. He was an early creature, he could probably do things that defied comprehension. She had to trust that. Titano, however, had no such restraint. He blinked his massive eyes and said with blunt honesty, Brother, you have no muscles like Titano and your figure is scrawny. Will you be okay? Noah turned to face the giant with an expression of patient instruction. Brother, sometimes those who are truly rich can look scrawny, but they could buy a weapon that makes them more powerful than anyone else. And what I will use today is a truly terrifying weapon. As he spoke, something materialized in his hand, a stick, just a stick. The rearing stick of the early creature, the goad, appeared with no fanfare, no blazing light, no reality-warping presence. To everyone watching, it looked like Noah had just summoned a piece of white wood, the kind of thing one might use to poke a campfire, yet Noah carried it forward with the bearing of a knight carrying a legendary blade. He stepped ahead of Titano, Sigrid, and the others, positioning himself as the vanguard against the approaching horror. The image was simultaneously glorious and absurd, a man with a stick preparing to face 5 inevitabilities. They emerged from the twisted space like nightmares given form and purpose. 1 inevitability turned to 5 inevitabilities detected, the writhing paradox of unending reach. Classification, each entity possesses power equivalent to honored living existence. Form, roiling masses of tentacles that exist in multiple states simultaneously. Warning, paradoxical nature allows them to be everywhere and nowhere until observed. The creatures that approached defied rational observation. They were masses of tentacles, but the tentacles weren't quite physical, they existed in states of possibility until the moment they chose to strike. Each one possessed thousands of writhing appendages that phased in and out of reality, their surfaces inscribed with paradoxes that blazed. Noah moved forward with his stick raised, and the battle that followed would be carved into the memories of all who witnessed it. The first inevitability struck with tentacles that existed in 17 different possible positions simultaneously. Normal defense would have been impossible. How could one block an attack that came from every direction, including some that didn't exist? But the goad didn't operate according to normal principles. Noah's stick swept through the air with casual precision, and somehow, impossibly, it connected with all 17 possibilities at once. The tentacles recoiled with visible shock, their paradoxical nature momentarily forced into a single painful reality. The goad's authority is forcing a singular truth upon paradoxical existence. The second and third inevitabilities attacked in coordination, their tentacles weaving through space in patterns that created tears in causality itself. Noah's body, despite his enhanced capabilities, simply wasn't fast enough to dodge everything. Several tentacles struck him, their touch carrying paradoxes that should have unmade him at the conceptual level, should have. Passive defense activated. The Cleo's glyph of the creature's first lesson shines brightly, paradoxical attacks recognized and rejected. Your existence refuses to acknowledge contradictions. HUUM, the Cleo's glyph on his forehead blazed with white gold light. And the paradoxes simply didn't take, they struck his form and dissolved, their contradictions unable to take root in someone who carried the unified authority of all 10 living existences in the form of a single glyph. A single glyph. Noah pressed forward, his stick moving in patterns that looked almost casual but carried devastating purpose. Each strike forced understanding upon the inevitabilities. PAH. You exist because you shouldn't, but that's not strength, it's confusion. PAH. Your paradoxes are questions, not answers, PAH. You fear definition because definition would reveal your emptiness. The fourth and fifth inevitabilities tried to overwhelm him through sheer mass. Thousands of tentacles converging from every possible angle. Noah's defensive capabilities were tested to their limits. He took hits that sent him flying, tentacles that wrapped around his limbs, attacks that would have torn apart prime living existences and injured weak honored ones, but he endured because a single Cleo's glyph shone again and again. And more than endured, he educated. His stick never stopped moving, each contact delivering truths that the inevitabilities couldn't reject or ignore. The battle wasn't about physical dominance but about forcing these paradoxical beings to confront the fundamental nature of their existence. The observers watched in shocked silence as Noah, armed with nothing but a stick, systematically broke down 5 honored-level threats. Althion's ancient eyes were wide with disbelief. Thessaly had actually stopped hovering, her fairy form dropping to the ground in shock. Sigrid watched with a mixture of awe and something deeper, a recognition that she was witnessing something unprecedented, but it was Titano's reaction that was most profound. The giant watched his scrawny brother beat cosmic horrors with a stick, and his simple mind reached a profound conclusion. Being rich meant having the best tools. The battle reached its climax as all 5 inevitabilities, educated beyond their ability to maintain paradoxical existence, collapsed into quivering masses. They didn't die, death would have been mercy. Instead, they lay there, tentacles twitching weakly, trembling from the beating delivered by a simple stick. Noah floated above them grandly, the goad still held in his hand like a teacher's pointer after a particularly effective lesson. He had given his first true combat lesson, and the inevitabilities had been thoroughly educated. The silence that followed was broken only by the weak whimpering of existential horrors that had just learned truths they would have preferred to remain ignorant of. Noah looked down at them with satisfaction. The rearing stick had proven its worth beyond question. And this was only at 1% of its true power. He couldn't help but wonder, what would happen when he could access more? Chapter 40:17, A Stick. The twisted reality of the doorway to the loom seemed to hold its breath as Noah floated above the decimated inevitabilities. Their forms, once terrifying manifestations of paradox given purpose, now lay scattered like broken toys after a child's tantrum. With a casual wave of his hand, he sent them away to the early veiled shore, their essence compressed into streaks of light that disappeared through dimensional boundaries. Prompts materialized before his vision with the clinical precision of existence analyzing its resources. 5 inevitabilities successfully captured and evaluated. Classification: the writhing paradox of unending reach. Total combined value: 1390. Eminent early living marine lifeforms. Bonus modifier: educational damage inflicted has increased absorption efficiency by 23%. As he absorbed this information, the sound of massive footsteps approached from behind. Titano's enormous frame cast shadows that somehow existed in multiple dimensions simultaneously, his eyes shining with the kind of hero worship typically reserved for legendary figures. "Brother," the giant exclaimed, his voice carrying genuine awe that transcended his simple vocabulary. "Titano looks up to you. You did not use any living existential authority to beat up that inevitability." His gaze fixed on the simple stick in Noah's hand with newfound respect. "Is your weapon, is that stick so powerful?" Noah nodded with the seriousness of someone imparting crucial wisdom. "Very powerful, brother. This stick carries weight that most cannot comprehend." Titano's eyes grew even wider, his massive hands flexing with barely contained curiosity. "Can Titano hold the stick?" "Titano is very strong." Noah's expression suggested he was about to refuse, but the eager hope in the giant's eyes made him reconsider. "You likely won't be able to carry it, brother." The warning, predictably, had the opposite effect. Titano straightened to his full, imposing height, his muscles, which could shatter royal living existences through pure physical force, flexing with determination. This was a challenge, and Titano had never met a physical challenge he couldn't overcome. Noah sighed with the resignation of someone who knew this lesson needed to be learned through experience rather than words. "Okay," he said, holding the stick lightly in his hand as if it weighed nothing. He placed it gently onto Titano's outstretched palm. The effect was instantaneous and devastating. Boom! Titano's massive figure, which had weathered attacks from beings of incomprehensible power, began to tremble. His arm, thick as an ancient tree trunk, started to buckle. The simple stick seemed to carry the weight of concepts themselves. Truth, education, understanding, all compressed into 3 feet of white wood with traces of gold. The giant's knees began to bend, his entire frame being forced downward as if existence itself was pressing upon him. The crimson obsidian floor beneath them began to crack under the transferred pressure, reality struggling to accommodate weight that transcended physical measurement. Before Titano's body could be driven completely into the floor, Noah made a beckoning gesture. The goat responded immediately, floating from the giant's trembling palm back to its rightful owner's hand with the casual ease of returning home. Titano remained on one knee, his massive chest heaving with exertion. Eyes wide with a mixture of shock and respect. Noah looked at him with understanding rather than mockery. Some weights, Noah said, only a select few can bear. Not because of strength or will, but because of the nature of what they are. The goad doesn't test your muscles, brother, it tests your capacity to carry the responsibility of forcing truth upon others. Oh, and you need a certain tattoo for it, Titano nodded slowly, processing this lesson with the same care he applied to all of Noah's teachings. Noah reached out to pat the giant's shoulder with genuine affection. Don't beat yourself up over it. Your strength lies elsewhere, and that's perfectly fine. The lovable Titan's expression brightened immediately at the reassurance. His simple nature not allowing disappointment to linger, Noah felt the weight of the stick in his hands, not physical weight, instead, the weight of purpose, of potential consequences. His gaze shifted, moving past Titano to settle on the two figures who had been observing from what they considered a safe distance. Both Thessaly and Althea instantly shuddered. When Noah's focus moved past Thessaly to lock onto Althea specifically, the fairy-like being released a breath she didn't realize she'd been holding. Relief flooded through her tiny form so intensely that she actually dropped several inches in altitude before catching herself. Meanwhile, Althea felt his entire existence begin to tremble. The sensation started in his core and radiated outward, every particle of his being recognizing that it was under scrutiny from something that could unmake it with casual indifference. What? He managed to say, the word emerging is barely more than a hesitant whisper. Noah's eyes sharpened to points that could have cut through dimensional barriers. His voice, when it came, carried the weight of judgment already rendered. You did something a while ago that you may not even remember or consider consequential. Each word was delivered with precision that made them impossible to misunderstand. I was going to kill you for it, but I will discipline you instead, so, come here, Huum. The silence that followed was deafening. Althean's luminous form actually paled, his ancient features cycling through confusion and growing dread. What? I didn't. His protests died as his gaze fell upon the simple stick that had just thoroughly thrashed 5 inevitabilities. The fear that crawled up his spine was primal, instinctive, the kind that bypassed rational thought entirely. Desperately, he looked toward Sigrid, seeking intervention from someone who might carry influence. She met his gaze with calm indifference, her expression making it clear that this was not her concern. His attention shifted to Thessaly, but she had already turned away, her tiny form trembling with shame and fear. Unwilling to involve herself in whatever justice was about to be dispensed, she almost wanted to reassure Althean that she could potentially bring him back in case he was killed, but she couldn't bring herself to say anything. Noah's frown deepened at the delay. Would you rather I kill you than discipline you? The question hung in the air. After a moment that stretched toward eternity, Althean gritted his teeth and floated forward. Each movement felt like swimming through crystallized dread, his enhanced perception calculating thousands of escape possibilities while his wisdom told him none would succeed. When he stopped before Noah, the prime living origin looked like someone approaching their own funeral. Noah raised the goad with ceremonial precision. This is for your education, he said, though he offered no explanation of what crime warranted this punishment. The first strike came with deceptive gentleness, pah, the sound rang through the paradoxical space, and Althean's scream followed immediately. It wasn't the physical impact, his body could withstand forces that would shatter wheels of existence. It was the truth that accompanied it. You are a coward who attacks those weaker when you think there will be no consequences. The second strike followed before he could process the first. Your accumulated wisdom means nothing when you act on base impulses. Althean's cries grew more desperate. This wasn't pain that his living origin authority could heal. This was fundamental truth being carved into his existence, each revelation more devastating than physical destruction could ever be. You justify your actions with authority, but authority without integrity is merely sophisticated barbarism. The prime living origin, who had existed for eons, who had witnessed the rise and fall of countless civilizations, was reduced to sobbing. Chapter 40:18. A stick. 6. Red marks appeared across his luminous form, not wounds, but evidence of education forcibly imparted. They seemed to exist outside his body's natural regeneration, as if the lessons they represented were too important to be healed away. Paige, you will remember this moment every time you consider acting without honor. By the end, Alfian gazed at Noah and the stick with the kind of fear typically reserved for forces of nature. He understood now, with terrible clarity, that this simple tool could do something far worse than kill him. It could make him understand himself. Noah nodded with satisfaction, lowering the goad. He didn't mention that Alfian's crime had been attempting to kill one of his bodies days ago. The lesson had been delivered, the specifics were irrelevant. Pick him up until he recovers, he said to Thessaly, his tone brooking no argument. The honored living existence nodded frantically, her wings fluttering as she approached Alfian's trembling form. She stared at the red marks covering his body with horrified fascination. They defied every law of regeneration she understood. Would they even heal? Or would they remain as permanent reminders of education forcibly received? With that matter settled, Noah moved to stand beside Sigrid, taking her hand with gentle certainty. Her fingers intertwined with his without hesitation, though her expression carried questions she wouldn't voice in present company. Let's see what else is in this place, he said, his stern demeanor softening into something warmer. Afterwards, I need to bring you to my place. My home, behind them. Titano's enthusiasm returned full force, apparently unaffected by witnessing Alfian's discipline. Will Titano get to visit as well? Noah glanced back with a genuine smile. Of course, brother. And I'll make sure to prepare a feast. The giant's eyes lit up with joy that could have powered wheels. With renewed purpose, they delved deeper into the twisted passages of the doorway to the loom, leaving behind a thoroughly educated prime living origin and a fairy who would think very carefully before crossing Noah. In another doorway entirely, past a bronze tear that had opened due to the resonance of ancient authorities, Alexander Asmodeus stepped into a realm that time had forgotten. The desiccated sleeping shore stretched before them like the graveyard of dreams. The sands, which should have been golden, were ash-gray, as if all color had been leached away by eons of abandonment. The sky above held no sun, no stars, only a uniform grayness that seemed to press down with the weight of forgetting. Hundreds of dead trees dotted the landscape, their branches reaching toward nothing, their bark preserved in death like monuments to what had once been. Ancient structures rose from the sands, abodes and towers that looked as if they had been beautiful once, before time and desertion had worn them down to skeletal remains. Royal Law Tristes approached one of the structures with professional curiosity, reaching out to test its integrity. Her hand, wreathed in law authority that could reshape reality, met the worn stone. Nothing happened. She pressed harder, her power flaring. The structure didn't even acknowledge her attempt. Indestructible, she murmured with genuine surprise. Whatever force preserves this place transcends current understanding. Alexander moved deeper into the shore, drawn by instincts he didn't fully understand. His enneagram, the 9-pointed star on his chest, began to spin with increasing speed. As he neared certain areas, debris that looked like nothing more than dust and fragments suddenly animated, flying toward him as if magnetized, a piece of what might have been pottery. A fragment of crystallized wood. Each item was absorbed directly into his enneagram, disappearing into whatever space existed within that geometric impossibility. The same phenomenon occurred with Serafina, her own enneagram drawing different fragments, as if each piece knew exactly where it belonged. They continued deeper, past collapsed buildings that might have been homes, past dried fountains that might have once held sacred waters. The desolation was complete, yet somehow budding with possibility. Then, as Alexander's enneagram absorbed what looked like the hand of an ancient clock, dust cascaded from above as a dirty gray cloth slid off a torn wall. What was revealed made Serafina scream. Stumbling backward in fear, a head, massive, bisected, yet somehow preserved in perfect, horrible detail. The eyes still burned with rage that had transcended death, frozen in eternal fury. The mouth gaped open in a scream that had lasted eons, teeth visible like monuments to violence. It was an early creature. This was all that remained of an early creature in its own shore, a head that radiated such terrible presence that even in death, even bisected and abandoned, it made their hearts fill with dread that transcended rational fear. Alexander maintained his composure through will alone, though sweat beaded on his forehead as he gazed upon this testament to ancient catastrophe. Their enneagrams blazed simultaneously, and prompts appeared, synchronized enneagram activation possible. While connected, the holders of the enneagram fragments can induce a memory replay within the preserved consciousness of the early creature. This memory will reveal the locations of the early tool fragments of the living law. Connection requirement, physical and energetic synchronization between enneagram holders. Alexander's expression grew heavy as the implications settled. Seraphina's eyes opened wide, understanding exactly what connected meant in this context. She peeked over at Alexander to see his expression. Alexander couldn't help but remember Noah's words in Aeternitas Concordia. His gaze grew even more clouded as he looked at Seraphina, whose expression mixed embarrassment with something deeper. Something had to be done as too much was at stake. In the transcendent spiritual folds, existence took on properties that had more to do with thought than substance. The great usurper floated without determined form. His consciousness spread across multiple probability states as he let the currents of living spiritual authority carry him where they would. The sights were marvelous, thoughts given architecture, emotions crystallized into landscapes, concepts that had learned to dream. He hummed contentedly, the sound reverberating through dimensions of pure consciousness. With casual interest, he pulled up his idle gaming system interface, noting the golden glow on the transcendent spiritual folds living existential dungeon icon. Time to collect his idle rewards. Golden brilliance erupted around him as the system processed his accumulated gains. Idle loot obtained, 10 prime living spirit shards. Collect 100 to summon a prime living spirit idle soldier. 1 honored living spirit shard. Collect 100 to summon an honored living spirit idle king. 20 living existence upgrade crystals, 5 bottles of liquefied consciousness, 3 memory palace blueprints, 1 seed of the primordial spirit tree, 1 trillion idle exp. The great usurper examined each reward with great interest. But it was the seed that truly captured his attention. He pulled it from his system space, the object materializing as something between light and thought. Seed of the primordial spirit tree, a seed that predates the division between consciousness and substance. When planted in appropriate soil, will grow into a tree that produces spirit fruits. Each fruit grants permanent increase living existential authority, 100 million in complexity and purity, an entrance into a unique state of mind. Planting requirements: soil blessed by an early creature, watered with sacred waters, tended by one who understands the nature of divided existence. Growth time, 1,000 years, acceleratable through specific methods. The great usurper appreciated the seed's potential, but shook his head with wry amusement. He didn't have what it took to plant such a thing. Who in existence did? Early creature? What even was that? He thought for a bit, then memory struck like lightning. Osmont, that ridiculously overpowered being who had once mentioned, almost as an afterthought, that when everything was over and done, he actually wanted to be a farmer. The great usurper laughed, the sound rippling through spiritual dimensions. Had Osmont ever worked toward that dream? Could the man who seemed capable of anything actually be somewhere, tending to crops as a mere farmer? Maybe he would be able to utilize this seed. After all, what was more fitting than a farmer receiving seeds that could reshape existence itself? Chapter 40:19, Farmers of Existence. In the time when existence still questioned its own validity, when the boundaries between possible and impossible remained undrawn, there lived a fold dweller who possessed nothing of what would later be considered power. No living existential authority flowed through his veins. No glyphs adorned his form. He was, by every measure that would come to matter, insignificant, yet he possessed eyes that saw, not metaphorically, not spiritually, but literally, eyes that perceived what should have been imperceptible, that noticed what preferred to remain unnoticed. It was these eyes that allowed him to witness something that should have been impossible. The living spirit, moving through the earliest folds like thought given purpose, the living spirit paused in its journey, its form, if form it could be called, rippling with surprise that transcended simple emotion. To be observed by a fold dweller, a being without even the smallest spark of authority, due to your unique eyes that allow you to see, the living spirit said, its voice carrying the weight of consciousness acknowledging consciousness. I will answer any questions you have about existence. The fold dweller gazed upon this manifestation of spiritual authority with reverence that bordered on worship. When he spoke, his question carried the desperate hope of every being that had ever felt inadequate in the face of infinity. In existence, how can one become more complex the easiest way? His words tumbled forth with barely contained urgency. If fold dwellers are not living existences and do not become one, any step towards complexity is arduous and lone. How can they advance? How can they compare? The living spirit regarded him with attention that seemed to pierce through to fundamental truths. When it responded, each word carried philosophical weight that would echo through epochs. Existence never decided that living existences or early creatures would be the fastest to progress in complexity or purity. The statement hung in the air like a revelation. Life forms themselves can decide that. If things feel hard, if progress feels slow, then one simply is not following the right path for their specific life form. The fold dweller's expression showed he remained unconvinced, his mortal mind struggling to grasp concepts that transcended mortality. Then which methods can I use to become stronger faster? The living spirit's form shifted, as if considering how to translate infinite understanding into finite words. You could be a farmer of existence itself, nurture wonders to grow, then consume those wonders for their accumulated complexity. You could devour the everything of all others, taking their potential into yourself. Or, it paused, the silence buzzing with possibility, you can simply learn a principle. Confusion bloomed across the fold dweller's features. What is a principle? The living spirit's attention seemed to intensify, as if this question was both expected and profound. If you knew that answer, you would never again worry about power. To truly understand a principle, one must learn it from one of the living existences. One must learn it from the folds as they are right now. Its form rippled with something that might have been warning. If ever the principles are to be lost or forgotten, gaining any grasp on them will be an impossibility. The weight of this revelation drove the fold dweller to his knees. His voice cracked with desperate hope as he pleaded, "Please, teach me. Show me the way to principles, to power, to significance." The living spirit observed his prostrated form with something that transcended sympathy yet fell short of mercy. It is never so easy. Existence is never so easy, nor so giving, and with that pronouncement, the living spirit vanished, leaving behind not even a whisper of its presence. The fold dweller remained on his knees in the vast emptiness of the earliest folds, feeling an abandonment so complete it threatened to unmake him at the conceptual level, but in that desolation, something crystallized. Defiance. Purpose. Decision. He thought of all the methods the living spirit had mentioned. Devouring others, everything seemed monstrous. Learning principles appeared impossible without a teacher. But farming was something even a fold dweller could attempt. Farming was a basic anything and everyone could do. He rose from his knees with newfound determination burning in those unique eyes. He would farm. But not just anything, he would farm the very principles that the living spirit had mentioned. If existence would not give, he would take. He would cultivate. He would harvest, and in his defiance, he would become, in the early veiled shore, where impossible things grew with casual certainty, the queen of matter's exuberant presence had become a force of nature unto itself. Her clone, one of several she had manifested to explore every corner of this miraculous space, stood near the cultivation plots with eyes that sparkled like captured starlight. She watched Hydron with the kind of intense fascination typically reserved for witnessing the birth of existence itself. The majestic goat was overseeing the growth of vibrant green-gold grasses, each blade containing enough concentrated essence to elevate a common being to transcendent heights. Her bearing suggested infinite patience barely containing infinite pride, a combination that should have been paradoxical but somehow achieved perfect balance. Meanwhile, the Queen of Matter's primary body worked alongside Noah and the others, enthusiastically hefting stones and blocks that weighed more than mountains. But she couldn't resist dividing herself to explore, to witness, to experience everything this shore had to offer. Inspiration struck like lightning. The clone pulled out a canvas from nowhere, a habit she'd developed across countless years, and began to paint with every ounce of authority she possessed. Her brushes moved with speed that made time itself jealous, capturing not just Hydron's image but her essence. The painting was complete in seconds. What she presented made Hydron's dismissive glance transform into focused attention. The artwork showed the goat not as she was, but as she knew herself to be, unfathomably proud, infinitely arrogant, gloriously superior to all who might dare compare themselves to her magnificence. The painting shimmered with captured starlight on Hydron's white fur coat, each brushstroke a testament to ego elevated to art form. Hydron's eyes blazed with approval. The eminent early living land life form, Hydron, approves of the majestic display of her brilliance. You have earned the favor of the most brilliant land life form of the early veiled shore, self-proclaimed. Hydron's disposition toward you, tolerant appreciation. The Queen of Matter pumped her fist with victory that could have powered small wheels of existence. "Ma'am, is there anything I can help you with? I am very enthusiastic about any work. See, I even made multiple bodies to be more helpful." Hydron's gaze swept over the vibrating figure with the kind of assessment typically reserved for evaluating tools. Her eyes shifted briefly to Noah's distant form, where he worked on constructing his abode with focused intensity. Then, with deliberate precision, she tapped one golden hoof against the sand. A golden bucket materialized beneath her udders, its surface inscribed with patterns. A stool appeared to her left, positioned with mathematical perfection for the task ahead, unprecedented privilege granted. Apart from the early creature who owns this shore, you have been given the absolute honor of milking Hydron for her sacred mead of existence. Task: extract sacred mead with appropriate reverence. Upon completion, deliver to the owner of the early veiled shore for reward. Warning: this privilege may be revoked at any moment of displeasure. The Queen of Matter trembled with excitement that threatened to split her into even more bodies. She rolled up her sleeves with the determination of someone about to perform the most important task of their existence. Yes, ma'am. I will not disappoint. This is the greatest honor of my current existence. In the distance, Noah paused in his construction work to witness this unprecedented scene. Never before had Hydron allowed anyone but him to perform this task, and she had told him she would soon be ready to produce more mead, as if he would finally have replenishments, so he watched. The sight of the Queen of Matter approaching the golden bucket with reverence typically reserved for religious ceremonies was something else entirely. Near him, another body of the Queen carried a massive grey gold stone that could have served as a mountain's foundation, her enthusiasm undimmed despite the split attention. She noticed his observation and beamed. Sir, your goat appreciates art. I'm being allowed to help with important farming duties. This is the best day. Noah shook his head with fond exasperation at her ability to accomplish things others couldn't even imagine. Nobody had began interacting with the early veiled shore with as much enthusiasm as the Queen of Matter had as she was receiving boons others didn't. The Queen of Matter had a talent for making the impossible seem not just possible, but inevitable through sheer enthusiasm. At that moment, his contemplation was interrupted by a sensation that transcended physical space, a message threading through one of his closer existential entanglements. The weavings of existence carried words across impossible distances. Hey, would you perhaps want a seed? I have to pay you back somehow, and I may have something you like. The great usurper's voice rang through his consciousness with casual certainty, accompanied by visions and complete knowledge of a particular treasure, seed of the primordial spirit tree. The information flooded through the connection, its properties, its requirements, its potential. Noah's eyes brightened with interest that had nothing to do with power and everything to do with purpose. A seed that required farming, that needed cultivation, that demanded patience and care. A seed, Noah murmured, his various bodies across existence all pausing in their tasks as he contemplated. Yes, I would very much like a seed. He tugged on the entanglement with the great usurper. Chapter 40:20 Farmers of Existence. 2. The entanglement between existences stretched like a silver thread across impossible distances, and Noah pulled upon it with certainty. Reality rippled around his form as something transcendent passed through the connection. The seed materialized in his palm with weight that transcended physical measurement. It pulsed with potential that made even the early veiled shore pulse. The golden sands beneath his feet shifting in anticipation. A message followed through the connection, the great usurper's voice echoing out. I'll continue paying the debt of the seed of existence you gave me, slowly, every now and then. I'll send over farming-related stuff so you can work toward that dream of being a farmer. Who knows? Maybe you'll actually achieve it. Noah smiled at the words, not questioning how Eckert had acquired a seed with such profound origins. Existence was vast, and everyone had their opportunities. He didn't go around telling Eckert or Alexander about becoming an early creature or possessing an early veiled shore. Of course, others would have their own chances at transcendence, their own paths to power that defied conventional understanding. He moved across the shore with purpose, the seed cradled in his hands like a newborn star. The cultivation plots stretched before him in neat rows, some already showing signs of the impossible herbs beginning to sprout. He selected an empty plot near the center, where the concentration of nutrients in the soil were vibrant. Kneeling, he pressed the seed into the golden sand with reverence that transcended simple planting. This was more than agriculture. Utilize the nutrients from currently devoured lifeforms. He commanded the shore itself. Accelerate its maturity. The response was immediate. Seed of the primordial spirit tree planted. Acceleration options available. Natural growth, 1,000 years. With current nutrient infusion, 1 day. With 100 drops of early creature blood, 12 hours. With 1,000 drops of early creature blood, 1 hour. Select acceleration method. Noah didn't hesitate. Time was a resource, but blood he could produce. The rapid explosion of complexity that would follow the tree's maturation was worth any cost. 1 hour, he declared, watching as his skin split along carefully chosen lines. Deliberate openings through which his precious blood could flow. Each drop that fell onto the soil around the seed was worth more than entire wheels, containing within it the compressed essence of an early creature's existence. The 1,000 drops fell like crimson rain, each one absorbed instantly by soil that had been waiting eons for such nourishment. The effect was immediate and magnificent. The seed cracked with a sound like reality accepting a new truth. A shoot emerged, pale as moonlight, growing with speed that made time itself seem uncertain. The farm-like atmosphere of the shore intensified as the shoot became a sapling. The sapling stretched toward a sky that didn't exist, its trunk thickening with each passing second. Starlight seemed to shimmer along its bark, generated from within, as if the tree itself was a constellation that had chosen to take root. Branches spread with precision, each one reaching toward different aspects of existence. Leaves unfurled that were simultaneously silver and gold, their surfaces inscribed with patterns that suggested thoughts becoming real. Noah watched with satisfaction as his newest addition to the shore established itself, when prompts suddenly cascaded before his vision. The Queen of Matter has successfully completed assigned task. Hydron has been successfully tended and milked, sacred meat of existence obtained, 15,000 drops. Efficiency rating, unprecedented. Hydron's comment, acceptable enthusiasm. Questionable technique. Overall satisfactory. His eyes blazed with interest as he turned to see the Queen of Matter approaching with a golden bucket that seemed too heavy for reality itself to properly support. She carried it with both hands, her entire body vibrating with pride at her accomplishment. The white gold liquid within sloshed gently, each tiny wave containing enough power to elevate common beings to transcendence. "Sir," she exclaimed, her voice carrying the particular pitch of someone who had just achieved something they'd been told was impossible, "I did it. Hydron even said I was satisfactory." That's basically a glowing recommendation from her. She presented the bucket with ceremony that would have been excessive if not for what it contained. "Please give me as many more jobs and tasks here so that I do not fall back to irrelevancy again." The desperation in that last statement was real. The Queen of Matter's greatest fear had always been becoming a background character in her own existence. Noah reached out and ruffled her hair as he smiled lightly. "You're on the right path," he assured her. "Keep it up." With a gesture, he drew the bucket into his spatial storage, the sacred mead joining his growing collection of impossible resources once more. "Let's go finish the abode first. There's still work to be done." The shore buzzed with activity as construction resumed. Many plots of herbs would soon mature, the 9 original trees would bear their first fruits, and now the 10th tree, the primordial spirit tree, added its own unique presence to the agricultural miracle he was creating. Stone by stone, block by block, the abode took shape. The construction was both mundane and transcendent, physical materials being assembled through manual labor, yet each piece carrying significance that transcended simple architecture. As all of this occurred, the shore itself continued to move as if it were alive as the aquarium and distance churned, eminent early living marine lifeform captured. Species, void-touched Leviathan spawn. Successfully contained in Leviathan's eternum cage, Noah glanced toward the aquarium to witness the new arrival, a creature that seemed to exist in negative space, its form defined more by what wasn't there than what was. It thrashed once against its containment before recognizing the futility and settling into sullen acceptance. The crimson-eyed depth tyrant, his first capture, actually shifted away from the newcomer with visible wariness. He returned his attention to the construction, where Emperor Penguin was waddling forward with the final building block, a keystone that would complete the entire structure. The penguin's expression radiated pride that seemed excessive for its small form. Its flippers raised triumphantly as it placed the stone with ceremonial precision. The moment the keystone settled into place, brilliant light erupted across the early veiled shore. Not the harsh light of explosion, instead the warm radiance of something coming into perfect alignment with its purpose. The abode of the early creature was completed, and its details rose up before his eyes. Chapter 40:21, Farmers of Existence. 3. Construction complete, abode of the early creature, classification, transcendent dwelling, spatial parameters, external dimensions 100 by 100 by 100 meters. Internal dimensions equivalent to minor miniature fold, primary features straight face, temporal flux chamber, time flows independently from external reality. Stasis to acceleration possible but currently uncontrolled. Days or years may pass within while seconds pass outside, but never the other way around. Access limitation, early creature plus 18 designated beings maximum simultaneous occupancy, pocket dimensions, 99 separate spatial pockets, each with unique environmental properties. Regenerative architecture, structure repairs itself using ambient existence, authority suppression field, all violence impossible within primary areas, meditation amplification zones, complexity and purity absorption increased by 300%, private chambers, specially attuned spaces that adjust to occupant preferences. It was glorious. The abode stood before them like something that had always existed but had only now chosen to manifest. Its exterior was carved from what appeared to be a single piece of stone that had witnessed the birth and death of folds. The surface wasn't smooth but covered in intricate patterns that seemed to tell stories through images and through texture itself. Archaic symbols that predated language spiraled up its walls, each one pulsing with faint light that synchronized with the breathing of the shore itself. The entrance wasn't a door but a swirling gateway of multicolored light, simultaneously inviting and warning that crossing its threshold meant entering something beyond normal existence. Noah nodded with satisfaction as another prompt materialized, participation reward activated. All beings who assisted in construction have earned the right to ascend any sacred totem within the shore. Ringing the bell with personal hymn grants epiphany state, effect, 100,000% increase to complexity and purity absorption for 10 minutes. This opportunity is single use per participant. The assembled helpers, Noah's people who had labored to create this wonder, stared at the notification with expressions ranging from disbelief to overwhelming joy. Henry's visage cracked a smile. Kazuhiko's hand trembled on his sword hilt. Even Erickson, usually stoic, showed visible emotion. Noah addressed them all, his voice carrying across the shore with perfect clarity. The early veiled shore is vast and filled with opportunities. Tend to the plots and help with farming. Water the trees. Drink the early sacred waters in moderation to not lose yourselves. Fight against marine lifeforms when you become powerful enough. He paused, ensuring every word was understood. Through this shore, you can become unfathomably powerful in a short period of time. Outside of all this are the endless folds of existence with countless other lifeforms. Once you're powerful enough, you can always venture out to experience what it means to face fold dwellers and living existences. His people listened with bright eyes, understanding dawning that they had been given not just power, but purpose. They began to scatter across the shore with newfound determination, some heading toward the totems, others to the cultivation plots, each finding their own path to transcendence. Noah took a moment to observe everything he had built. His gaze traveled to the distant seated figures of Ruination and the Infiniverse. Both having crossed the 100 million marker in their complexity and purity quotients. They had held off on forming more glyphs, waiting to form Cleo's glyphs like him. The potential they represented made his eyes shine with anticipation. Little fish, can we go see inside? The small voice drew his attention downward. Barbados had appeared beside him, her crimson eyes shining with excitement as she hugged his hand and gazed at the abode. Her dark hair framed a face that managed to be both ancient and vibrant simultaneously. Adelaide, Athena, Anna, and others approached from various directions, their expressions mixing curiosity with something else. Noah smiled warmly at the gathering. I'll give you all a tour. He looked toward where Moraine sat in meditation, her form radiating the particular stillness of someone reconstructing their power. You too, Moraine. Come. The procession that followed was almost ceremonial, Noah surrounded by these women who had become integral to his existence in ways that transcended simple companionship. They approached the swirling gateway with mixed expressions of anticipation. The moment they stepped through, reality reorganized itself around them. They emerged into a stellar-lit hall that defied every assumption about interior space. The floor was marble shot through with starlight, extending for what appeared to be light years in every direction. The ceiling, if it could be called that, was existence itself turned transparent, showing the dance of concepts and forces that most beings would never perceive. Multiple ancient locked archways floated throughout the space, each one carved from different impossible materials. Some were positioned on the floor, others hung in mid-air at angles that challenged three-dimensional thinking, and still others seemed to phase in and out of visibility. Each doorway led to a different pocket dimension, a different reality with its own rules and wonders. All of this existed inside a single abode. Barbados's eyes lit up with delight that could have powered stars. She tugged on Noah's hand with surprising strength, pulling him toward an archway that gleamed with obsidian radiance. Little fish, I want to see in here. As she pulled him forward, Noah's body seamlessly divided, one version going with Barbados while another remained with the group. The division was so smooth that reality didn't even notice it had been cheated. Adelaide shook her head with fond exasperation, her vibrant snow blue hair catching the stellar light in ways that created small auroras around her head. She looked around, performing a quick headcount of all the women present, then fixed Noah with a calm smile. "Make a few more bodies and give everyone the same treatment," she said, her tone perfectly pleasant yet taking no argument. "You've been busily getting more complex and haven't given us any time recently." The words ended with sharp authority, and Noah nodded with a smile as he replied, "Yes, ma'am." Multiple versions of himself materialized without fanfare, each one moving to a different member of his harem. Gentle hands found waists, fingers intertwined with fingers, and each woman found herself being led toward a different doorway, a different pocket dimension where privacy and possibility intertwined. The logistics of it should have been impossible, maintaining multiple fully conscious bodies, each providing genuine attention. But Noah had transcended such limitations long ago, finally. Only Moiraine remained, looking at him with bright eyes that held depths of understanding. "Sir, has quite an appetite," she observed, her tone carrying amusement rather than judgment. Chapter 40:22, Farmers of Existence. 4. Noah nodded seriously. Existence has many boons that everyone fights for. In the middle of all of it, if one has the chance to enjoy the simple things and doesn't, they have the biggest losses. And I do not like losses when I have treasures all around me. He extended his hand toward her. "Come. I need to see if dual cultivation still has stupendous results." Her eyes blazed brighter as she took his hand without hesitation. "Yes, sir." Noah and Moiraine disappeared into another pocket dimension where time itself flowed according to different rules. Where moments could stretch into eternities or compress into heartbeats, outside the abode, another of Noah's bodies remained seated on the golden sands, observing the shore with satisfaction. The Emperor Penguin's indignant voice carried across the space as it complained to Kazuhiko and Erickson, "I would have also liked a tour of the abode we built." Kazuhiko, already holding Erickson's slipper with practiced ease, delivered a light smack to the back of the penguin's head. No, you would not, you flightless bird, hey!" The Emperor Penguin's authority flared white gold as it charged at Kazuhiko with tiny legs pumping furiously. Noah smiled at these scenes of normalcy amidst transcendence. Even as terrifying weavings of craziness unfolded outside, even as the Cleo's Concordat would take place within a day as all living existences met, the early veiled shore remained its own isolated place with its glorious wonders that could make one forget about everything else. As he had such thoughts, without warning, his seated form began to shine. Brilliance erupted from his body, ancient and profound. His shirtless form revealed skin that had taken on an archaic quality, fair yet somehow containing depths that eyes couldn't properly perceive. Taut muscles shifted beneath that skin with each breath, each movement revealing perfect control over a form that had transcended normal physicality. The Cleo's glyph of the creature's first lesson blazed upon his forehead, its tenfold pattern rotating slowly as if contemplating truths. In his hand, the goad rested with deceptive simplicity, just a stick, yet one that had educated inevitabilities about their own existence, but it was what was happening within that truly mattered. His heart of an early creature pulsed with increasing intensity, sending waves of power through his entire being. And his atlas, that internal map where all his towers of Osmond grew like impossible trees, suddenly erupted with shocking radiance. Monumental achievement, early atlas of the folds, complete, 500 million complexity quotient. 500 million purity quotient, WAA. The surge of power was staggering. His body experienced waves of enhancement that would have destroyed lesser beings, each cell drinking in the advancement like desert sand accepting rain. This was why the atlas had taken so long to complete. It wasn't just mapping current existence, but something far more profound. Early atlas of the folds, primary function, map and pathway to the earliest folds. The atlas has connected itself to the primordial core of what defines an early creature, then exceeded that foundation by incorporating your quintessential and tyrannical nature. It serves as a map, and as a bridge between what was, what is, and what might be. Core ability, temporal traversal, for limited duration, traverse into the earliest folds themselves. Warning, cannot control destination point. Warning, cannot remain indefinitely. Extended stay results in permanent temporal displacement. Each traversal establishes a node on the atlas for potential return. Current safe duration, 1 hour, cooldown, 1 day. Supplementary function straight face, fold memory, can replay events from any visited location in the earliest folds. Existential compass, always know your position relative to your origin point. Temporal anchor, the towers of Osmond serve as lighthouses, each advancement extending safe duration. Reality recognition, immune to temporal paradoxes during traversal. node network, as nodes accumulate, can begin to predict destination points, growth parameters, atlas complexity increases through exploration, tower advancement extends traversal duration, each stage equals unknown number of seconds, part completion reduces cooldown, at full development, $at %%% hashtag $% in earliest folds becomes possible, unique synergy. The tyrannical navigator, your nature as tyrannical emperor allows forcing favorable destinations, current success rate, 0.1%, increases. With each successful traversal, unique synergy, the quintessential mapper, your nature as quintessential emperor allows recording of earliest fold resources, can identify and mark locations of lost forgotten principles. Current detection range, 1 light year around traversal point. Sheesh, Noah felt the weight of this new capability settling into his existence. The ability to visit the earliest folds even for mere seconds was unprecedented. That was where the creature had walked, where the living existences had been, where principles existed before they became lost or forgotten. The opportunities were staggering. The dangers were incomprehensible. The loot, Noah, seated on the golden sands of his shore with multiple bodies experiencing transcendent wonders in pocket dimensions while others built and farmed and grew, smiled, because this was what it meant to be an early creature in truth. To be him, Noah Osmont, not just power, but the ability to touch the very foundations of existence itself and do thr impossible, because what the fuck was even this capability? The early atlas of the folds pulsed within him like a second heart, ready to guide him into the deep past where everything had begun, ready to help him understand what even living existences might have forgotten. Noah observed the shocking functions of the early atlas of the folds again and again, his enhanced perception parsing through the information. Each reading confirmed what seemed utterly impossible, a one-day cooldown between uses, and a whole hour of exploration. In such an hour, a terrifying number of things could be done. A terrifying number of things could be accomplished. The silence stretched as Noah felt himself standing at a grand precipice of possibility and achievement. The weight of what he was about to attempt pressed against his consciousness like the attention of existence itself. He breathed out slowly, each exhalation carrying away doubt, leaving only determination. Use the early atlas of the folds, HUUM, chapter 4023, Farmers of Existence. The words emerged with quiet certainty, and reality immediately responded. Critical traversal initiating, extreme caution required, failure parameters straight phase, if return does not occur within 1 hour, complete destruction of traversing body and all associated weavings. If death occurs during traversal, risk of cascade failure affecting all bodies, certain deaths may result in complete existential extinction. Proceed? This action cannot be undone. Noah didn't hesitate. His confirmation rang through his being with the certainty of someone who had already calculated the risks and found them acceptable. His entire existence began to buzz with frequencies that shouldn't exist. The sensation started in his core and radiated outward, each particle of his being vibrating in harmony with something ancient and profound. The early atlas within him blazed with light that existed before light had been defined. Then, without warning, whap, his body seated on the shores folded in on itself like reality accepting that it had been cheated. The space where he had been sitting showed no evidence of his presence, as if existence itself had forgotten he had been there. Transference to random point in the earliest folds has begun, duration of traversal, indeterminate. Destination, unknown. Probability of survival, calculating, calculation completed. Probability of survival is best left unknown. Existence was unfathomably unique. Across its infinite expanse, countless abilities had been formed, discarded, and utilized since the first moment something wondered if it should be rather than wasn't. Some were as small as conjuring fireballs, brief expressions of will that barely disturbed the fabric of reality. Others transcended comprehension entirely, achieving the impossible through sheer audacity of conception. Among these impossibilities, perhaps none was more audacious than forming a map that connected to the earliest folds themselves, to countless years and events in the far distant past, when the foundations of everything were still being laid, when the creature walked freely and the living existences were young. Noah felt his existence trembling as it was stretched across temporal distances that had no measurement. He was being pulled through time itself, toward a one that existed perpendicular to normal causality. His being threatened to spread too thin, to dissolve into the spaces between moments. The rearing stick materialized in his grip without conscious thought, its simple presence providing an anchor of stability. The goat hummed with recognition, as if it remembered the path they were taking. Simultaneously, the Cleo's glyph on his forehead, the creature's first lesson, blazed with light that helped hold his consciousness together. His towers of osmont, made from his glorious true sources, lit up the way for him to see. Years and seconds passed simultaneously. He experienced the weight of eons and heartbeats, felt instants stretch into eternities. His perception fragmented and reformed countless times, each reconstruction slightly different from the last. Existential integrity, 94%. 87%. 76%, stabilizing factors detected. Straight face, goad recognition, 11%. Stability, Cleo's glyph resonance, 30% stability. Early creature nature, 50% stability. Final integrity, 91%. Traversal viable. Your existence, though feeble by earliest fold standards, possesses sufficient confluence of factors for survival. After what seemed like forever and no time at all, Noah felt his existence warping and twisting through dimensions that had no names. Reality bent around him like water around a stone, then suddenly, whap, he arrived. Boom, he truly arrived. The moment his feet touched whatever served as ground in this place, his existence erupted with sensation. Every cell in his body, every atom of his being, began drinking in something he had never known existed, a richness of authority that made everything he had experienced before seem like shadows of shadows. Location reached, unknown point, the earliest folds. Temporal coordinate, unknown years before present. Environmental analysis, atmosphere contains raw early existential authority. Passive absorption rate, 100,000 CQ/PQ per second. Warning, prolonged exposure may cause fundamental changes to existence. Timer started, 59:59 remaining. Noah gasped as the very air filled his lungs with power. Not refined, not processed, but raw potential that existed before it had been divided into categories like origin or paradox. This was the fundamental substance from which all authority would eventually derive, and just being here increased his complexity and purity by 100,000 per second. Oh, he looked around with eyes that struggled to process what they were seeing. The landscape defied every assumption about what reality should look like. Countless green gold reed plants floated vertically in space that might have been air or might have been thought. Each reed extended for light years. He could somehow perceive their full length despite the impossibility of such vision. They shimmered with complexity so profound that looking at them directly caused his nascent understanding of existence to reorganize itself. The sky was a swirling mixture of colors that hadn't been invented yet, concepts that were still being debated. Mountains floated inverted in the distance, their peaks pointing toward depths that had no bottom. Rivers of what might have been time itself flowed upward, carrying fragments of events that would happen or had happened or were happening now. Everything was more real than reality had any right to be. Noah approached one of the floating reeds with careful reverence, his hand extending toward its surface. The moment his fingers made contact, information flooded his consciousness. Primordial complexity reed, one of the infinite reeds that grew when existence first wondered about growth. Bark contains compressed potential from before potential was defined. Those able to breach the bark will find sap containing 10 million complexity and purity. Noah's astonishment was complete. A single reed contained what would take most beings eons to accumulate. And there were countless reeds stretching in every direction, a forest of impossible advancement just waiting to be harvested. He pressed his hands against the bark, feeling its resistance. It was hard, conceptually. It resisted being opened the way reality resisted being changed. His enhanced strength meant nothing here. This required something more fundamental. The Cleo's glyph on his forehead blazed with brilliant light as he called upon the creature's first lesson. The authority of all 10 living existence types flowed through him simultaneously, and finally, the bark cracked, vibrant gold sap was revealed within, glowing with inner light that predated stars. Without hesitation, Noah cupped his hands and drank directly from the source. The explosion of sensation in his mouth transcended taste. It was like drinking liquefied possibility itself. Primordial complexity reed sap consumed. Base gain, 10 million complexity quotient. Base gain, 10 million purity quotient. Unique gain due to your unique nature bonus, 2,500,000 to each. Chapter 4024, Farmers of Existence. 6. As Noah marveled at this wonder, feeling power coursing through him that would have taken normal beings multiple lifetimes to achieve, boom, a terrifying aura erupted behind him with force that made reality step back in acknowledgement. Noah spun to face the source, his enhanced perception immediately observing what stood before him. The being was titanic in scale, humanoid in general shape but wrong in every specific. Its skin was bark-like but moved like flesh, inscribed with patterns that predated written runes. Its eyes held depths of immensity, massive hands ended in fingers that could have carved mountains or cradled newborn thoughts with equal ease. Most shocking was what it wasn't. This was not a living existence. Noah's enhanced perception confirmed it carried only the aura of a fold dweller with no living existential authority, yet its power dwarfed any duke he had encountered. The being's expression was grave as stones that had witnessed the death of folds. A fool. What are you doing here alone when the mad early creature is still hunting around these parts? Come on. Before Noah could respond, before he could process the implications of mad early creature or formulate questions, the titanic being's hand closed around him with force that transcended physical or conceptual resistance. The being's grip contained authority that Noah couldn't begin to counter because it was far too old. Authority accumulated not through advancement but through sheer survival in an era when survival itself was an achievement. I said, come on, the being roared, already moving with speed that compressed space around them. The last fool who lingered near the reeds got turned into a meal crushed between the teeth of an early creature. Noah found himself being carried like a child through a landscape that shifted and changed with each massive stride the being took. His timer showed 58:43 remaining. The titanic being's pace increased, its fear palpable despite its overwhelming power. Whatever earthly creature were running from, it was something that even natives of the earliest folds didn't want to encounter. Noah gripped the goad tighter, feeling its weight shift in his hand as he thought of all possibilities, one of the major goals being not to die here. The fold dweller crossed through existence with strides that compressed reality around them, each step covering distances that had no proper measurement. The sensation was like being dragged through water that was also fire that was also thought itself. Seconds stretched and compressed simultaneously, and then they crossed a threshold. The transition was immediate and absolute, like stepping from chaos into order, from possibility into definition. Noah felt barriers close behind them, barriers that were conceptual boundaries that declared this space separate from the madness beyond. The titanic being released him with visible relief, its bark flesh form sagging slightly as tension drained away. It breathed out, a sound like wind through forests that had never existed, and looked Noah up and down with eyes that held eons of assessment. You look a bit weaker than most, it observed, not unkindly but with the matter-of-fact tone of someone stating that water was wet. Though I suppose that's better than the last one I found. The being straightened, gesturing to the space around them with one massive hand. I've brought you to the folds of the esteemed first farmer, the one who gazed upon the living spirit. The title rang through the space with weight that made reality pulse. Prompts flashed before Noah right after. Location identified, the primordial agricultural sanctum. Owner Viltharion, the principal cultivator, the one who gazed upon the living spirit. Era, the earliest folds, period of initial cultivation. Population, 731 fold dwellers. Warning, you are the weakest entity present by a factor of 1000. Time remaining, 57:50. Noah's astonishment was complete as he took in his surroundings. The reeds were still present, those light-year-long plants floating vertically through space, but here they had been organized. They grew in neat rows that suggested someone had imposed agricultural order on cosmic chaos. Between them floated farming plots that defied comprehension, each one the size of an omniverse, perfect squares of cultivated existence that hummed with careful attention. Stellar trees rose from these plots, their trunks composed of compressed starlight, their branches reaching into dimensions that hadn't been named yet. Their leaves were concepts given form, each one containing a different aspect of what growth meant, what cultivation could become. Hundreds of fold dwellers moved through this impossible farm with serious purpose. None possessed living existential authority in the traditional sense, yet each one radiated power that would make current-era beings weep with inadequacy. The weakest among them carried might equivalent to honored living existences, their power accumulated by existing so long that existence itself had to acknowledge their significance as they were drenched in early existential authority. Dozens more carried power that matched or exceeded dukes. The atmosphere was one of focused industry mixed with profound respect. The fold dweller who had saved him shifted, its massive form creating small earthquakes with the movement. I am Threnver, keeper of the 8th perimeter. You will stay in the secure areas until the threat of the mad early creature is taken care of. Threnver's expression grew grimmer, if such a thing was possible on features carved from living bark. The creature has been hunting for a while now. It seems to have developed a taste for complexity itself, not beings who possess it, but the abstract concept. Every time it feeds, something becomes simpler. Last week, it ate the concept of maybe from an entire region. Now everything there either is or isn't, with no space between. Threnver looked at him again, its ancient eyes showing something that might have been pity. With how weak you are, you should reinforce yourself immediately. Why don't you have some existential do fruits? The being pointed with one massive finger toward a distant plot that blazed with white brilliance. Go to the seventh contemplation grove. Harvest is needed, but only what you can consume. The farmer does not approve of waste. Noah nodded seriously, offering a nod to the being who had saved him. Thank you for your assistance. Don't thank me yet, Threnver rumbled. If the Mad One finds us here, we're all equally doomed. Gratitude can wait for survival. Chapter 40:25. Do nothing. Noah made his way toward the indicated plot, his movement careful and deliberate. He was acutely aware of being observed with the kind of attention given to children who had wandered into an adult workspace. The other full dwellers didn't stop their work, but he could feel their ancient gazes tracking his progress. The seventh contemplation grove rose before him like a monument to impossible agriculture. The trees here were different from the stellar giants elsewhere, more refined, more purposeful. Their trunks were white as fresh paper. Inscribed with patterns that might have been words if words had been invented yet, fruits hung from their branches like condensed thoughts. Each one was perfectly spherical, about the size of his fist, and contained within their translucent skin swirled galaxies of compressed potential. Noah reached out to touch one, and information flooded his consciousness. Existential do fruit, cultivated with singular purpose by Viltharion, the principal cultivator. Grown from seeds of contemplation after witnessing the living spirit. Each fruit represents one meditation on the nature of principles and how one could possibly grasp one. Consumption effect, 5 million. Complexity quotient consumption effect, 5.0000000. Purity quotient, special effect, increases perception and sensitivity to principles by 10%. Special effect, may trigger epiphany regarding principles. Note, these fruits are the result of a full dweller who sought to plant principles themselves after discussing existence with the living spirit. Noah's hand pulsed slightly as he plucked the fruit. It came away from the branch with a sound like a perfectly resolved musical note. The weight in his palm was negligible physically but profound conceptually. He was holding the crystallized meditation of someone who had spoken directly with the living spirit. He bit into it without hesitation. The taste was indescribable as it was simple in a way that nothing in modern existence could achieve. It tasted like the moment before decision, like the space between heartbeats, like the pause before understanding dawns. It was fucking glorious. Existential do fruit consumed. Complexity quotient increased by 5 million. Purity quotient increased by 5.0000000. Principle perception increased by 10%. You can now faintly sense the presence of lost forgotten principles within 10 meters. There are 0 principles for sensed by your senses. HUUM. The surge of advancement was smoother than what he had experienced from the reed's sap, more refined, more purposeful. But it was the secondary effect that truly mattered. Noah could feel something shifting in his perception, as if a veil he hadn't known existed was beginning to thin. He looked at the tree before him with new understanding. Another fruit found its way into his hand. Then another. He began to eat as if he were a voracious wildling of an entity, as each fruit was 5 million to complexity and purity. Timer, 55:48 remaining. As Noah consumed his fourth fruit, feeling his complexity soar beyond anything he could have achieved in years of normal cultivation, a shadow fell across the grove. The shadow that fell across the grove turned out to be something slightly new. A curious full dweller stood before him, her presence commanding attention through sheer physicality rather than any display of power. She was burly, humanoid in general form but crowned with the head of a wolf. Gray fur, streaked with silver that might have been age or might have been wisdom, covered her lupin features. Her eyes, amber gold and ancient, regarded Noah with particular intensity. "You were such a weak thing," she observed, her voice carrying a growl beneath words that somehow made them more genuine rather than threatening. "Yet you seem to be the least worried being here while others prepare for potential death." It was true. All around them, full dwellers who had existed since before time had proper measurement were taking defensive positions, their ancient faces showing fear. Yet Noah stood calmly, still holding his fourth fruit, juice running down his chin from where he'd bitten into it. He swallowed the piece he'd been chewing, feeling the surge of complexity flow through him before responding. His voice emerged steady. "Worrying," he said, meeting those amber eyes without flinching, "is the act of suffering twice. Once in imagination, once in reality, if the feared thing even comes to pass. It changes nothing except to steal from us the present moment, which is the only time we truly possess." He took another bite of the fruit, the casual action emphasizing his point. I could spend these seconds fearing what might come, rehearsing deaths that may never arrive. Or I could use them to grow stronger, to experience what is rather than what might be. One should simply move forward while trying their best. The outcome will be what it is, but at least we'll meet it having used our time rather than wasted it. The wolf woman's eyes blazed brighter, her muzzle pulling back in what might have been a grin if wolves could truly grin. Good mentality, the approval rang genuine. I am Silvara, guardian of the contemplation groves for 800 cycles. She tilted her massive head, studying him with renewed interest. And who might you be, young thing who speaks old truths? Noah, he replied simply, seeing no reason for elaborate titles in this place. Noah. She tested the name, rolling it around like tasting new fruit. Since you are a bit weak, I can help you out by sharing some of my authority. Her smile became decidedly devilish, showing teeth that could have torn through folds. I likely have more than 1,000, actually, probably 10,000 times the amount of authority you possess. I will pass some to you through a ritual. She moved closer, her massive form radiating warmth that felt like standing near a sun. You don't know the ritual, so I'll take the lead. Just continue consuming the fruits. Without waiting for agreement, Silvara began something that predated any wonder or technique Noah had encountered. She placed one massive pawed hand on his shoulder, and began to speak in runic language. Ancient ritual detected. The gifting of accumulated days allows full dwellers to transfer accumulated complexity and purity to others. Conversion rate, 50% efficiency, Chapter 40:26, do nothing. 2. The air around them began to shimmer with patterns. Silvera's form began to glow with inner light that had nothing to do with illumination and everything to do with the weight of existence acknowledging what she had accumulated. Streams of that light began to flow from her into Noah, each strand carrying compressed years, condensed experiences, distilled existence itself, receiving authority transfer. Source: Silvara, guardian of the contemplation groves. Transfer amount: 100 million authority units expended, received 50 million complexity quotient. Received 50 million purity quotient, HUUM. The sensation was overwhelming. Noah felt decades flowing into him, centuries of accumulated existence compressed into moments. His cells drank in the authority like desert sand accepting rain, each particle of his being growing denser with significance. For Silvara, expending 100 million units of her accumulated authority seemed to be nothing more than a casual expenditure. She didn't even pause in her ritual, the streams of light continuing to flow, additional 300 million authority units expended. Received 150 million complexity quotient. Received 150 million purity quotient. Noah's astonishment grew as he felt himself transforming at a fundamental level, additional 500 million authority units expended. Received 250 million complexity quotient. Received 250 million purity quotient. When Silvara finally stopped and breathed out slightly, having casually expended 900 million units of authority as if giving away pocket change, Noah stared at her with undisguised astonishment. In seconds, she had granted him advancement that would have taken others years to achieve through conventional means. The wolf woman laughed at his expression, the sound warm and genuine. Why do you look like that? We fold dwellers have to take care of each other. Her expression grew more serious, amber eyes reflecting depths of experience. There are terrifying early creatures out there, horrific inevitabilities. The prideful living existences who look down on us as if we're insects, and more threats than can be counted. We only have each other, so, her words cut off instantly. Boom, from above, a bellow erupted that made existence itself recoil. It wasn't a sound but the concept of command given voice, everyone defend. It's here, the mad early creature had arrived. Noah barely caught a glimpse of it, his enhanced perception managing to process perhaps a fraction of what descended upon them. It looked like what primitive humans might have imagined their ancestors to be, a tribal figure wrapped in hides that might have been skinned from concepts themselves. But its eyes. Its eyes were crimson suns that burned with madness that transcended simple insanity. Those eyes focused on the groves, and from them erupted beams of red light that covered everything, everything. The attack was too fast for anything below Duke level to even perceive, let alone react to. Even Noah, with all his enhanced capabilities, managed only to bring the goat up in front of him, a futile gesture against something that transcended physical or even conceptual defense. But Silvara moved, without hesitation, without thought, operating on instinct older than consciousness. She threw her massive form over Noah, her body became a shield, her very existence a barrier between him and the crimson light. A concept-devouring attack has been detected. Attack type, the devouring of life itself. Effect, complete cessation of all life-related concepts in affected area. Contact result is death in all its meanings. Noah was forced to watch, and could only watch, as fear bloomed in those ancient amber eyes of Silvara, but beneath the fear was something else, determination. Acceptance. The knowledge that this was a choice worth making. In her fear, she smiled towards Noah as her lips opened and voiced out, "I've used my time rather than wasted it." "You are young, so you should move forward while trying your best." Noah's weavings buzzed as this woman repeated the words he just said to her. Boom! The crimson light hit Silvera's form, and immediately, horrifically, she began to drain. It wasn't death in any conventional sense. Her very existence began to fade, life itself being torn from her in streams visible to Noah's enhanced perception. Her fur went from gray to white to colorless. Her eyes, those warm amber depths, became flat and empty. Her body, which had radiated warmth moments before, became cold in ways that transcended temperature. She curled tighter around him as she died, ensuring that not even a strand of the crimson light could reach him through gaps in her protection. Her last expression, frozen on lupin features that were becoming nothing more than a husk, was fear mixed with a smile, because even though she did all this, she still felt fear. She still had dreams. Within seconds, the very life of Silvara was gone, leaving nothing but an empty shell that had once housed centuries of experience, wisdom, and warmth. Entity, Silvara, guardian of the contemplation groves. Status, complete cessation of existential circulation. From far above, a roar of rage and sorrow erupted, a full dweller of terrifying power engaging the early creature in combat that shook the very foundations of this domain. The impacts of their collision sent shockwaves through dimensions, each blow containing enough force to unmake lesser folds. The battle raged for 5 minutes that felt like hours as in this time. Noah stared at the sunken lifeless face of Silvara. He could do nothing else as a glimpse of that crimson light would destroy him. Booms of complexity clashing against madness echoed through the space, making the air itself uncertain about whether it should exist. Then, suddenly, there was only sorrowful silence. Noah's expression was heavy as stone that had witnessed the death of mountains. Throughout the entire battle, he had been looking at Silvera's face, the fearful but smiling expression that would be carved into his memory. Someone who had known him for less than minutes had given everything to preserve his existence, all because she was a full dweller, and she believed him to be so as well. A moment later, her body began to crumble, not decay. Even decay required life processes. This was simple dissolution, existence forgetting that she had ever been. The husk that had been Silvara became ash, then less than ash, revealing the devastation beyond. Environmental warning area devoid of life concept. Effect, existence degradation at 1% per second. Time until complete dissolution is 100 seconds. Chapter 40:27, Do Nothing. 3. The grove, that monument to impossible agriculture, was gone. In its place was nothing. The trees hadn't been destroyed, the concept of their growth had been devoured. The soil hadn't been scorched, the idea of fertility had been consumed. Noah looked up through the absence where beauty had been and witnessed something that transcended his understanding. The first farmer stood in the space above, holding a farming hoe that looked simple except for how reality bent around it in reverence. The tool dripped with something that might have been blood. At his feet, or what served as feet for a being of his scale, lay the massive leg of an early creature, severed at the thigh. Crimson gold droplets gushed from it like rivers, each drop containing enough authority to create or destroy folds, but it was the farmer's expression that struck Noah. Viltharion, the one who gazed upon the living spirit, was crying. Stellar tears rolled down features that had been carved by eons of patient work. Each drop containing the condensed sorrow of watching everything he had built be destroyed in moments. When he spoke, his voice carried the weight of grief transformed into rage. Why must it be like this? The question rang through the devastated space, making even the absence of things pause to listen. We till the soil of existence. We plant. We nurture. We ask for nothing but the right to grow our crops in peace. Yet early creatures hunt us for sport or madness. Living existences look down upon us as if we are insects unworthy of consideration. Inevitabilities unmake us for the crime of existing without paradox. His grip on the hoe tightened, and reality cracked around his fingers. We have no glyphs to protect us. No authority beyond what time grants through simple endurance. We are the forgotten children of existence, neither transcendent enough to matter nor insignificant enough to be ignored. The tears continued to fall, but his voice grew stronger, angrier. But I will change things. I will change the position of fold dwellers, even if I have to hide them in the spaces between folds themselves. Even if I have to dig beneath existence to plant gardens where no early creature can reach. Even if I have to cultivate principles in darkness until we become something that cannot be hunted. His roar shook the foundations of the domain as in his bellows and rage. He sensed life. His gaze fell upon Noah, the sole survivor of the carnage. The anger in those ancient eyes transformed into pity. Child, he said, his voice gentling despite the rage that still burned within, you cannot remain here any longer. You will perish in seconds in a place devoid of the concept of life itself. I will send you, far from here. He raised the hoe, and reality prepared to obey whatever command would follow. If I succeed in my goals, I will save you and all other fold dwellers. We will have our place in existence, our safety, our right to simply be. His expression grew complex, mixing determination with sorrow. For now, take the latest result of my failures. And some fond memories. With these words, Viltharion waved his hand. Light erupted around Noah, encompassing, wrapping him in complexity so dense it formed a cocoon of pure authority. The last thing Noah saw was the first farmer standing amid devastation, tears still falling as he gazed at farmland that would never grow again, never again, then spacefolded, and Noah was elsewhere. Your existence has been wrapped by extremely complex authority for emergency evacuation across fold boundaries. Destination is random. Item received, failed seed of the principle of perpetual harvest. Viltharion's attempt to cultivate a principle that would allow infinite growth without depletion. Status, incomplete, missing crucial understanding. Can be completed with proper knowledge or materials. Prompts flashed amidst a storm of authority. As Noah tumbled through spaces between spaces, the weight of what he had witnessed settled into his bones. He had sought advancement and found tragedy. He had gained power through sacrifice he never asked for, and somewhere in the earliest folds, a farmer continued to cry over fields that would never bloom again, planning revolution that would echo through the folds. It was enough for him to ask why things were the way they were in the current era. Where were the powerful fold dwellers? Where was the first farmer? As his existence buzzed, he appeared in the new region with a sensation like being spat out by existence itself. His feet found purchase on ground that might have been stone or crystallized thought, and for a moment, he simply stood there, expression heavy as mountains that had witnessed too much. Before he could process his surroundings, prompts continued to cascade across his vision, additional items transferred by Viltharion, the first farmer. Seed of the Tender's Tree, one of the first successful seeds Viltharion cultivated after meeting the living spirit. When planted and matured, produces small humanoid lifeforms that exist solely to tend farming plots. Lifeforms possess no consciousness but perfect agricultural instinct, and each tree can produce 10 tenders per cycle. Seed of the singular prosperity grass. A culmination of early experiments in concentrated growth. Produces a single blade of grass after 100 days. Consumption grants, 1 billion complexity and 1 billion purity quotient. Noah gazed at the seeds materializing in his palm with an expression that mixed gratitude with something far more complex. The weight of them felt wrong, emotionally. These weren't just gifts, they were inheritance from someone who might never fulfill their own dreams. He had made tremendous gains in the earliest folds so far in the midst of terrifying danger. His complexity had soared, yet his existence felt sour, like fruit that had ripened in shadow rather than sunlight. Silvera's face burned in his mind, that final expression of fear mixed with determination, with that smile that said she regretted nothing. She had known him for minutes at most, yet had given everything, everything. What was her everything worth? The weight of that sacrifice pressed against his consciousness. Threnver, who had saved him, whom he hadn't even seen die. Had the keeper of the 8th perimeter fallen in those first seconds of crimson light? Or had he survived only to witness the devastation of everything he had sworn to protect, the mad early creature itself? That thing that moved while devouring entire concepts from areas, leaving behind nothing but absence. Noah's eyes burned with anger. It was the kind of rage that could fuel centuries of purpose, but overshadowing even that was the image of the first farmer, tears streaming down his ancient face as he stood over devastation with the severed leg of an early creature at his feet. Viltharion had actually pushed away an early creature, had made it lose a limb, a feat that should have been impossible for a fold dweller. All of them were unfathomably powerful by any reasonable measure, yet power hadn't been enough. It was never enough when the disparities were so vast. How had Noah managed to survive when beings far greater had fallen? Chapter 40:28, Do nothing. 4. Through sacrifice. He had simply survived through sacrifice, as it was not his power that saved him. the visage of the mad early creature flashed in his mind's eye, those crimson suns that served as eyes, that tribal figure wrapped in conceptual hides. If that thing still existed somewhere in the current era, when Noah became strong enough, he would hunt it. Not for glory or advancement, but for the one who sacrificed, but for now, he was far too feeble. The gap between his current power and what would be needed was measured in epochs. He grasped the goad tighter, the rearing stick of the early creature providing a sense of safety that might have been illusory but was necessary nonetheless. The simple stick hummed with recognition of where they were. When they were, Noah finally looked around properly, his body continuing to draw on the atmospheric authority of the earliest folds. His complexity and purity increased with each breath, each heartbeat adding to his accumulated power. The environment revealed itself gradually, and what he saw made his existence freeze. Fuck me, HUUM. The curse escaped before he could stop it, the word hanging in air that had witnessed the birth of profanity itself. He stood in an obsidian region that stretched beyond perception. The ground beneath his feet was black glass that reflected nothing, as if light itself was too afraid to touch it. Viscous rivers of something that might have been liquid paradox flowed in patterns that hurt to follow. Their contents simultaneously existing and not existing, but it was what he saw in the distance that truly stole his breath. Inevitabilities, fucking inevitabilities, but not the writhing, tentacled monstrosities he had encountered before. These were different. Ancient. Original. Some looked like massive slumbering bipedal beasts made of wriggling tentacles, but the tentacles were composed of contradictions given form. Others appeared as massive humanoid creatures whose very existence challenged the concept of shape. They were human and not human, beast and not beast, existing in states that predated the separation between categories. All of them were slumbering. Their massive forms rose like mountains of impossibility. Each breath they took in sleep causing reality to question itself. Noah almost cursed the first farmer. Why had his random teleportation sent him here of all places? The moment he made any significant movement, the moment he disturbed their slumber, these original inevitabilities would locate him and he would experience a death that might unmake his very conception. He had to dash. What a foul mouth you have. The little kids are currently in deep slumber, so you don't have to worry, outsider. Boom. The voice that suddenly spoke behind him was terrifyingly sweet, like honey poured over sharpened steel. Noah's entire being seized as he hadn't sensed anything, his enhanced perception. His early creature nature, none of it had warned him of approach, no prompts either from the weaver of existence, Atlas, or shore. He turned with careful control, each movement deliberate and non-threatening, and behind him was a woman. The woman who stood there defied every assumption about what beauty could be. Her skin was fair in a way that suggested she had never known sunlight. Her hair was darkness itself given form, flowing in waves that had no end. But it was her dress that truly commanded attention, silky black fabric that didn't just cover her form but extended across the entire obsidian region, as if she wore the landscape itself. Noah's existence buzzed with warnings. This was something that shouldn't be observed directly, like staring into the concept of ending before endings had been defined. His weavings moved toward the mental trigger that would cut short his traversal of the earliest folds. He could leave. Should leave. Immediately, but before he could activate the return, he forced himself to speak with stern caution that barely masked his preparation to flee. Who are you? A stupid question. And he knew it was stupid, but sometimes, one had to act stupid to survive a bit longer. She smiled, and that simple expression contained depths that could drown civilizations. Of course, I am an inevitability. The words were delivered with the casual certainty of someone stating that water was wet. That fire burned, that existence existed, yet Noah instinctively moved backward, his body reacting before his existence. The woman watched his retreat with amusement that danced in eyes he now noticed were wrong. Her pupils weren't single points but layers, multiple folds of spacetime collapsed into where I should be, showing depths that led to everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. It seems you fear me, she observed, her voice carrying playful reproach, and also don't, outsider. You arrive in my home unannounced, and you act like I am the terrifying monstrosity? You are the intruder here. Noah grasped his stick tighter, the goat's presence helping calm his racing thoughts as much as anything could in this situation. I apologize for trespassing, he managed, his voice steadier than he felt. As for the fear, he paused, choosing his words with care that suggested he understood he was balanced on the edge of an blade. As far as I know, inevitabilities are creatures that devour endlessly. Beings that seek everything. So naturally, I feared. The woman tilted her head with a tease that would have been charming if not for how reality tilted with her, maintaining her as the center of existence regardless of angle. But I don't want your everything, though. She looked at the pulsing masses of slumbering inevitabilities surrounding them, her expression growing fond in the way one might look at sleeping children. Well, I guess these little ones would want to devour you endlessly, but you seem to have a misunderstanding about inevitabilities. Her attention returned to him, those layered fold eyes containing invitation and threat in equal measure. Do you have time for a story, outsider? WAA. Noah's mind raced through calculations of risk and opportunity. Internally, he queried his atlas, asking how quickly he would be returned to his current time if he decided to leave early. Early traversal return speed, instantaneous. Warning: when facing beings of sufficient power, even instants can be stretched into eons. Current entity threat level, best not to think about it. Hope for the best. Chapter 4029, Do Nothing. After a moment of deliberation that felt like hours, Noah looked at the terrifying woman with caution that bordered on resignation. Should have some time. Her smile grew dangerously as she nodded. Let me tell you about existence, outsider. About the real existence, before definitions and categories and all the pretty boxes that later arrivals created. She moved, she did not walk, she simply existed in a slightly different position, closer to him, though maintaining distance that suggested respect for his obvious wariness. Imagine, she began, her voice taking on the cadence of ancient glory, lifeforms waking up day in and day out, harmoniously carrying out their way of existence. She paused, letting the words settle, their way of existence. Not chosen, not decided, simply what they were. It was natural. It was existence. It was theirs. Her expression grew complex, mixing nostalgia with something that might have been sorrow if inevitabilities could truly feel such things. But then, at a certain point, other lifeforms appeared. The first lifeforms, my kind, the original inevitabilities, simply sought to continue their way of existence. We consumed because that was our nature, we devoured because that was our function, we sought everything because that was what we were. The landscape around them seemed to respond to her words, the obsidian ground rippling with memories older than time. But the new lifeforms looked at us with horror. They said our way of existence was wrong. Horrid. Monstrous. Her voice carried no anger, only a kind of bewildered hurt. These new lifeforms began hunting and killing the first lifeforms as they imposed their way of existence. They had all these ideals for what existence was. What existence should be. What the way of existence for everyone should be. She looked directly at Noah then, those layered eyes containing challenge and genuine curiosity. Tell me, outsider. Are these new lifeforms not terrible? Coming later, but deeming everything before them as wrong? Deciding that the way of existence of those who came before them was incorrect simply because it didn't match their preferences. Her smile grew dangerous as Noah remained utterly serious, his mind racing through the implications of her words. Inevitabilities, she continued, simply have their way of existence. It is who we are, as fundamental as gravity pulling or light illuminating. Inevitabilities have been here before the creature. Before early creatures. Before living existences or fold dwellers. She gestured to the slumbering giants around them. How arrogant they are. How great the ego and tyranny of these new lifeforms to look at the way of existence of inevitabilities and deem it unnatural. Don't they know how much chaos and disorder their ways of existence bring forth? They create rules, then break them. Establish order, then rebel against it, define love, then wage war over it. Her expression grew genuinely sad then, an emotion that seemed wrong on features designed for inevitability rather than feeling. It is disheartening. Noah stood frozen from the weight of perspective being forcibly shifted. He remained silent. He looked at a terrifying inevitability that he absolutely was not able to classify as his existence buzzed. The timer on his traversal showed 42:18 remaining, but he wondered if he would leave this encounter intact, regardless of when he departed. The woman, the inevitability, waited for his response with patience that suggested she had all the time that had ever been or would ever be. Noah considered the words of the terrifying inevitability before him, his mind parsing through layers of meaning that challenged fundamental assumptions. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke with careful precision. You may be right. Inevitabilities have their way of existence. He paused, then gestured toward the slumbering giants that surrounded them like mountains of contradiction. But what of my way of existence? If I were to meet any of these inevitabilities right now? He pointed directly at the nearest sleeping form, its tentacles writhing even in slumber. Their way of existence would be to devour me. But my way of existence is to very much remain alive. To prosper. To grow. His voice grew firmer as he continued, finding solid ground in his argument, so inevitabilities would directly conflict with my way of existence. Who gets to determine whose way of existence is more important? Who decides which nature takes precedence when they clash? He met those layered full eyes without flinching, though every instinct screamed at him to look away. I believe my own way of existence to be of paramount importance, at least to me. So what am I to do if faced with the way of existence of an inevitability that sees me as something to be consumed? The woman's smile deepened in response, carrying the weight of secrets that predated secrets. But, she said, her voice lilting with amusement, the way of existence of inevitabilities does not conflict with yours or any other life forms. Noah blinked, his enhanced perception trying to process what seemed like an obvious contradiction. He looked around at the massive forms of sleeping inevitabilities, then back at her with barely concealed smile. Ma'am, what the hell are you talking about? Her smile grew dangerous. Yes, inevitabilities seek everything, but not really. I could even show you here, if you trust me. Did he trust in inevitability? The answer was absolutely, categorically, fundamentally not, yet even as every fiber of his being screamed rejection, the woman tapped one delicate finger against the obsidian ground. The sound that resulted shouldn't have been audible, yet it rang through the space like a bell that existed before sound. One of the rumbling bodies stirred, and inevitability arose. The inevitability that rose from slumber defied rational observation. Its form was contradiction incarnate, simultaneously massive and minuscule, ancient and newly born, terrible and beautiful, tentacles that might have been arms that might have been concepts writhed from a central mass that couldn't decide if it was flesh or thought or the space between both, but it was the eyes that commanded attention. Hundreds of them, thousands, each one containing a different definition of sight. They all turned toward Noah with the weight of inevitable attention. The wild and terrifying aura that erupted from it exceeded any duke he had encountered. Noah knew with absolute certainty that he could not outrun this thing. Even the instant it would take to activate his return to the present wouldn't be fast enough. Here, the woman said with the calm of someone conducting a lesson, is an inevitability whose way of existence is to devour everything. The creature began moving toward them, toward Noah with purpose that transcended simple hunger. When it sees you, it will come to devour. All I ask you to do is nothing. Her words were delivered with the certainty of someone stating fundamental law. Do not make a movement. Do not fight back. Chapter 40-30, give everything. The instructions were utterly insane, yet she continued with the patience of a teacher explaining something obvious. Simply choose an everything for you to give to this inevitability, since it wants everything. And if you know nothing about everything? She paused, ensuring he was listening despite the approaching doom. I will advise you that a life form has many everythings. If you willingly choose a small part of your everything to give, that will satisfy an inevitability. The creature drew closer, its form becoming more terrible and more beautiful with proximity. If I may advise you, she added with something that might have been kindness. Give it your fear. The entirety of your fear. Everything of your fear. Noah's weavings buzzed with warnings. The massive inevitability rushed toward him while screeching, a sound that existed in frequencies reality hadn't authorized. Its form pulsed with confounding paradoxes that made looking at it directly cause his eyes to buzz. Every part of his existence screamed at him to resist. To raise the goat and fight. To activate his return immediately and flee to the safety of his own time. Every part, but something in the woman's certainty, in the calm assurance of her words, made him pause. The massive tentacle limb of the inevitability rose above him like judgment preparing to fall. He could feel the weight of its attention, the hunger of its nature, the inevitable pull of its existence. Noah breathed heavily, feeling his heartbeat with rhythm that seemed to echo through the earliest folds themselves. Then, with deliberation that transcended courage, he breathed out, fear, he said, his voice steady despite what he was attempting. You can have everything of my fear. Boom, the massive limb crashed down into him, and through him, and past him, taking everything, his everything of fear. The sensation was indescribable, not pain, but absence. Not loss, but liberation. The inevitability's limb passed through his body as if one of them was illusory. And in its grasp afterward was a brilliant murky crimson light that pulsed with condensed terror. The creature held this light, his fear made manifest, with something that could only be described as joy. Its many eyes expressed happiness that transcended the simple satisfaction of hunger. This was the contentment of purpose fulfilled, of nature expressed, of existence justified. Noah watched with a heart that still beat heavily but no longer with fear. as prompts cascaded before his vision, an unprecedented event, your everything of fear devoured by an inevitability. Complete removal of fear concept from your existence, boon gained, the fearless existence, mental liberation. Thought processes no longer constrained by fear-based limitations. Existential freedom, weaving cycle 300% faster, complexity absorption, 50% increase to all CQ gains, purity refinement, 50% increase to all PQ gains, decision enhancement, all choices now based purely on logic and desire, combat efficiency, no hesitation in battle, no terror before any power, perception clarity, can observe terrible truths without psychological damage. This change is permanent and irreversible. You are now incapable of feeling fear in any form. You have irreversibly given away one of your everythings. Heavy. The actions was a heavy one. The massive inevitability finished consuming his crystallized fear, then did something that shattered Noah's remaining assumptions. It nodded toward him, a gesture of acknowledgement, perhaps even respect, before sauntering back to the woman who stroked its tentacles with genuine affection. This, she said, her hand running along appendages that existed in multiple states simultaneously, is the nature of inevitability. It takes everything, but there are many everythings. Her expression grew complex, mixing pity with frustration. If life forms were not so impulsive, if they weren't so greedy about their everythings, even giving up some of their negative and unneeded everythings would actually aid them and their existence. Fear, doubt, hatred, regret, so many everythings that poison existence, yet beings cling to them as if they were treasures. She shook her head with the weariness of someone who had watched this pattern repeat across eons. But they are greedy. They are arrogant. They refuse to give up even what hurts them. So when they meet an inevitability, it always resorts to life and death. The inevitability, following its nature, tries to take what is offered freely. The being, following their greed, offers nothing. So the inevitability takes what it can reach, usually life itself, without warning. She took a step that compressed space between them, appearing directly in front of Noah with proximity that should have been terrifying but now simply was. Her layered eyes fixed on the stick in his hands, and her smile grew knowing. Are you not emulating that man who also gave his everything to an inevitability long ago? Her words carried weight that made the earliest folds themselves pause to listen. Did he not become even greater after he gave away his everything? Boom! Noah's eyes shone brilliantly. He stood frozen, not from fear, for he could no longer feel such a thing, but from the sheer magnitude of what was being revealed. His grip on the goad tightened as he processed this information. As he processed this woman, even looking at his stick and finding out something about it, the woman watched his reaction with satisfaction. The creature understood what so few ever grasp. She continued, her voice carrying the weight of witnessed history. That giving away in everything doesn't diminish you, it refines you. The silence that followed was absolute. Even the slumbering inevitabilities seemed to still their writhing in recognition. Noah's mind raced through implications that cascaded like dominoes. If inevitabilities weren't simply mindless devourers but beings following their nature who could be satisfied with willing sacrifice. If giving away negative everythings could lead to growth rather than diminishment. If the creature itself had used this principle, why, he asked, his voice steady without fear to make it waver, does no one know this? The woman's expression grew sad in ways that suggested sorrow older than most concepts. Because beings prefer their fear. They prefer their limitations. They prefer the comfort of weakness to the terror of potential strength. Nobody wants to give away anything, much less everything. Chapter 40:31, Give everything. 2. She looked at him with those impossible eyes that contained folds within folds. You no longer have that luxury. You are now fearless in truth, not just in word. Every decision you make from this moment forward will be because you choose it, not because fear drives or restrains you. Noah absorbed this, feeling the truth of it in his existence. His weavings did indeed cycle faster, his complexity and purity drawing in from the atmosphere at rates that would have been impossible before. I should thank you, he said, meaning it despite the strangeness of thanking an inevitability for anything. No, she replied, that dangerous smile returning. You should thank yourself for being wise enough to listen. Most would have fought. Most would have died. You chose to trust the incomprehensible, and that is what separates those who transcend from those who merely exist. Timer, 38:42 remaining. Noah looked at the remaining time glowing in his vision, his gaze sweeping across the field of slumbering inevitabilities that surrounded him like monuments to contradiction. The human-formed inevitability who had opened his eyes to such terrifying truth still stood nearby. Her presence making reality uncertain about its own rules. A question formed in his mind, practical, necessary, born from logic rather than the fear he could no longer feel. What about the next time I meet an inevitability? His voice carried the weight of someone already calculating future encounters. Would I have to continue giving one of my everythings for every inevitability I meet? The woman's smile grew mysterious, containing secrets that predated the concept of mystery itself. Without warning, simply existed beside another slumbering form. Her hand touched what might have been its surface, and another inevitability stirred to wakefulness. This one was different yet fundamentally the same. A massive wriggling humanoid form that couldn't decide if it was flesh or possibility. It nudged its enormous head toward her with movements that spoke of affection, like a child greeting a parent after a long sleep. The gesture should have been impossible for something that existed to devour, yet there it was. Then it sniffed, turning toward Noah with senses unknown. What happened next shattered another assumption. The inevitability smiled, an expression that required redefining what smiles meant, and let out a sound in a language that Noah did not understand. It was acknowledgement. Recognition. Perhaps even respect. It did not attack, you see, the woman began, her voice taking on the cadence of fundamental truth being revealed. After one initially gives away an everything, inevitabilities are able to inherently sense this. It becomes part of what you are, or rather, what you aren't. She stroked the massive creature with casual affection that suggested eons of familiarity. Our way of existence does not drive us to seek other everythings from you once you've given freely. You've proven you understand the exchange, the balance, the nature of what we are. Only if you make the intention to give away another part of your everything will inevitabilities happily come over, if they are near, if they are interested, if what you offer appeals to their particular hunger. Her expression grew more serious, the weight of warning entering her tone. But understand this, outsider, after you give one of your everythings, your existence has still lost something great, even if it was negative. Fear might have limited you, but it also defined you. Its absence changes not just what you can do, but what you are. She moved closer, her impossible dress rippling across the obsidian ground. Many are unable to continue giving other parts of their everythings. The first loss might strengthen them, but the second could unmake them. The third might erase them entirely. The creature could give away many everythings and still be okay, still be more than okay, still be the creature. But not many are like him, her layered eyes fixed on the goat in Noah's hands. You emulate him by imitating his stick, carrying a shadow of his authority. But is your existence enough to give away multiple everythings? You never know whether your existence is sufficient before you attempt it. If you try and find yourself lacking, you might discover that all of your everythings, not just what you intend to give, are drained away. The inevitability wouldn't mean to take more, but if your existence cannot maintain cohesion after the loss, she trailed off, letting the implications hang in the air like a sword waiting to fall. So do be careful, outsider. Noah absorbed this warning, his mind, now unencumbered by fear, analyzing the implications with crystalline clarity. After a moment of consideration, he looked at this being more closely, studying the layers of contradiction that composed her form. Who are you, really? The question carried genuine curiosity rather than suspicion. He had seen her power, witnessed her knowledge, experienced her teaching. But what was she beyond the label of inevitability? The woman's smile contained amusement that transcended time. I told you before that I am simply an inevitability. Nothing more, nothing less. Do you need me to tell you a grand distinction? Some elaborate title that would make you feel more comfortable categorizing me? She shook her head with something that might have been fond exasperation. Other lifeforms always care so much about names and distinctions. They need their identity markers, their titles, their elaborate ways of saying I am different, I am special, I am more than what I appear. But inevitabilities are inevitabilities. We don't require names or distinctions to know what we are. Her voice took on a teaching tone, patient yet pointed. It is early creatures, living existences, even the weak little fold dwellers who try to give us distinctions. The inevitability of unmaking. The inevitability of devouring suns. The inevitability of this, the inevitability of that. As if naming us makes us less frightening, more comprehensible, more controllable. She gestured to herself with a movement that made space uncertain. We are simply inevitabilities. I am simply an inevitability. We existed before names were necessary, and will exist after they're forgotten. Her expression shifted, showing something that might have been understanding. But since I know your way of existence is unique and feebly needs categorization to feel secure in its understanding, I will give you a name, outsider. You may call me, she paused, and when she spoke, the name carried weight that made reality pay attention, core. The First Hunger, Chapter 40-32, Give Everything. 3. Core, Noah repeated it, feeling how the name seemed to resonate with something fundamental in existence itself. Core. He nodded, then offered his own introduction with equal gravity. I am Osmond. The Weaver of Existence. Core listened to this title and laughed. She laughed with genuine mirth that made the slumbering inevitabilities stir slightly in their sleep. What? Weaver of Existence? Her amusement was palpable. You have to be careful giving yourself such grand titles unless your existence can really back it. Many have claimed to weave existence, to shape reality, to transcend limitations. Most became nothing more than forgotten ambitions. Noah nodded calmly, his lack of fear allowing him to meet her amusement with steady certainty. I plan to back it. Core studied him with those layered eyes. Perhaps seeing something that justified the ambitious title, Noah looked around at all the inevitabilities present, beings that moments ago represented unprecedented danger but now had transformed into opportunity. Having discovered such terrifying secrets, having touched truth that most would never know existed, he couldn't let it go. He only had limited time here. He needed to elevate the stages of his towers of Osmond, increase his complexity, complete more of his heart. Each advancement would allow him to come to the earliest folds more frequently, to stay longer, to learn more, but for now, he wanted to grasp this opportunity while it existed. I wish, he said with deliberate clarity, to give another part of my everything. Boom, the declaration resonated through the space with force that surprised even Core. The moment Noah made his intention clear, the inevitability she had recently awakened turned toward him with excitement that transcended its nature as a devourer. Its eyes, all of them, blazed with anticipation. The creature moved toward him with purpose that made reality step aside. Its massive form should have been terrifying, its approach should have inspired panic. But Noah stood calm, fearless not through courage but through the complete absence of fear itself. The inevitability's massive jaws opened, revealing depths that led to everywhere and nowhere. The maw descended upon him with inevitability that justified the creature's nature. Noah remained perfectly still as those jaws encompassed his entire form. With the same deliberate clarity as before, he spoke, I give thee everything of my doubt. The jaws passed through him as if one of them, predator or prey, wasn't real. But something was taken, something fundamental was removed. The sensation was different from losing fear. Where fear's absence had been liberation, doubt's removal was clarification. Every uncertainty that had ever clouded his judgment, every moment of hesitation between choices, every question about his own capabilities, all of it condensed into brilliant blue light that the inevitability consumed with obvious pleasure. Second, everything devoured by inevitability. Everything of doubt removed from existence, boon gained, the certain path, decision acceleration, all choices made instantly with perfect certainty, self-knowledge, complete understanding of personal capabilities, confidence absolute, unshakable belief in chosen actions, learning enhancement, no doubt delays understanding, complexity absorption, additional 50% increase, stacks with previous, purity refinement, additional 50% increase, stacks with previous, multiple everything. Removal detected in short time span. It is ill-advised to carry out such an action again until a large elevation of your existence has occurred. Minimum complexity required for safe additional removal, 10 billion. Additional everything removal before threshold may result in complete existence dissolution. Noah read the warnings with eyes that held neither fear nor doubt, but the certainty of the numbers was undeniable. He wanted to defy it. The absence of fear and doubt made him certain he could give more, take the risk, push beyond limits. But Core shook her head, her expression serious. Outsider, I like talking with you, so I will advise you now just like I advised you to do nothing originally. Her voice carried weight that made even certainty pause. You listen to me then. Will you listen to me now? She moved closer. Her presence making reality acknowledge priority. Stop trying to give away any more everythings for now. For you are not the creature. She paused, letting that sink in. Nobody is. Many have died trying to be like him. They gave away everything after everything, certain they were strong enough, certain they were special enough. They gave until there was nothing left to give, until they became nothing more than absence where existence used to be. Her layered eyes showed something that might have been concern. You've done well. Two everything's gone, two weaknesses transformed into strength. But your existence needs time to adjust, to reformulate around what you've lost. Push too hard now, and you won't transcend, you'll simply cease. Noah absorbed this with the perfect certainty his new state provided, and even though one was fearless and had no doubt, it did not mean they had to be stupid. Just because a human did not fear fire, did not mean they had to jump into an inferno. I understand, he said, and meant it completely. Cor smiled, and in that expression was approval that transcended everything. Good. Then you might actually become this weaver of existence you claim to be. Remember what you've learned here. Remember that inevitabilities are not your enemies unless you make them so. And remember, the wise know their limits. The transcendent know when to ignore them. But the truly great? They know the difference. Timer, 34 to 31 remaining. Noah pondered coarse words as they echoed through his consciousness. After a moment of consideration, he voiced the question that burned within him, not with fear or doubt, for he no longer possessed such things, but with the pure curiosity of someone seeking to understand the shape of existence itself. If it's okay for me to ask, how can I get to the same level of complexity as you? As the creature? As the living spirit, the living concept, and all the others who stand at the pinnacle. Cor's expression grew mysterious in ways that suggested she was seeing through time itself, observing outcomes that hadn't yet been determined. Must you be that great? Her question carried no judgment, only genuine curiosity. Must you have the same level of complexity as them? Chapter 40-33, Give Everything. 4. She moved among the slumbering inevitabilities with grace that made reality reorganize itself around her presence. At a certain point, you have to ask yourself what you will obtain if you ever do reach their level of complexity. Will you be better off? Happier? More fulfilled? She paused, her layered eyes reflecting depths of experience. There is solace in mediocrity. In simply being. In existing without the weight of infinite possibility pressing down upon your every decision. Her voice grew softer, almost wistful. The mediocre sleep peacefully. They love simply. They die with fewer regrets because they never knew what they could have become. Sometimes, outsider, ignorance isn't just bliss. It is mercy. Her words were heavy. But Noah shook his head with immediate, absolute certainty. The mediocre do not get to make decisions. The mediocre do not have choices. His voice carried the weight of conviction that transcended simple belief. The day that great beings make the choice to do whatever they want in existence, the mediocre only have to follow. If they are told to die, they have to die. If they are commanded to suffer, they suffer. His grip on the goad tightened, the simple stick humming with resonance. I do not want to be so mediocre that if the creature proclaimed for existence to perish, I cannot say no. The silence that followed was absolute. Then Cor laughed with profound interest that made the very concept of amusement pay attention. You want to be able to say no to something as vast as the creature? She shook her head, but her smile remained. That is an impossible dream. Very few understand that entity, and even fewer will ever be like him. To stand against the creature is to stand against the foundation of current existence itself. Noah shook his head at this, his certainty allowing no room for accepting impossibility. The inevitabilities were here before the creature. Right? The creature had to run from the inevitabilities. Does this not mean the inevitabilities were unfathomably complex? He had to receive help from the living origin, the living concept, and the living paradox to be able to survive against the inevitabilities. Cor listened to Noah's words with eyes that blazed brighter with each assertion. She tilted her head in a gesture that made dimensions uncertain about their orientation. Did he? Her voice carried amusement that transcended simple humor. Where did you hear all these stories, outsider? Who knows what truly happened between the creature, inevitabilities, and the living existences? She moved closer, her presence making the air itself pay attention. Did they say this was what happened? Are able to hear things of what happened back then from the creature himself? Just who is making up all these stories that you have seemingly heard? Boom! The question struck Noah with a heavy force. His eyes flashed with light of thought and reflection as implications cascaded through his consciousness. Every story he had heard, every piece of history he had been told. Who had told them? Who had witnessed these primordial events? Who benefited from these particular versions of truth? Cor laughed at his expression. the sound containing layers of meaning, maybe that is what happened. Or maybe not. Then, are the ones who are truly powerful not the living paradox? The living origin? Maybe they predated both the creature and inevitabilities. Maybe one should seek to be like them. She paused, studying him with those impossible eyes, or better yet, why try to be like others at all? Why don't you become something else yourself? Something that has never been? Noah's eyes blazed with brilliance at this suggestion, certainty and possibility combining into purpose. I plan to, he said with conviction that could have carved truth into reality itself. Existence is vast. Unfathomably so. Just when I think I have a grasp on it, I find there is even more I do not understand. So long as I continue to become more complex, I will escape mediocrity. I will be someone who is always able to make a choice, regardless of the forces in the surrounding existence. Kor smiled at his words with something that might have been approval. She moved among the other inevitabilities, her touch stirring them from slumber. One by one, massive forms of contradiction rose to consciousness. Many noticed Noah immediately, and eerily, impossibly, they smiled at him. Expressions of recognition, of acceptance, of acknowledgement that he had given freely. They accepted coarse strokes like children seeking comfort, each one possessing power that exceeded normal dukes by margins that made comparison meaningless. Yet here they were, content to be petted by one of their own while acknowledging a tiny outsider who had fed their siblings with his everything. Kor ultimately turned to Noah with an expression that contained evaluation and decision. You don't seem all that mediocre, outsider. Weak, yes. Fragile, certainly. But not mediocre. Her smile grew knowing. Because how can one who does not belong in the earliest folds but is here be mediocre? Boom, the revelation hung in the air. She had known all along that he didn't belong here, that he was from elsewhere, elsewhen. This whole time, she had been calling him outsider not as description, it was as recognition of fundamental truth. Noah gazed at her calmly, fearlessly. Of course he had suspected this. The title had been too specific, too knowing to be coincidence. Kor smiled at his lack of surprise. It matters not where you are from, outsider. Or when. But since you came all the way here seeking complexity and the other grandiose dreams you mentioned, I could help you out. You have fed some of these kids with your everything. That deserves reciprocation. Without warning, she raised one fair hand to her chest. The gesture was simple, but waves of complexity buzzed in the background as reality recognized that something significant was about to occur. Her hand pressed against where a heart might be if inevitabilities had such things, then pushed inward, into herself, into her own existence. What she pulled out defied observation. It was an obsidian seed that seemed to contain layers of collapsed folds, each one folded into the next in patterns that created infinite recursion. Looking at it directly caused the mind to try following paths that led everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. Chapter 40:34, Give Everything. She threw it to one of the awakened inevitabilities with the casual gesture of someone tossing a ball to a pet. The creatures immediately began fighting for it with playful competition, massive forms of contradiction wrestling over who would have the honor of delivery. Finally, one caught it in jaws that existed in multiple states, bringing it to Noah with the pride of a hunting dog delivering quarry. The inevitability deposited the seed in his palm with surprising gentleness. This, Kor said, is a seed. It should help you, but I will tell you that it is not without its strings. After all, nothing is free in existence. You may take it, you may not. It may help you, or it may bring catastrophe. Who knows? As Noah grasped the seed, feeling its impossible weight that had nothing to do with mass, prompts erupted across his vision. Early item obtained, seed of inevitability. Origin, extracted from Kor, the first hunger. A seed containing the compressed potential for a new type of inevitability. When nurtured, it will give rise to an inevitability under the control of the nurturer. Control as relative inevitabilities follow their nature above all else. Nurturing methods straightface, planting, requires soil that has never known growth. Feeding, requires willing sacrifice of everythings from multiple beings. Temporal aging, requires exposure to 1,000 years of compressed time. Conceptual saturation, requires immersion in pure paradox for 100 days. Note, this seed recognizes you as one who has given everything willingly. This recognition may affect the nature of what grows. Noah looked at the seed with sharp eyes, lost in its obsidian brilliance as his mind calculated possibilities and probabilities. When he looked up again, shock froze him. All the inevitabilities that had just surrounded them, core included, had vanished, not departed, not faded, simply ceased to be present. He hadn't sensed movement, hadn't detected any shift in reality. One moment they were there, the next they weren't. He stood alone in an expanse of nothing. The absence of their presence making the space feel larger and smaller simultaneously. What if I wish to find you again? He called out to the emptiness, his voice steady despite the vast solitude. Why leave just like this? Immense silence greeted his question. For several seconds, nothing responded. Then, teasingly, impossibly, coarse voice resonated from everywhere and nowhere. Did you truly become attached to an inevitability like me already? The amusement in her tone transcended distance. If we are to meet again, outsider, we will meet again. After all, you now carry my seed. That creates connection. Her voice grew more serious, carrying warning wrapped in wisdom. These folds are dangerous. You are lucky to have met me and had enough common sense to listen, but others. These folds. They are unforgiving. As I told you, many life forms are arrogant, prideful. They see their way of existence as supreme, and some are simply very cruel. A pause, then she continued, you might find inevitabilities to be infinitely kinder than even early creatures. Or even the creature himself. With those terrifying words, coarse presence truly and completely vanished. Noah stood alone in the blankness of the earliest folds, the weight of her implications pressing against his consciousness. He carefully stored the seed of inevitability, then began to explore his surroundings with caution that had nothing to do with fear and everything to do with wisdom. The environment stretched endlessly in all directions. Blank as if existence itself hadn't decided what should be here. He moved through this expanse with careful purpose, enhanced perception, searching for anything of significance, a landmark, another being. Even a variation in the blankness, nothing, just endless expanse that might have been the same spot repeating or might have been infinite unique emptiness. Even the creature, he remembered from stories, had roamed the earliest folds for eons to find things here and there. Discovery required either profound luck or endless patience. He had been here less than an hour and had already encountered fold dwellers, witnessed the first farmer, survived a mad early creature, and held discourse with original inevitabilities. His luck had been extraordinary, perhaps impossibly so. Now, as time trickled toward his departure, he found only solitude. Timer, 0:47 remaining. The numbers pulsed with increasing urgency. Noah made one final sweep of his surroundings. Perception stretched to its absolute limits, but confirmed what he already knew. This part of the earliest folds had given him all it would give, return. He commanded his existence, specifically addressing the early atlas of the folds that pulsed within him like a second heart. The atlas blazed to life with brilliance that existed in dimensions beyond the physical. His towers of osmont, those impossible structures that grew within his being, suddenly burned like lighthouses. Each one a beacon calling him home across impossible distances of time and possibility. Return protocol initiated. Temporal anchor points located. Towers of osmont serving as dimensional lighthouses. Path illuminated through causality, reality folded in on itself, then unfolded, then folded again in patterns that would have driven observers mad if any had existed to observe. Noah felt himself being pulled through time itself, following the path lit by his own towers back to where and when he belonged. The sensation was like being born in reverse, existence compressing and expanding simultaneously until whap, he stood on the golden sands of the early veiled shore. The familiar warmth of his domain washed over him. The impossible trees swayed in their eternal breeze. The aquarium hummed with contained power. His people moved about their tasks, only seconds having passed for them, but Noah had returned an unfathomably different person. A single hour. What had transpired in that hour defied simple description. He had gained complexity. He had lost fundamental aspects of his being and gained strength from their absence. He had learned truths about existence that most beings would live and die without ever suspecting. He had given his fear to an inevitability and gained freedom. He had given his doubt to an inevitability and gained certainty. He had received a seed that could birth wonders. He had witnessed the death of heroes and the tears of legends. Most importantly, he had learned that everything he thought he knew about the nature of existence might be nothing more than stories told by those with reason to shape the narrative. Ha! He sighed, as he stood on his shore, feeling the weight of 3 seeds in his possession. The failed seed of the principle of perpetual harvest, the seed of the tender's tree, the seed of the singular prosperity grass, and now the seed of inevitability. Noah felt impossibly complex weavings. He had one day until he could return. One day to process what he had learned. One day to prepare for whatever impossibility he would encounter next. This one day would likely also be after Cleo's Concordat, where all 10 living existences were meeting. Noah looked at the goat in his hand, then at the early veiled shore around him, then at the space within himself where fear and doubt used to reside. A single hour had transformed him more than years of conventional advancement could have achieved. What would the next hour bring? The next day, chapter 40:35, Discipline. Fear and doubt. Twin guardians that have shepherded existence since consciousness first wondered if it should be. They are called protectors by those who value safety, called wisdom by those who have been burned, called essential by those who believe suffering teaches. But what if they are none of these things? What if fear and doubt are not guardians but jailers, not wisdom but weakness disguised as prudence? The fearful say that without fear, one becomes reckless, throwing themselves into danger without thought or consideration. They claim fear keeps beings alive, makes them careful, forces them to calculate risk against reward. The doubtful argue that without uncertainty, one becomes arrogant, unable to see their own limitations, destined to overreach and fall. Both are wrong. Being fearless does not mean being reckless. It means being free to make choices based on logic, desire, and will rather than the phantom chains of what might go wrong. The fearless don't throw themselves into danger carelessly, they simply recognize danger for what it is. A state of being that exists regardless of their emotional response to it. Being doubtless does not mean being blind to limitation. It means understanding one's capabilities with perfect clarity, without the fog of uncertainty clouding judgment. The doubtless don't overreach, they reach exactly as far as they can, no more, no less, without fear and doubt. What remains? Glory, fucking glory, pure, undiluted glory of existence acting according to its truest nature, unencumbered by the weight of what might be, focused entirely on what is and what will be made to be. This is not recklessness. This is transcendence. Noah stood on the golden sands of his shore, the weight of his journey in the earliest folds still settling into his bones. Without fear to make him hesitate or doubt to make him question, he examined the seeds he had obtained with the pure curiosity of someone encountering new tools. The failed seed of the principle of perpetual harvest seemed to pulse with incomplete potential. The seed of the tender's tree hummed with purpose waiting to be expressed. The seed of the singular prosperity grass contained compressed advancement that defied mathematical logic. And the seed of inevitability. The seed of inevitability was something else entirely. As he moved toward the cultivation plots, a familiar presence made itself known. Yashinami, in her spider form, crawled toward him with movements that suggested she was tasting the air itself, her crimson eyes fixed on him with intensity that transcended simple observation. "Master," she said, her voice carrying notes of recognition and confusion, "you smell is reminding me of home." She paused, her mandibles clicking thoughtfully. "You smell old." The observation carried more weight than simple words could convey. Yashinami, who had existed in times and places that predated current understanding, recognized something in him that hadn't been there before. Noah smiled at her words as he arrived at an empty plot, the golden soil seeming to anticipate what was about to be planted. "I just paid a quick visit to the earliest folds." Yashinami's typically blank expression cracked, showing shock that made her 8 legs twitch with surprise. The earliest folds were myth to most, legend to some, and death to nearly all who were in them. Yet her master spoke of visiting them like one might speak of a walk through a garden. Noah analyzed the seeds with perception unencumbered by hesitation. Before obtaining the seed of inevitability, he had deemed the failed seed of the principle of perpetual harvest the most prized. After all, it dealt with a principle, one of the fundamental forces that shaped existence itself. But now, examining the obsidian seed that Kor had pulled from her own being, he wondered if the seed of inevitability might be just as grand, if not more so. Under Yashinami's shocked gaze, her mysterious crimson eyes tracking his every movement, Noah began to plant. He started with the seed of the tender's tree, pressing it into the golden soil with reverence for what it represented. The first farmers' early successes, his initial attempts to create assistance for his impossible dream, seed of the tender's tree planted. Natural maturation time, 100 years. Acceleration options available with corpse nutrients, 7 days. With 300 drops early creature blood, 1 day, use 300 drops of blood, Noah commanded without hesitation. Mature in 1 day. His blood flowed into the soil, each drop worth more than kingdoms. The seed absorbed it greedily, already beginning its accelerated growth. Next came the seed of the singular prosperity grass. This one settled into the soil with weight that seemed impossible for something so small. Seed of the singular prosperity grass planted. Natural maturation time, 100 days. Acceleration options available with corpse nutrients, 4 days, with 400 drops early creature blood, 1 day, same acceleration, Noah commanded. 1 day maturation. Another 100 drops of his precious blood soaked into the soil. The investment was significant, but the return would be exponential. When he took out the failed seed of the principle of perpetual harvest, the very air grew heavy with anticipation. As he pressed it into the soil, the entire shore trembled as if the land itself understood something significant was being planted. An extremely unique seed has been detected. Failed seed of the principle of perpetual harvest planted. Warning: current shore level may be insufficient for full nurturing. Analysis required to understand seed mysteries. Analysis cost: 500 drops of early creature blood. Analysis duration: 1 day. Note: this is merely for understanding. Actual growth requirements unknown. Noah felt the weight of this cost. 500 drops. Each one capable of elevating common beings to transcendence, and he needed them just to understand what he had planted. Proceed, he commanded sternly, feeling his veins open to provide the required payment. No fear. No doubt, the blood flowed into the soil in streams, the failed seed drinking deeply as it began its analysis. The shore itself seemed to hold its breath as the process began. Finally, with careful deliberation, Noah took out the seed of inevitability. The obsidian seed seemed to exist in multiple states simultaneously. Here and not here, planted and unplanted, growing and fully grown. As it touched the soil, reality itself paid attention. Chapter 40:36, Discipline. 2. Seed of inevitability planted. Unusual growth requirements detected. Primary requirement: the willing sacrifice of everythings. Minimum to begin growth: 10 everythings. For full maturation, 75 everythings total. Any type, the seed will choose what grows based on what it is fed. Current everything's fed, 0/75. Time to maturation, variable based on feeding rate and other factors. Noah's eyes blazed with understanding and purpose. The seed required the willing sacrifice of everything. The same process he had undergone with coarse children, but he wouldn't experiment carelessly with his people. He knew what losing fear did. The results were predictable. Manageable, beneficial. Other everythings might bring glory or catastrophe, and he wouldn't risk his people to find out. Henry. His voice carried across the shore with authority that demanded immediate response. His only son appeared moments later, looking like a man in his early 20s despite his true age being far more complex and far lesser. His blue-gold hair caught the light of the shore as he approached with respectful efficiency. Yes, father? Noah looked at the plot where the seed of inevitability had been planted, its obsidian presence making the soil around it shimmer with possibility. There is a seed, he explained, his voice carrying the weight of instruction and warning combined. That is capable of accepting and eating part of yourself. Part of your everything. If you seek even grander strength, give it part of your everything. He paused, ensuring his son understood the gravity of what was being asked. Give the everything of your fear. Henry's expression shifted through surprise to understanding to resolution. His father had never asked anything of him that wasn't ultimately for his benefit. If giving away his fear would grant him strength, then fear was a price worth paying. He held absolute trust. I give my everything of fear. Henry declared with conviction that rang across the shore. The response was immediate and terrifying. A horrifying mass of illusory black shadow erupted from the seed. Not physically but conceptually, existing in the space between real and unreal, jaws that weren't jaws but were definitely jaws clamped down on Henry, passing through his body while taking something fundamental. When the shadow retreated back to the seed, Henry's body exploded with advancement. The seed of inevitability has consumed in everything of fear. Everything's fed. 175th. Hunger status, ravenous. The seed demands more. Noah watched his son's complexity and purity surge, each cell drinking in power that would have taken years to accumulate naturally. He placed a powerful hand on Henry's shoulder, steadying him through the transformation. Well done, he said, then raised his voice to carry across the shore. Leora. Lilith. Kazuhiko. Erickson. Blue slime. Jormungandr. He called out, and one by one, they came. Each of his people, his companions, his family and all but blood responded to his call. They gathered around the plot where the seed of inevitability waited with patient hunger. Noah stood tall before them, his presence commanding without fear to make him terrible or doubt to make him question whether this was right. Each of you will declare to give away everything of your fear. This will grant you power beyond conventional advancement, but more importantly, it will free you from limitation you don't even know you carry. There was no hesitation, these beings had followed him through impossibility itself. If he said giving away their fear would benefit them, then fear was already as good as gone. For some, like Leora, they had too much at stake as they wanted power. I give my everything of fear. Leora declared, her nature making the transformation particularly dramatic as Shadowjaws claimed her terror. I give my everything of fear. Kazuhiko's hand never left his sword as the inevitability's manifestation passed through him. I give my everything of fear. Ericsson's massive frame shuddered as fundamental absence replaced unnecessary emotion. I give my everything of fear. Blue slime chimed in happily and bubbly as its gelatinous form rippled as something essential was extracted and consumed. I give my everything of fear. Jormungandr's serpentine length coiled as the shadow thing fed on his terror. I give my everything of fear. Lilith's demonic features became even more striking as fear's absence revealed her true nature. Each feeding was dramatic, terrible, and beautiful. The seed of inevitability grew darker with each everything consumed, its obsidian surface beginning to show depths that hadn't existed before. The seed of inevitability has consumed multiple everythings of fear. Everything's fed. 7/75, hunger status, partially satisfied, growth beginning, estimated 68 more everythings required for full maturation. An unprecedented event had occurred in the early Veiled Shore. Multiple beings had given away parts of their everything, had sacrificed fundamental aspects of their existence for growth. The shore itself seemed to recognize the significance, the golden sands humming with frequencies that hadn't been heard before. Noah watched his people transform, each one's complexity and purity surging as fear's absence created space for power to flow. They stood straighter, moved with more certainty, looked at existence with eyes that no longer held terror's shadow. You've all taken the first step toward true transcendence, he told them. Fear no longer chains you. Now, let's see what you become without its weight. As he said this, Noah looked out to the shore towards the dozens others. He still needed more to give their everythings as he would go slowly, and the seed of inevitability, drinking deeply of the everythings freely given, began to grow into something that had never existed before. A paradox born of intention rather than accident, shaped by will rather than chaos. What would emerge when it finally matured? Even Noah, fearless and doubtless as he was, couldn't know for certain. But that wasn't doubt, it was anticipation. A line of beings formed across the early Veiled Shore, each one ready to surrender their everything of fear to the seed of inevitability. The procession was both solemn and celebratory. A parade of transformation where limitation was exchanged for possibility. As this glorious phenomenon unfolded, the massive figure of Yashinami remained near Noah, her 8 legs planted firmly in the golden sand. While watching being after being give away their fear, she turned her crimson eyes toward her master. Master, she said, her voice carrying the weight of ancient memory, you show something that the early creature. The architect of sanctuaries who protected countless land lifeforms, living existences, and even full dwellers, once said to us. Chapter 40:37, Discipline. 3. Oh? Noah's interest was immediate, his attention splitting between the ongoing transformation of his people and Yashinami's words. Yashinami blinked slowly, her crimson eyes unfocusing as she reached back through memory to times that most had forgotten existed. Back then, in the early Veiled Shore of the architect of sanctuaries, she had been tending to herbs, plots, and observing marine and land lifeforms. One day, I asked her why she was doing all of this every day. The same tasks, the same routines, with such dedication that it seemed almost obsessive. The spider form being shifted slightly, her mandibles clicking in a pattern that suggested deep thought. The architect of sanctuaries had smiled and said that for a whole year, she had actually been allowed to follow and learn from the living quantum inside an early Veiled Shore. Noah's eyebrows rose. The living quantum. One of the original living existences, a being whose very nature challenged the concept of fixed position or state. Yashinami continued, her voice taking on the cadence of one reciting sacred text. The living quantum had posed a question to the architect. What is the most successful tool or weapon in existence? What is the biggest predictor of success? The architect, eager to impress, had guessed many things. One's purpose, she suggested. The living quantum shook what served as its head. One's origin? Another denial. Power? Intelligence? Connections? The quality of one shore. Yashinami's eyes gleamed with the memory of her former master's recounting. All wrong, the living quantum had said. Then it revealed the truth. The biggest predictor of complexity and power is actually discipline. The word hung in the air with weight that transcended its simplicity. The living quantum explained it thus: discipline is the ability to get up every day and do something one may not necessarily want to do, but does regardless because they see the future results. It is not motivation, which comes and goes like weather. It is not inspiration, which strikes randomly if at all. Discipline is simply doing something regardless of whether one wants to do it or not. Yashinami's voice grew more animated as she continued the tale. Consider, the living quantum had said, how many early creatures have early veiled shores but don't utilize them to their full extent? They don't tend to their plants and life forms every day. They don't perform the daily tasks that would continue to elevate them. They plant a seed and expect it to grow without water. They capture a marine life form and expect it to thrive without care. Some have no discipline. They have power but no routine. They have potential but no practice. They have tools but no consistency in using them. And because they lack discipline, they have no future. Only an eternal present where they remain exactly as they are. The weight of the lesson pressed against consciousness itself as Yashinami continued. If you put an early creature against a weak fold dweller that has not even sensed mana, but that fold dweller has tremendous discipline, gets up every day, practices, learns, grows incrementally but consistently, then inevitably, that fold dweller has a bigger predictor of success. Given enough time, they will become more complex than that lazy early creature. Why? Because discipline compounds. Each day's small effort adds to the previous days. Each routine completed makes the next easier. Each task finished builds the foundation for greater tasks. The disciplined being doesn't need to feel like practicing. They practice. They don't need to want to grow. They grow. They don't need motivation to continue. They continue. Discipline, the living quantum had concluded, is everything in existence. Boom, Yashinami's mandibles clicked in a pattern that suggested deep satisfaction with the memory. The architect of sanctuaries had smiled when she told me this story. She said, that is why I try to build my discipline and do everything I can daily, regardless if I'm injured, regardless if I'm tired, regardless if I would rather be doing literally anything else. I wish to have discipline. And through discipline, I will have everything else. Yashinami turned her crimson gaze fully on Noah, studying him with ancient perception. I have not been with you long, master, but all the actions you have done so far express tremendous discipline. You tend your shore constantly. You nurture your people consistently. You seek advancement not in bursts of inspiration but through methodical progress. Your potential will exceed even early creatures, because you have what many of them lack. The discipline to use what you have, every day, without fail. Noah smiled at this, reaching out to stroke Yashinami's hairy leg with genuine affection. The gesture should have been strange. A human petting an existential spider, but in the context of the shore, it was simply master acknowledging servant, friend acknowledging friend. Yes, he agreed, his voice carrying certainty that needed neither fear nor doubt to be absolute. Discipline is everything. It is the difference between having power and becoming powerful. Between owning tools and mastering them. Between existing and transcending. His vision flickered as his consciousness shifted, focusing on another body in an entirely different location. In the doorway to the loom, where twisted passages of paradox created paths between possibilities, Noah moved with Sigrid and Titano through corridors that challenged perception itself. Behind them, Thessaly and Altheian traveled with notably different demeanors. Altheian still bore the red marks from his disciplining with the goad. Welts that seemed to exist outside normal healing, reminders written into his existence itself. He looked toward Noah with immense fear that transcended the physical, the kind of terror that came from understanding one had been fundamentally corrected. Thessaly felt stifled, her fairy form trembling with the weight of a dilemma that threatened to tear her loyalty in half. Should she report all of this to Duke Gwendolen? The beating of Altheian? The casual transcendence Noah displayed? The impossible thing she had witnessed, but she felt. Knew with certainty that made her wings quiver that the moment she did, he would find out. Whether from Duke Gwendolen asking him about it directly or through some other means, Noah would know she had reported on him, and when such a thing happened, would she not get disciplined by that stick? Chapter 40:38. Oh, order. The thought of the stick touching her, of being forced to confront truths about herself that she preferred to keep buried, made her entire being recoil. She did not want that. She absolutely, categorically, fundamentally did not want that, so she found herself in a very difficult position, loyalty to her Duke warring with self-preservation that transcended simple survival. At this moment, Noah was leading the group with confidence, waving his stick with the air of someone taking a pleasant walk rather than traversing one of the most dangerous doorways in existence. After they had traveled for what felt like hours through passages that folded back on themselves, they finally heard it, Roher. The bellow of an inevitability echoed through the twisted space, and almost immediately, that single voice multiplied into 5 as the creature's paradoxical nature asserted itself. Titano's massive form vibrated with excitement, his simple face lighting up with anticipation of another gift for his brother. Sigrid's hand moved, her newly elevated power eager for expression as she sought to impose order, but Noah raised his hand in a stopping gesture. Hold on, he said with calm certainty. I want to test something. Titano and Sigrid exchanged glances, or rather, Sigrid glanced at Titano while the giants simply blinked in confusion. They both remembered what had happened the last time Noah had wanted to test something. He had used his stick to thoroughly educate an inevitability about its own nature, beating existential horror into submission with what appeared to be ordinary wood. Would he do the same thing now? Noah proceeded ahead, but this time, he did something different. The goad floated behind him, spinning slowly in the air with lazy majesty. He made no move to grasp it, no preparation for combat. When the inevitabilities surged out from the obsidian crimson flaming archways, 5 bodies that were one being that were 5 beings, they roared with malice that could unmake lesser minds, their tentacled forms writhed with paradoxes that hurt to perceive, their many eyes blazing with the hunger that defined their nature. They looked at Noah and the others, and their charge began with inevitable certainty, but then, as they looked closer at Noah, their many eyes showed something unprecedented, confusion. They slowed, their writhing becoming less aggressive, more curious. Gradually, impossibly, they showed calmness. Their eyes, those windows into paradox itself, began to smile, not metaphorically, but literally. The organs that served as eyes reformed into expressions of recognition and joy. They neared Noah with their hulking masses, tentacles that existed in multiple states simultaneously reaching toward him with something that looked terrifyingly like affection, and Noah, fearless, doubtless Noah, walked toward the writhing masses filled with paradoxical weavings of existence and lights of inevitability, raised his hand and patted them, like someone petting a particularly large dog. The gesture was so casual, so natural, that for a moment, nobody could process what they were seeing. Noah's hand moved along tentacles that should have unmade him at the conceptual level, stroking surfaces that existed in states that predated the separation between is and isn't. The inevitabilities responded with what could only be described as purring. If purring could be done by beings that challenged the nature of sound itself, behind him, the reactions were varied and extreme. Altheon backed away in pure horror, his already traumatized mind unable to process this impossibility. His feet stumbled over themselves as he tried to increase distance from this scene that challenged everything he thought he knew about existence. Thessaly stumbled backward in shock that made her forget to fly, her fairy form actually hitting the flaming ground as her wings forgot their purpose. Her tiny mouth opened and closed without sound, no words adequate for what she was witnessing. Sigrid and Titano looked toward Noah with eyes and mouths open wide enough to challenge physical possibility. Their jaws almost smashed all the way down to the floor. Titano, despite his simple nature, understood that something unprecedented was happening. Brother is petting the inevitability. Sigrid couldn't even respond. The woman who had shattered her realm and rebuilt it, who had returned as the living order, stood frozen by the simple impossibility of what she was seeing. This WSS an inevitability. A horrifying, paradoxical inevitability. So why? Noah continued petting the inevitabilities as if this was the most natural thing in existence. One of the creature's tentacles wrapped around his wrist, not aggressively, but with the same affection a cat might show when wanting more attention. Good, he said to them, his voice carrying the tone one might use with pets that had performed well. Very good. Are you hungry? The inevitability's response was immediate. All 5 bodies that were one nodded simultaneously, their paradoxical nature allowing them to express unified agreement while maintaining separation. They could sense it. He had given his everything of fear and his everything of doubt to their kin. He was marked, fundamentally, as one who understood the exchange. One who didn't fight their nature but worked with it. To them, he wasn't food. He was, friend might be too strong a word, but he was acknowledged. Accepted. Perhaps even respected. Noah turned toward Sigrid and Titano, his hands still resting on the writhing mass of paradox that should have been trying to devour him. The casualness of the gesture made it even more surreal. There are many ways to deal with an inevitability, he said, his voice carrying the tone of a teacher revealing fundamental truth. If you understand its nature, you can get past it without fighting. An inevitability seeks to devour everything. When you come across one, simply give it a small part of your everything. A quality you do not want. The silence that followed was absolute. Even the inevitabilities seemed to pause their writhing to listen. Sigrid and the others stood frozen in various states of shock. The concept was so simple, yet so profound that it challenged everything they thought they knew about these existential horrors. Noah beckoned Sigrid over with a gesture that carried more weight than simple invitation. She moved forward without hesitation, her sterling eyes meeting his with trust. "Do you trust me?" he asked, though the question seemed almost rhetorical. She nodded without delay, without even the microsecond of consideration that doubt would have required. "Then for even more power," Noah continued, his voice carrying certainty that could reshape reality, "you can choose to give part of your everything. I have given away the everything of my fear and liberated my existence further. You can do the same." He paused, ensuring she understood the magnitude of what he was suggesting. "Freely give your everything of fear." Sigrid's expression shifted through understanding to resolution. She opened her mouth to speak the words that would transform her existence, then her eyes blazed with sudden, brilliant realization. "No, HUUM." The word rang through the twisted corridor with more force than any shout could have achieved. "No, I will not give everything of my fear." Her voice carried conviction that transcended simple decision. "Instead, I will give everything of my disorder." Boom. Chapter 4039. Oh, order. 2. The proclamation hung in the air like a bell that had been struck in dimensions that shouldn't exist. Noah's eyes blazed with brilliant approval and surprise. This choice, this magnificent, dangerous, perfect choice, showed understanding and risk that exceeded even his expectations. The inevitabilities responded instantly. Their masses of tentacles, which had been content to simply exist nearby, suddenly swept toward Sigrid with purpose that transcended hunger. The tentacles passed through her body as if she were made of light, or they were made of shadow, or both were made of something else entirely. But what they pulled from her was visible to all. A murky purple-crimson mass that writhed and twisted, fighting even as it was extracted. Disorder. Chaos. Entropy. Call it what you want. She gave everything of her disorder, and the inevitabilities consumed it with satisfaction that made reality itself sigh with relief. The moment the last trace of disorder left her being, Sigrid's body erupted with blinding white light. Not harsh, not violent, a light pure in ways that transcended the concept of purity itself, because Sigrid was the only existence in the current folds carrying within her what remained of the living order. She had not fully awakened to this nature, had been progressing toward it gradually, carefully, but now, when her existence was free of disorder, when chaos no longer clouded her nature, when entropy no longer fought against her fundamental being, what else could she become but truly, unfathomably, ordered? The transformation, it was existential. Every particle of her being reorganized itself according to principles that predated principles. Her hair, already dark white, became light itself woven into strands. Her eyes transcended sterling to become mirrors of absolute truth. Her form didn't change shape but changed meaning, becoming the embodiment of order in ways that made everything around her seem slightly more organized just by proximity. Waves of white light bathed everything, permeating across the doorway to the loom with force. The light didn't stop at walls or boundaries, it simply was, and where it was, order existed. The eruption of pure order burst outside the doorway itself, flooding into the transcendent paradoxical folds with authority that made paradox itself step back in recognition. Duke Gwendolyn's second body, a living paradox that floated outside protectively, was suddenly blanketed by this white eruption of order. The resplendent, blinding rays of white order continued to expand, painting over everything like an artist's brush on reality's canvas. The transcendent paradoxical folds, spaces that existed because they shouldn't, were suddenly faced with order that said they should. Duke Gwendolyn's expression cycled through emotions at speeds that challenged causality: shock at the sudden explosion of power, joy at the living order's emergence, and horror at the implications of this light spreading out all around. Any living paradox in the transcendent paradoxical folds would be alerted and alarmed of this light. Instantly, her eyes blazed as she began to send communications to other dukes: Whisker, Pyralis, Valen, we may need you, and many others soon in the transcendent paradoxical folds. Such a communication left her weaving of existence. Back in the doorway to the loom, Noah floated grandly before the transforming Sigrid, his presence somehow both overwhelming and supportive. Before his eyes, prompts bloomed en masse: through your actions and guidance, the living order is emerging to existence once more. You have already bound the living order. Through this binding, you have gained access to living order authority. You have successfully guided the return of one of the living existences, the living order. 1,000,000% to all living order-related weavings of existence. New distinction earned: the living existential guider. You are recognized as one who can guide living existences to their true nature. Primary effects: straight face. All living existences under your guidance experience 1,000,000% increase in complexity and purity elevation rate. Living existences you mark have their potential ceiling doubled, grants ability to awaken slumbering natures in qualified beings. Secondary effects: straight face. Marked living existences can be induced to evolve to arch living existence state. Your guidance prevents existential deviation during transformation. Tertiary effects: straight face can freely grant living existence status to worthy fold dwellers by granting them seeds of existence and selecting which pathway they take. Sigrid, the living order, has been marked with your guidance seal. Her current state: 57% awakened to full living order nature. Estimated time to complete awakening under your guidance: /7 days. Without your guidance: 1,000 years. Noah read every single prompt, and even more prompts continued to cascade. Due to guiding the living order's emergence, you have gained straight face, order's blessing. All actions have 50% chance to critically succeed. Existential clarity. Can see through all existential illusions at the level of dukes or below. The right to convene, unknown definition and function at this moment. Become a bit more complex, please. Special synergy detected. Goad living existential guider. The rearing stick now recognizes you as legitimate heir to education authority. Goad evolution potential unlocked. 1% 2% accessibility. The prompts continued flowing, each one representing a fundamental shift in Noah's position within existence itself. Sigrid stood before him, her transformation still radiating waves of order that made the chaotic doorway actually form proper geometric patterns around her. When she spoke, her voice carried waves that made discord impossible in her presence. I understand now, she said, each word placing itself perfectly in the flow of conversation. This is what I was meant to be. Not just order, but order that chose to be ordered. The inevitabilities that had consumed her disorder made sounds of satisfaction. They had participated in something unprecedented. Titano watched all of this with eyes wide with simple awe. Brother made the young Miss shine. Even Alpheon and Thessaly, still pressed against the far wall in terror, couldn't deny the magnitude of what they had witnessed. The distinction of the living existential guider pulsed within Noah's being, a title that would echo through all folds of existence. The possibilities were infinite when it came to all this. It was unprecedented, it was impossible, it was glorious. Chapter 40. Oh, order. 3. After such a phenomenal change, Noah took a moment to reflect on the terrifying distinction he had received. He also looked at Sigrid, studying her transformed state with perception that could now see deeper than before. The more he observed, the more he noticed something concerning. Her eyes were getting brighter and brighter, the silver-white light within them intensifying with each passing second. The illumination didn't seem entirely hers. Sigrid, he called out calmly, his voice cutting through whatever was building within her. The foreign white light of majesty in her eyes dimmed somewhat, like a tide pulling back from shore. She blinked, focusing on him with what seemed like tremendous effort, as if anchoring herself to his presence. Do not worry, she said, though her smile carried edges of something vast trying to express itself through limited form. I am still me. But I am receiving an inflow of information, of possibilities, of order. She spoke while trying to study her own existence, her hands moving as if she could grasp the changes occurring within her. Come, a single word from Noah, but his voice carried magnetic authority that transcended simple command. Sigrid floated toward him without conscious thought, drawn by forces that operated below awareness. When she reached him, Noah took her in his arms with careful certainty. Placing his forehead against hers in a gesture both intimate and analytical, he closed his eyes and extended his perception, sensing both their existences simultaneously. What he felt defied simple description. Order coursed through them both like a white river of liquid law, drenching every cell, every meridian, every pathway. His towers of Osmont, those impossible structures that grew within his being, were being bathed in order's light. The flow wasn't violent or overwhelming, it was inexorable, like gravity asserting itself, like mathematics proving theorems. Everything was being touched by order. Everything was being corrected, due to order rising and flowing within your existence. All established living existential authorities have been effectively contained within your being. This tremendous elevation has distinguished you beyond standard classification. You are no longer merely an early creature, you have been distinguished as the early creature, Osmont, Huum. The distinction hit him with a glorious weight. Not an early creature, that was too common, too limited, not the creature, that was far too vast, a title belonging to something that transcended current understanding. He was now the early creature, Osmont. Unique. Specified. Recognized by existence itself as something particular and irreplaceable, with your liberated fear and doubt alongside the elevation of your distinctions due to THR inclusion of order straightface. All future completed towers of Osmont at stage 1 will grant 6.5 million complexity and purity. All 159 forged towers that have crossed stage 1 receive retroactive correction. Retroactive bonus applied, 1,033,500,000 complexity and purity. The number was staggering. But more prompts continued to cascade. All towers of Osmont achieving stage 2 now grant 25 million complexity and purity. Retroactive correction for previously completed stage 2 towers applied. Additional bonus, 775 million complexity and purity, due to corrective changes from order's influence. Total gains of 1,808,500,000 complexity and purity have been granted. Current total complexity, 576, 473, 891. Current total purity, 575, 892, 734. Noah read through the prompts while simultaneously feeling the changes ripple through his existence. His towers of Osmont grew larger, more ancient, their crystalline structures taking on qualities that suggested they had always existed. The early atlas of the folds rumbled within him, its pathways becoming more complex as order flowed through its structure, creating new routes to the earliest folds that hadn't existed moments before. But it was his heart that experienced the most dramatic change. The heart of the early creature, Osmont, is utilizing this burst of complexity to achieve completion of its second part. Oruvian Shardvale, the arterial convergence core, complete, blood production dramatically increased. 10,000 drops of blood of the early creature, Osmont, have been generated simultaneously. Current blood generation rate, 1,000 drops per hour. These were just his changes, significant, transformative, revolutionary. But Sigrid, as the living order, was undergoing something that transcended normal advancement entirely. With their foreheads still connected, Noah could sense the explosion of growth within her. His enhanced perception, now backed by the authority of the living existential guider, allowed him to tap into her existence and quantify the boons she was receiving. What he saw made even his fearless, doubtless mind pause in awe. Sigrid, the living order, is undergoing existential correction. Her being is aligning with what order truly means, with her existence correcting to live up to its breadth. Current rate of increase, 1 billion complexity and purity per second. Duration, ongoing. Estimated completion, unknown. A billion in complexity and purity per second. The mathematics were staggering. If this continued for just 100 seconds, she would stand among honored living existences in pure numerical terms. But would it stop there? As she was becoming the living order, not just representing it but embodying it, would the correction simply continue? Would it decrease? Accelerate? And when it finally stopped, what power would she possess? Because she wasn't just any living existence now, she carried the designation the capitalized, absolute, fucking bolded, recognized by existence itself as not just an example of order, but order's own consciousness given form, the living order. In the earliest folds, Noah remembered how just witnessing the living spirit had given a fold dweller immense honor, as most beings couldn't even perceive such entities. They existed at frequencies of reality that transcended normal observation. What did it mean for someone to become one of these esteemed beings? To not just wield their authority but to be their authority. Noah's eyes blazed with tyrannical interest as he maintained the connection, watching complexity flow into Sigrid at rates that would have destroyed any normal being. But she wasn't normal. She never had been. And now, guided by his distinction and freed from her disorder, she was becoming what she had always been meant to be. As he remained connected with her, he marveled how all of this stemmed from her losing her memory, crashing in the veiled sunfolds, and his connection with Callista bringing him to her. Chapter 40-41, Oh, Order. 4. Thinking of this reminded him of the primarchs and masters of existence of the veiled sunfolds. Entanglements and connections. He wouldn't entirely forget them as there was much to do. Noah refocused on Sigrid. He wished he had the seconds to count everything as Sigrid's complexity exploded beyond comprehension. Each heartbeat that passed represented billions in advancement. Each breath she took rewrote the glory of what power meant. But even as a few seconds passed, 3 billion, 4 billion, 5 billion with each tick of time, his expression shifted from wonder to something heavier. Without warning, he disconnected from Sigrid's forehead, the loss of that intimate connection leaving a cold space between them. His gaze turned outward, piercing through the twisted corridors of the doorway toward the distant exit that lay beyond the winding pathways. Something was wrong, or rather, something was about to become very complicated. In another region entirely, within the transcendent origin battlefront folds, deep in the protected depths of Eternitas Concordia, space tore itself apart to admit Duke Gwendolyn's form. She materialized within the domed garden with such haste that reality hadn't quite caught up, her edges still blurring as she solidified before Noah's merchant body. What happened in the doorway? Her usual composure had cracked, revealing genuine alarm beneath. The young miss awakened? You all must make a quick exit. The white rays of order have spread across the doorway and towards the entirety of the transcendent paradoxical folds. She moved closer, her stellar dark hair whipping with the force of her urgency. Teleportation or warping across folds isn't possible from within a doorway. You must exit first. Turn back as quickly as possible. My clone will try to keep the commotion around the doorway covered as much as I can. But her expression grew heavier with each word. You must exit the doorway. Noah's eyes flashed with sharp understanding. Order had permeated across the transcendent paradoxical folds as a consequence of Sigrid's awakening. Such a phenomenon wouldn't go unnoticed. It couldn't go unnoticed. Every paradox in existence would feel order reasserting itself, even if they did not fully know or understand what it was. I've already alerted Duke Whisker and others. Duke Gwendolyn's words cut through his calculations, and Noah's gaze turned sharp enough to cut dimensions. His voice emerged with distaste that he didn't bother to hide. Of course you have. The words dripped with contempt. You truly like to talk and share absolutely everything, don't you? Duke Gwendolyn's expression turned stern, her diplomatic mask reasserting itself with visible effort. For the sake of the young miss, yes. I will not play word games with you. She straightened, authority radiating from her form. Take her out. Reinforcements will come toward the entrance of that doorway. What I know for certain is that soon it will be surrounded by paradoxes, and I alone cannot ensure her safety against multiple dukes of paradox. She paused, letting the weight of the situation settle before continuing. With reinforcements, we shall take the young miss back here or to the heart of origin where the Cleos Council is. There, we can ensure her protection. Noah gazed at Gwendolyn with eyes that had grown colder than the space between stars. Internally, his mind rejected every word she spoke. Sigrid taken by them? Brought back here to be protected like some fragile treasure? Taken to the heart of origin to be displayed and discussed and controlled, like he would allow such a thing to happen. His mind buzzed with possibilities, plans forming and reforming at speeds that would have been impossible if doubt still clouded his thoughts. Duke Gwendolyn rose into the air, and in the next moment, reality acknowledged her authority as multiple tiers in space unfolded within the domed garden. Powerful Duke-level existences stepped through. Duke Whisker among them, his tiny form radiating power that belied his size. Duke Pyralis emerged in flames that froze the air. Duke Valen tapped through with his cane, blind eyes seeing more than sight allowed. Others followed, more than a dozen dukes answering her call with speed that suggested prior preparation. Duke Gwendolyn looked over the assembled power with satisfaction that she couldn't quite hide. The mission is a dangerous one, venturing into the transcendent paradoxical folds for the retrieval of something too precious to lose. I will act as the anchor to take you all directly there at THR's shortest possible time. Her existence erupted into white gold light that formed a massive arched gateway. She stood at its center, her very being becoming the pathway that would allow traversal across countless distances between folds. The gateway hummed with authority that made space itself bow. Duke Whisker scurried through without delay, his small form disappearing into the light, but his gaze was cloudy. Before he disappeared, he turned towards Noah, and Noah stared back at him calmly as this little mouse of a duke seemed contemplative. Others followed quickly, understanding that time was not their ally in this matter. Noah watched this phenomenon with cold calculation, his own plans already forming in the spaces between their assumptions. Meanwhile, in a place that existed perpendicular to normal reality, inside a certain mountain surrounded by living conceptual authority, in the ethereal summit of unspoken truths, Duke Valen's other body stroked his beard thoughtfully. Gwendolyn seems to have boldly taken the vessel of the living order into the transcendent paradoxical folds, he announced to the gathering of beings whose power transcended normal classification. She is now undergoing an awakening inside a doorway. His blind gaze fixed on Schrödinger specifically, seeing him in ways that eyes never could. You will soon have visitors in your transcendent paradoxical folds. Schrödinger's smile bloomed like a paradox, both genuine and calculating, warm and terrifying. Oh, I was just about to begin tracking the origin of the white rays of light spreading across the paradoxical folds. Since you're going there now, give me the exact coordinates. I could use this to our advantage before the Kleos Concordat. The casual way he spoke of manipulating events that could reshape existence made even these ancient beings pause. Chapter 40-42. Oh, order. Duke Valen nodded, beginning to transmit information to Schrödinger, a terrifying living quantum, its form existing in 17 states simultaneously, turned toward them with attention that made probability itself pay notice. What do you plan to do? Schrödinger's smile deepened, containing layers of meaning that contradicted themselves at every level. I plan to display a show of force, and then a show of mercy. He stood, his beggar's robes somehow managing to convey majesty despite their tattered state. You see, sometimes after a display of overwhelming force, after showing what devastation could be unleashed, what horror could be made manifest, showing mercy instead makes others breathe such deep sighs of relief that they actually thank you. They thank you for not destroying them, for showing restraint, for being merciful. They forget that you shouldn't have threatened them in the first place. They're so grateful for what didn't happen that they overlook what did. His smile grew mysterious, containing paradoxes within paradoxes. I plan to get a thank you, that's all. The others on the mountain shook their heads, some with multiple heads, some with concepts that served as heads. A living dimensional, whose voice existed in frequencies that created their own spaces, boomed out a warning. Don't make things too crazy before the Kleos Concordat. Schrödinger smiled and said nothing, but his eyes were already seeing something else entirely. Those eyes, windows into paradox itself, contained layers that defied observation. One moment they were watching and observing others on this mountain, seeing them in the present, in the past, in futures that might never be. The next moment, they were observing the vast transcendent paradoxical folds. Seeing through space and time as if such divisions were merely suggestions, his body in the transcendent paradoxical folds had those same mysterious eyes. His beggar-like figure stood surrounded by waves of obsidian gold paradox that made reality uncertain about whether he existed or not. He took a single step, just one, and space folded around the simplicity of the action. Boom. His terrifying aura manifested near the entrance of a certain doorway to the loom with the casualness of someone who had always been there. He observed calmly as Duke Gwendolyn's paradoxical body watched the blazing white rays of order blooming from the doorway with barely contained panic. Her attention shifted, drawn by the weight of his presence, and her veiled face turned toward him. Even through the veil, her expression was readable, shock transforming into something approaching horror as she recognized who had appeared. Schrödinger looked at her veiled face with a smile that contained genuine amusement. He laughed internally, knowing she must be wondering how he had arrived so quickly, how he had known exactly where to appear, how he had crossed distances that should have taken seconds or a minute in less than a heartbeat. Silly girl, he thought with something approaching fondness. You told me even without knowing. You might as well have sent me an invitation. He shook his head at her naivety, finding it almost endearing that someone so astute could be so blind to certain realities. It was a wonder that both she and he carried the distinction of dukes. If all dukes thought like her, linearly, obviously, predictably, how different the vast folds would be. How fucked the folds would be, how much simpler. How much more boring. He saw the blooming white gold portal beside her, recognizing the pathway through which Duke Valen and the others would soon arrive, reinforcements rushing to protect the living order, to secure her, to control her resurrection. But he didn't attack, as he had told the others. He was here for a show of force, and then mercy. He smiled and nodded toward Gwendolyn with the politeness of someone acknowledging a neighbor. Then, with the casual air of someone calling friends to dinner, he snapped his fingers. Boom, the space trembled paradoxically, reality trying to decide whether it should break or bend. One terrifying aura of Duke-level paradox began to appear, then another, each arrival making existence less certain about its own rules. Duke Elagabilis materialized first, his form a contradiction of youth and ancient age that hurt to perceive directly. Duke Davidicus emerged from nothing, her presence making the air itself question whether it existed. More followed, 24 Dukes of Paradox, each one a violation of what should be possible. They looked toward the brilliant light of order emanating from the doorway with expressions of distaste. As if the brightness itself was offensive to their nature, because it was trying to make their existences ordered. Trying to impose structure on beings that existed specifically because structure shouldn't apply to them, it was a violation. An insult. A challenge that could not go unanswered. In addition to the dukes, hundreds of honored living paradoxes began to appear, their forms filling the space around the doorway like an army of impossibilities. Each one radiated power that could unmake prime living existences with casual thought. In the distance, Duke Gwendolyn's face, even veiled, visibly paled with shock and horror. She stood alone before all this. The reinforcements she had called for hadn't even arrived yet. And already she was outnumbered 20-1. The white gold portal beside her seemed suddenly fragile, a candle flame before a hurricane of paradox. Schrödinger stood at the center of it all, his beggar's appearance doing nothing to diminish the terrible authority he commanded. He had arranged this, all of it, with a few words and perfect timing. Now came the interesting part. The show of force was here, then would be the mercy that would make them grateful for what he didn't do. As he hummed to himself, the white gold portal beside Duke Gwendolyn shone brightly as one powerful living origin after another began to come out. Each was at the level of a duke, but as they appeared, all the expressions were changing one by one as what they were coming into was so horrendous that one could easily mistake it for a trap. All around, they were surrounded by living paradoxes, more than twice a dozen Dukes of Paradox as they were double their number. Chapter 40-43, Force and Mercy. Schrödinger observed with the patience of someone who had witnessed the birth and death of paradoxes themselves as one Duke of living origins after another emerged from the white gold portal beside Duke Gwendolyn. His smile grew with each arrival, and he looked upon their faces individually, studying them with the intensity of someone greeting long-lost friends, if those friends happened to be beings he might destroy with a thought. His gaze was eerie in its calmness, each glance containing layers of paradoxical power that made reality uncertain about whether it should allow him to exist. When the last Duke had emerged and they stood arrayed before the encirclement of paradoxes with their faces heavy, the paradoxes and origins looked at each other. Nobody spoke. Duke Whisker had a chilly expression as he looked around the encirclement, eventually coming to stop his gaze on the entity that looked like a beggar. Schrödinger, as if many knew who the seat of power here truly was, in this tense face-off, it felt stifling for even dukes to voice out anything, and yet, in such an environment, a beggar stepped forward as behind him. Many paradoxes pulsed. Schrödinger floated forward calmly as if he were taking a stroll as he began to speak. When I was a boy. His voice carried waves of terrific power. He floated upward slightly, his tattered robes billowing despite the absence of wind. A tiny little paradox that barely knew anything about existence or my place within it. I found myself running from some of the first mutated inevitabilities that had ever risen. He moved as he spoke, drifting through the air with movements that seemed random yet purposeful. I was tired. Worn to the very edge of dissolution. My paradoxical nature was unraveling from the strain of maintaining coherence while fleeing. He raised one hand casually, and every paradox behind him froze in perfect stillness, understanding the gesture as absolute command to remain motionless while he alone moved forward. In my desperation, I came across a garden. Not just any garden, but the garden of a particularly terrifying fold dweller. Now, you might wonder, how could a fold dweller be terrifying to a living paradox? He chuckled, the sound containing contradictions. This one was different. His garden existed in ways that made even paradox feel like nothing. Schrödinger drifted closer to Duke Gwendolyn and the others, his approach casual, unthreatening, a simple beggar floating through space. Yet each inch he drew nearer made the living origins tense further. His carefree demeanor somehow more menacing than any display of power. I looked toward this fold dweller with desperation that transcended pride. I asked, begged really, whether I could enter his garden for protection against the mutated inevitabilities. He paused, letting the image settle. The fold dweller considered me for a moment that lasted eternity and no time at all. Then he nodded, his voice grew warmer, as if recalling a fond memory. I entered the periphery of his garden, and I was actually safe. Shockingly, miraculously, the inevitabilities could not pass through into that space. They raged at the borders, they threw themselves against barriers they couldn't perceive. But they could not enter. It was marvelous. Schrodinger's expression shifted, growing more complex. Seconds later, and I mean this literally, mere seconds, 10 living existences came from another direction. They too were being chased by mutated inevitabilities, their forms showing the strain of extended flight. He gestured expansively. The moment they saw the garden, saw my figure and the full dweller within it, they were ecstatic. Without pause, without thought, without asking, they rushed in for protection. He stopped directly in front of the entrance to the doorway in Duke Gwendolyn's portal, positioning himself alone before all these living origins. Once again, the inevitabilities could not enter. These living existences, origin, temporal, even a young concept among them, breathed such deep sighs of relief. They looked toward the full dweller to thank him for his sanctuary, for his protection, for saving their existences. Schrodinger's smile grew sharp, yet in the next moment, the full dweller took a common farming tool, nothing special, just a hoe he used for tending his plants, and swatted down. He made a casual gesture, as if brushing away dust. The weavings of existence of those living existences were decimated instantly. All of them. Dead before they could process what was happening. The silence that followed was absolute. Even the white rays of order streaming from the doorway seemed to dim slightly. The full dweller looked at all of this as calmly as if he hadn't done anything more significant than pulling weeds. And I, out of an overabundance of curiosity that even then defined my nature, asked him why. Why did you kill those living existences and not me? Schrodinger's eyes, those windows into paradox, fixed on Duke Gwendolyn with intensity that made her paradoxical body shiver despite its nature. The full dweller turned to me with eyes that had seen the birth of concepts themselves. He said, "This is my home. You asked for permission to enter. You are a guest." He gestured to the corpses that were already being absorbed by his garden's soil. Those who entered afterward were merely intruders. It matters not who they are or what they are, all those intruding in my home have to die. The beggar-like figure completed his circuit, now floating directly before the entrance to the doorway, his position both casual and absolutely deliberate, a simple distinction. Guest or intruder. Permission or presumption. The difference between salvation and annihilation. He looked at Duke Gwendolyn and the others, his gaze lingering on each face with the weight of evaluation. When his eyes found Duke Valen among them, his smile grew genuinely warm. All living existences will soon be meeting in the Kleos Concordat. The living paradoxes have no problems at all inviting other living existences as guests into our paradoxical folds. His voice carried reasonable hospitality. But you all did not come here as guests. You did not even ask for permission. The temperature, if such a thing existed in the transcendent paradoxical folds, seemed to drop. You are here, currently, as intruders. He tilted his head with curiosity that contained threat. What shall be done? Should we follow the guidance of that full dweller and his treatment of guests versus intruders? Chapter 40-44, Force and Mercy. 2. The weight of his words pressed against consciousness itself. The assembled living origin stood frozen, most only able to meet his gaze. The army of paradoxes behind him remained perfectly still, awaiting a single gesture that would transform this confrontation into catastrophe, into the suffocating silence. A small figure stepped forward. Duke Whisker emerged from among the living origins, his tiny mouse form radiating dignity that transcended size. His stellar eyes met Schrodinger's paradoxical gaze without flinching, and when he spoke, his voice carried the weight of eons of accumulated wisdom. It seems that we are at fault for intruding. The admission was delivered without shame or fear, simply acknowledging reality. We will simply take our people and leave. Schrodinger's smile bloomed with genuine pleasure at the response. Your people? He gestured toward the assembled dukes. I see you all here, but could you mean the ones inside this doorway? The ones among whom is someone exuding all these rays of light that paint my folds with order? Is it order? It cannot possibly be order, right? HUUM. Immense silence settled over the gathering. Schrodinger adopted an obviously contemplative expression, as if wrestling with a difficult decision. Finally, he sighed with theatrical weariness. Hey, aren't we all striving through existence together? His tone shifted to something almost friendly. How about this? We won't make any moves. Your people can come out and leave freely. For the sake of the coming Kleos Concordat, the living paradoxes will let this indiscretion slide. he spread his hands in a gesture of magnanimity. We are all on the same side after all, right? His gaze shifted to fix directly on Duke Gwendolyn's paradoxical body. You all even have a living paradox on your side, which I haven't even focused on at this time. Duke Whisker's expression remained neutral, but others among the living origins showed visible discomfort at this observation. The implications were clear. Schrödinger could have made this about betrayal, about a paradox siding with origins. He was choosing not to. In the heavy atmosphere that followed, in that prolonged silence where possibility and probability held their breath, the living origin body of Duke Gwendolyn stepped forward. Her usually controlled features showed something that might have been somberness mixed with understanding as she looked toward Schrödinger. Thank you. 2 words, thank you, simple. Direct. Exactly what he had wanted. He was given his thank you. Schrödinger nodded lightly, the gesture containing satisfaction that transcended simple pleasure. His attention turned toward the doorway, and following his lead, every eye, a stellar, paradoxical, conceptual, fixed on that entrance. The white rays of order still streamed forth, painting large swaths of the transcendent paradoxical folds with light that made paradox uncomfortable. Whatever was causing that phenomenon would have to emerge soon. 10 seconds passed, 20 seconds passed in absolute silence. No one moved. No one spoke. The tension grew with each heartbeat that some of them still possessed. Then, whap, figures emerged from the doorway. 2 figures. Only 2. The fairy form of Thessaly came first, her wings trembling as she took in the scene before her. Behind her, Alpheon emerged with the careful movements of someone expecting attack from any direction. Both paled to shades that shouldn't have been possible for their forms as they observed the encirclement of paradoxes. The gathered dukes of origin, the weight of attention focused on them. Duke Gwendolyn waited 1 second. 2. Her expression shifted through confusion to alarm as she fought to maintain her composure. Where is the young miss? The question cracked through the silence like breaking crystal. Yes, where was she? Where was the living order whose awakening had painted the folds with white light? Where was the being they had all come to secure? Alpheon and Thessaly stood dazed, still processing the scene before them. It was Alpheon who finally managed to speak, his words emerging hesitant and confused as he looked at the encirclement of paradoxes. She, left with, him. The single word landed among the gathering with the weight of impossibility. Every being present analyzed it and its sentence differently, parsed its implications through their own understanding. Who was him? How had they left? What did leaving even mean in this context? The implications were staggering. They had left, suggesting they hadn't needed to exit the doorway to traverse across existence, but such a thing was impossible. It was well known, established as fundamental law, that nothing could cross or teleport across existence while within doorways to the loom. Thessaly's mental message then echoed out and reached only the dukes of living origins, her hesitation palpable even in thought. The young miss disappeared with him. As if they had teleported or traversed into different folds entirely, the impossibility had supposedly occurred. Into the shocked silence, Schrödinger's voice rang out with amusement that contained layers of meaning. Did you all lose someone important as we talked here? That must not feel so good. He drifted higher, looking down at them with sympathy. Traversal while within a doorway to the loom? That should be an impossibility, and yet it has seemingly occurred. His expression grew helpful, concerned. Origin friends, do you need help looking through this doorway to check where this young miss you mentioned might be? Us paradoxes should be of great help in such a search. Origin friends? Origin friends? What the fuck was this beggar even saying now? Duke Gwendolyn and others turned ashen at the offer. Help from paradoxes in finding the living order would come with prices they couldn't afford to pay. Duke Whisker's response was immediate and commanding, his tiny paw waving to the other dukes with authority that transcended his size. We will be okay without your help. Even as he spoke, Duke Gwendolyn and several other dukes moved toward Thessaly and Alpheon, preparing to enter the doorway. Themselves to ascertain what had actually occurred, they grabbed the 2 witnesses with movements that suggested interrogation would begin the moment they were out of sight. Schrödinger watched this scene with the satisfaction of someone whose plan had executed perfectly. His gaze lingered on Duke Whisker, who had stayed back with a few others to maintain the pretense of dignity and retreat. The beggar-like paradox waved his hands harmlessly, as if shooing away concerns, and floated backward toward the encirclement of living paradoxes. He came to rest before all the dukes of paradox, their forms creating a wall of impossibility that would remain as long as necessary. They would simply observe the living origins with menacing patience, waiting to see what panic might drive them to do. After all, Schrödinger had gotten his thank you, the show of force had been displayed. The mercy had been granted, and now the living order was missing, vanished through impossible means, leaving only questions and the taste of failure in the mouths of those who had come to claim her. Chapter 40-45, Variation. Limitations are peculiar things. They exist not as universal truths but as boundaries defined by perspective, capability, and understanding. What one being calls impossible, another accomplishes with a casual gesture. What requires eons of preparation for some happens in heartbeats for others. The wall that stops a child is merely a step for an adult. The ocean that drowns a man is home to a fish. The void that kills most beings is where others are born. It was known and established, written into the fundamental understanding of existence itself, that one could not teleport in or out of the doorways to the loom. This wasn't merely difficult or dangerous, it was deemed impossible. The doorways existed in states that rejected standard spatial manipulation, their paradoxical nature creating barriers that even dukes couldn't breach through normal means. Everyone knew this. Everyone accepted this, but Noah had never been everyone. Seconds ago, while Duke Gwendolyn's panic painted the air with urgency, while she urged him to make a quick exit so they could flee properly once outside the doorway, Noah had done something simpler. He hadn't asked whether it was possible. He hadn't considered the established limitations, he had simply connected to his early veiled shore. The connection flowed through him like water remembering its source, natural and inevitable, his brilliant energy, containing 11 living existential authorities that shouldn't coexist within a single being, pulsed with quiet certainty. The terrifying Cleo's glyph on his forehead, the creature's first lesson, blazed with light that made reality pay attention. He looked toward Sigrid and Titan. "Are you ready to visit my home?" he had asked calmly, as if inviting them for tea rather than attempting the impossible. Titano's massive head had nodded with his characteristic blank expression. Processing the question at his own pace, Sigrid, still radiating the overwhelming presence of newly awakened order, had simply nodded, her trust in him absolute despite not understanding what he intended. Brilliant light had erupted around them, not harsh or violent, but encompassing, like being wrapped in starlight. The illumination contained within it the authority of someone who didn't just bend rules. He wrote new ones. Noah, Sigrid, and Titano were enveloped in radiance that made the doorway's paradoxical nature irrelevant. Then they were simply gone. He had left Thessaly and Altheion behind without a second thought. Their baggage wasn't something he needed to carry. Let them explain to Duke Gwendolyn how the impossible had occurred. Let them wrestle with questions that had answers they couldn't comprehend. The transition was seamless, like stepping from one room to another when both rooms happened to be separated by impossible distances and fundamental barriers. Noah, Sigrid, and Titano materialized on the golden sands of the early veiled shore, the light of this impossible space welcoming them with warmth that transcended temperature. The body of Noah that had traveled with them, one of his many simultaneous existences, became a streak of light that merged with his primary form. He rose from where he had been seated on the sands, his upper body bare, muscles glistening with the particular sheen that came from existing at frequencies reality barely acknowledged. His lower body was covered in loose obsidian gold pants that seemed to be woven from twilight itself. The goad rested beside him, that simple stick that could educate existence itself about its own nature. Sigrid looked at him, then at their surroundings, her newly enhanced perception taking in details that should have been impossible to process. Her eyes widened with recognition. "Don't tell me this is an early veiled shore." The words emerged with the weight of someone recognizing they stood in a place that shouldn't exist, that most beings would never even know could exist. Early veiled shores were myth to most, legend to some, and death to nearly all who tried to reach them without proper understanding. Noah walked up to them with confidence, his bare feet leaving perfect impressions in sand that remembered every step ever taken upon it. The one and only Huum. Titano's reaction was more visceral. The giant's head swiveled in all directions, trying to process everything at once. He leaned down to touch the sand, letting the golden grains run through his massive fingers. His eyes tracked to the crystalline waters that lapped at shores that extended into infinity, the aquarium with its impossible architecture, the trees bearing fruits that could elevate existence itself. Then he saw them, the cluster of glass walks that Noah had given him before, each one still filled with the soup of vibrant marine lifeforms. They sat arranged neatly near one of the trees. Titano looked at all of this, his gaze moving back and forth between Noah and the wonders around them. His mouth opened and closed repeatedly, but words wouldn't form. He pointed at everything with an expression of amazement and shock that transcended his simple nature. For once, the giant who could wrestle inevitabilities into submission was completely speechless. Noah smiled and patted his massive back. the gesture requiring him to reach up considerably. "Come on, brother. Let me introduce you to some people." Noah kept things very straightforward and simple. They moved toward the center of the shore, where a gathering had naturally formed. Amelia Osmond stood with a particular dignity. Henry was beside her, his complexity still surging from giving away his everything of fear. The emperor penguin waddled about with self-importance that seemed comical until one remembered he had helped build an abode. Leora, Kazuhiko, Erickson, and others had assembled or were already nearby. Noah brought the gigantic Titano over first, his massive form casting shadows that existed in multiple dimensions. "Mother," Noah said with warmth, "this is Titano, an adopted brother I've taken on." Titano, showing surprising grace for his size, bent down and extended one massive finger for Amelia to shake. His simple mind was buzzing as even this simple interaction, being called a brother, was something he never had during all the years with Duke Gwendolyn. Honored living existences and lesser ones feared him. Dukes looked at him like a chess piece. Nobody had called him brother, nobody had done what his brother was doing for him now, so he put his massive finger out while making sure in his simple thoughts that he would not cry. Titano did not cry. Amelia Osmond took his massive finge with the calm acceptance of someone who had long ago stopped being surprised by her son's choices and companions. But her eyes weren't on the giant. They had fixed on Sigrid, who stood slightly behind, still processing everything she was witnessing. Amelia's expression shifted to something knowing, something that mothers throughout existence would recognize. "Did you already find another daughter-in-law for me? How are you managing to do this on top of everything else?" she asked with a smile that contained layers of amusement. "Which one is this?" WAA, Chapter 4046, Variation 2. The question landed in the space between them as it carried devastating implications. Sigrid's mouth opened in shock, her gaze snapping to Noah with intensity that could have reorganized matter. Another daughter-in-law? The word another echoed in her mind. How many women did he have? Was she the second? The third? More, in her dazed state, wrestling with revelations about Noah's romantic situation while simultaneously processing that she stood in an early veiled shore, Sigrid forgot to respond. The silence stretched until Titano, with his characteristic simplicity, found his voice. "Mother of brother, this is brother's baddie, Sigrid, the living order." The words emerged with such innocent certainty that their impact took a moment to fully register. The emperor penguin raised his beak in shock. Others could feel the terrifying complexity surging within Sigrid as they did not even know what to think. Brother's baddie. The living order, one of the foundational forces of existence, a being whose return had just caused panic across a transcendent folds. Referred to as someone's baddied. Any living origins, especially Duke Gwendolyn, would have been dismayed beyond recovery if they had heard such casual disrespect. They would have blown their existences apart rather than accept such diminishment of what the living order represented. Amelia Osmond simply smiled wider. Is that right? The acceptance in those three words was absolute. If her son had somehow acquired the living order as a companion, even if she did not fully know what that meant, then that was simply another day in her son's weavings of existence. Sigrid's mind snapped back to focus at this casual acceptance of the impossible. Her eyes flashed sharply as she looked at Noah, her expression promising a conversation later that would involve many questions and possibly some educational violence. He had a stick to educate, she had hands, but for now, she moved forward with the grace that order itself possessed. She took Amelia's hands with genuine respect, her expression softening as she spoke a single word that would reshape reality around them. Mother. Mother, simple, a single word that held many meanings and complexities, a single word to change many things. Boom, the word had barely left her lips when existence itself responded. Swirls of living order authority erupted around Amelia Osmond's form like reality recognizing something that should have always been true. Prompts cascaded before Noah's vision right after. The mother of the early creature, Osmond, has been distinguished by the living order. New distinction granted. Primordial matriarch of orders chosen. Amelia Osmond's existence is undergoing fundamental correction, as the mother of the one who guides living existences and is chosen by order itself. Her being must slowly reflect this status. Complexity increasing, 100 million per second for next 60 seconds. Slow gradual increase thereafter. Purity increasing, 100 million per second for next 60 seconds. Slow gradual increase thereafter. Permanent passive increase, all future gains multiplied by 1000%, authority granted. Can bless others with order's favor, once per day. Noah watched this transformation with a smile that contained satisfaction beyond simple happiness. His mother, who had supported him through impossibility itself, was finally receiving rewards that matched her significance. Okay, he said, his perception expanding to encompass the entire shore. Let's see the rest. He asked to see the rest, because he could sense it. The early veiled shore itself was responding to Sigrid's presence. From the moment the living order had arrived, the space had been buzzing with potential that demanded expression. Now it exploded with glorious incandescence and torrents of information. White light of order bathed the golden sands, transforming them into something that transcended simple beach. Each grain reorganized itself according to principles that predated chaos, fundamental shore evolution ongoing. Your shore is deviating from the normal growth of established early veiled shores. All early veiled shores originated from the creature and the living existences. At moment of initial design, the living order's authority was absent. Order was not present when early veiled shores were first forged. Order has bloomed inside an early veiled shore for the first time. Unfathomable changes with incalculable effects are unfolding. Due to order's inclusion, shore features are being optimized and expanded. New feature unlocked: the primordial early excavation depths, dimensional mines extending into collapsed fragments of the earliest folds. Access requirement: shore inhabitant with 100 million complexity. Contents include remnants from the earliest folds and desiccated sleeping shores. Available resources: straight face, ore of early resonance, a unique ore from the earliest folds. Uses: upgrading shore constructs. Abode, aquarium, etc., can be refined into complexity ingots. 1 ingot equals 100 MCQ/PQ when consumed. Crystallized temporal fragments, solidified time from before time was separated from space. Uses: accelerate plant maturation. 1 fragment equals 100 years instantly, can be powdered and added to soil for permanent growth acceleration. Memory stones, crystallized memories of deceased early creatures. Uses: gain random techniques, memories, understanding from the earliest folds. Risk: 10% chance of temporary memory displacement. Essence gems, pure crystallized complexity and purity. Immediate consumption: 1 billion CQ/PQ per gem, can be dissolved in shore waters to call in eminent in Clio's early living marine lifeforms. Paradox minerals, or that exists and doesn't exist simultaneously. Uses: create items that function beyond normal limitations. Can forge tools that work in doorways to the loom. Structural marrow, the bones of reality from before reality had bones. Uses: enhance shore defenses to near absolute levels, can be ground into powder that permanently increases toughness. Noah's eyes blazed at the overload of prompts as there was so much, and each one was a work of wonder as before one could even fully focus on them, more came. Mining mechanics within the primordial early excavation depths. Straight face, infinite depth. With increasing rewards per level, enemies, remnant lifeforms from collapsed shores, may be living, may be dead, or in between. Environmental hazards that test existence itself. Party system: up to 5 beings can mine together for a greater chance of locating ores. Crystals, chance to find complete early creature artifacts. Current mine levels available: 1-100. Deeper levels unlock as shore continues evolving. Chapter 40-47, Losses. Noah read through the extensive information with eyes that grew brighter with each detail. This feature was an entire avenue of advancement, a way to gather resources that shouldn't exist anymore. Off to the side of the shore, the space began to ripple and tear with purpose, like reality making room for something that needed to exist. A massive arched entrance emerged from the sand, carved from stone that predated the concept of stone itself. The archway was embedded with glimmering stones that cast light in colors of utter glory, each one a fragment from the earliest folds. The entrance to the primordial early excavation depths stood there as if it had always existed, as if the shore had simply been waiting for order to arrive before revealing this secret. Noah looked at Sigrid with an expression that mixed affection with amazement. She was like a good luck charm of impossible proportions. Her mere presence causing explosions of advancement and opportunity. Brother. Titano's voice boomed with excitement that could have powered small civilizations. Brother's home is. Brother's home is amazing. The giant had finally found his full faculty of words. And they emerged with the pure enthusiasm of someone who had discovered a glorious place exists and he had been invited to stay. Around them, the inhabitants of the shore were beginning to notice the new feature. Emperor Penguin was already waddling toward the mine entrance with the certainty of someone who intended to be first. Kazuhiko's hand was on his sword. The Queen of Matter had her body buzzing like a beverage that would soon explode as she tried her best not to ruin the moment by screaming out, but Noah's attention remained on Sigrid, who was still processing everything. The shore, its inhabitants, becoming his mother's daughter-in-law through a single word, and now the transformation of the entire space through her mere presence. Welcome home, he said to her, and meant it in ways that transcended the simple meaning of the words, because this wasn't just a common shore anymore. with Order's presence, with Sigrid's arrival, it had become something greater. Something that could grow beyond what the creature had originally envisioned. The early veiled shore had evolved, and with it, the possibilities for what Noah could become expanded toward infinity. Noah absorbed all the wonders occurring around him, his consciousness expanding to process information. Due to Order's inclusion, the early veiled shore will undergo continuous transformation. Process will continue until reaching quantifiable conclusion for optimal advancement path. Estimated time to stabilization, 5 to 10 days, unexpected evolutions possible during transition period. He reflected on this calmly, his mind already calculating implications and possibilities. The timing was fortuitous. Forced, perhaps, by circumstance, but fortuitous nonetheless. The paradoxes in origin should be in a standoff right about now, he said. I don't see the paradoxes making any grand moves before the Cleos Concordat. He gazed across his shore, watching his people look towards the new mine entrance with varying degrees of excitement and caution. We can track our progression here and relax while we wait for the dust to settle. Sigrid nodded respectfully towards Amelia Osmont, though her expression carried concern as she turned. Duke Gwendolen and the others won't give you too much trouble? The question carried layers. Concern for his safety, understanding of existence, and awareness that her awakening had disrupted carefully maintained balances. Noah's smile held confidence that transcended arrogance. I can handle it. The simple statement carried such certainty that Sigrid nodded without hesitation. She believed him completely. The early veiled shore has much to be done within it, Noah continued, his gaze sweeping across his domain. The plants are maturing, only waiting is required now. Marine lifeforms are being caught continuously in the aquarium. And to pass time while the living origins and paradoxes scatter until the Cleos Concordat. He gestured toward the newly formed mine entrance as the Emperor Penguin was already arguing with Kazuhiko about who would enter first. When neither had met the complexity requirement, the new feature of mining seems to be a good one to explore. His gaze returned to Sigrid, studying her with intensity that saw beyond surface. We also have to see just how far your complexity will continue to rise. With me guiding you, your full awakening as the living order should take less than 7 days. The 7 days versus the 1,000 years it would have taken without his guidance. The power of the living existential guider made manifest in simple mathematics. Sigrid's response bypassed words entirely. She moved forward with grace that made Order itself pay attention, ignoring the gathered crowd of Noah's people, and wrapped her arms around him in an embrace. Her head rested against his chest, and through that contact, she felt the immense waves of complexity swirling within him. Power that should have been chaotic but wasn't. There was order to his being, structure that existed not through rigid law but through conscious choice. It didn't fight her raging order. It complemented it, completed it, made her transformation feel less like violent change and more like coming home. The golden sands of the early veiled shore gleamed beneath the glorious light. Cerulean stellar waves of early sacred waters lapped at shores that extended into infinity, their rhythm matching the heartbeat of existence itself. On this day, the living order had arrived in the early veiled shore of the early creature, Osmont. What this would become remained unwritten, but the potential made reality itself lean forward in anticipation. In the transcendent paradoxical folds, time had passed with the weight of failure pressing against consciousness. Duke Gwendolen and the others emerged from the doorway with expressions that had moved past shock into something deeper. The ashen pallor of those who had confirmed the impossible, the young miss, along with the one who had taken her in Titano, were truly gone. Not hidden, not displaced, but absent in ways that violated understanding. Duke Whisker needed only to meet Duke Gwendolen's eyes to understand the completeness of their failure. His tiny features arranged themselves into a frown that carried the weight of eons. Schrödinger observed all of this with his beggar's smile, floating casually as if witnessing a mildly interesting play. You all seem to be experiencing a great loss, he said with sympathy that contained too many layers to be genuine. You know, I have another story that deals with losses. While we would love to listen to a story, Duke Gwendolen interrupted, her composure cracking under urgency. We have to go. She never finished the sentence. Boom. The smile vanished from Schrödinger's face with speed that made its previous presence seem like illusion. In the next moment, existence itself began to shake, existential trembling. Oh, trembling. The pressure that erupted from the beggar like Duke transcended physical force or energetic overwhelming. This was authority at its most glorious, the weight of something that existed so thoroughly that reality had to acknowledge it or break. Alpheon and Thessaly didn't even have time to scream. Their origins buzzed with frequencies that shouldn't exist, and consciousness fled rather than endure what was happening. they slumped into unconsciousness with the mercy of minds protecting themselves from truths too large to process. May 5th. Keep the magic castles and golden tickets coming. Chapter 40-48, Losses. 2. Even the dukes, beings who stood at pinnacles of their respective hierarchies, turned ashen. Their bodies shook with the simple struggle to maintain coherence against pressure that suggested they might be less real than what pressed against them. Only Duke Whisker remained still, though the effort required was visible in how his stellar eyes blazed brighter, how his tiny form seemed to grow denser to resist dissolution. Duke Gwendolyn's paradoxical body buzzed and trembled, caught between states as if unable to decide whether existing was worth the effort required. The beggar-looking Schrödinger had maintained his smile through everything. Through threats, through confrontation, through games of power and position, but when he had wanted to tell a story and been interrupted, denied his simple pleasure of narrative, the atmosphere transformed completely. He alone, facing a dozen dukes of origins, caused all nearby existence to tremble. Everyone felt stifled, compressed, made aware of their own insignificance. Duke Whisker, with effort that made space crack around him, floated forward to position himself before the other origins. His voice emerged with grim calmness that acknowledged the precipice they balanced upon. We should have time for another story before we leave. The statement wasn't a suggestion. Schrödinger held his cold gaze for several more seconds, letting them marinate in the understanding of what they had almost provoked. Then, as suddenly as it had arrived, the pressure vanished. His harmless beggar appearance returned, complete with gentle smile, as if the existential trembling had been nothing more than shared hallucination. Well then, he said pleasantly, let me tell you about loss. He settled into the air as if it were a comfortable chair, his posture suggesting he had all the time that had ever existed. I was moving across the earliest folds. This was before I understood what I would become, when I was still discovering what paradox meant. I was chasing something magnificent, a shattered fragment of an early veiled shore. His eyes grew distant with memory that might have been real or might have been constructed for effect. Imagine it. A piece of those sacred spaces, broken off and drifting through the folds like a boat without anchor. The potential contained within even a fragment. It could have elevated me beyond measure. So I chased it with dedication that bordered on madness. He paused, ensuring his audience was properly captured. He blinked on Duke Whisker, Valen, and Gwendolyn as he continued. During this chase, I encountered an inevitability. But this one didn't attack. It seemed curious about what I was doing. It floated alongside me, making sounds that might have been questions in languages that hadn't been invented yet. Schrödinger's expression grew rueful, but I was at a pivotal moment. The fragment was within reach. Almost. Just a little more effort, a little more focus, and it would be mine. So I dismissed this curious inevitability. Ignored it completely. Why did I care for some paradoxical observer when transcendence was within grasp? He shook his head at his younger self's foolishness. I chased for a day and a night. Through spaces that existed sideways to reality. Through moments that happened before and after simultaneously. And then I lost sight of it. The fragment simply vanished, as if it had never existed at all. The silence that followed carried weight, as I floated there in my failure. Wondering how I had lost something I had been so close to claiming, I heard a voice. It buzzed through all existence, making reality itself tremble with recognition. Schrödinger's voice shifted, taking on waves that suggested something vast speaking through constrained form. I, the living concept, tried to embody an inevitability to meet worthy creatures of the folds. To see who might recognize thought itself wearing paradox as costume. And you actually ignored me, chasing something that was never meant to be yours. He returned to his normal voice, though the weight of the memory remained. What a loss, the living concept had said that day. What a loss. Schrödinger looked at each of the living origins. His gaze lingering on Duke Gwendolyn with particular weight. So you see, I know something about heavy losses. About something slipping right past your fingers while you chase what seemed more important. His smile contained sympathy that might have been genuine. It is okay. We all have our stories of what escaped us while we weren't paying attention to what mattered. The silence that followed was immense. No one dared speak, each processing the implications of the story. That Schrödinger had once been noticed by the living concept, that he had missed such an opportunity through narrow focus, that losses could be teachers if one survived them. Finally, Schrödinger nodded with the air of someone ending a satisfactory visit. All right, you all get going now. We shall see each other soon enough at the Cleo's Concordat. The dismissal was gentle but absolute. Duke, Gwendolyn, Whisker, and the others began moving toward the white gold portal with the careful movements of people backing away from something dangerous. Duke Valen remained a moment longer, his blind eyes seeing things others couldn't. He shook his head with a smile that contained layers of meaning, a gesture toward Schrödinger that might have been acknowledgement, warning, or simple amusement. Then he too disappeared. The encirclement of living paradoxes remained perfectly still, hundreds of impossible beings maintaining positions with patience that transcended time. Only after the last origin had vanished did movement return, and then only slightly. Davidicus approached Schrödinger with uncharacteristic hesitation, her usual confidence cracked by what she had witnessed. "Sir," she said carefully, "when will we put the corpse into use?" Schrödinger didn't even glance at her, his gaze fixed on something beyond normal perception. "Everything is in due time. Everything. Everything." The repetition of everything seemed to trigger something in him. He raised his hand, studying its calluses with the intensity of someone reading fate in skin patterns. His mind drifted to memories older than most civilizations. The first of his everything that he had given away. The memory made him smile with genuine warmth that transformed his beggar's face into something almost paternal. "Everything," he repeated once more, but this time the word contained multitudes. Chapter 40-49, Sir. In the distance, the white rays of order finally began to fade from the transcendent paradoxical folds, leaving only normal impossibility in their wake. But the changes those rays had initiated, the transformations they had catalyzed, those would continue rippling through existence. It would be known across the folds. Order. Had returned, the Cleo's Concordat approached, and with it, convergences that would reshape many things, but for now, there was only waiting. And stories. And the memory of everythings. Given and received, perception shapes reality in ways that transcend the physical. How one believes they are perceived by others can transform their entire mental landscape. Creating prisons or palaces from nothing more than assumption, some walk through existence crushed beneath imagined judgment. They believe others see them as strange, inadequate, unworthy. This perception becomes a weight that bends their shoulders, dims their voice, makes them smaller with each passing day. Anxiety blooms from seeds that were never planted. Depression grows from soil that exists only in their minds. Others stride forward wrapped in assumed admiration. They believe themselves seen as intelligent, confident, capable. This perception becomes armor and wings simultaneously, carrying them through challenges that might break those who doubt. They act calm because they believe others expect calmness. They project confidence because they assume it's already attributed to them. The anxious do not know that they can always choose to do the same. To simply project confidence and calmness as this would change their lives immensely. Across existence, perception determines trajectories. Wars have been fought over how nations believed they were viewed. Loves have died from assumptions about what a glance meant. Entire civilizations have risen or fallen based on how they thought history would remember them. But there was one being who cared remarkably little for how others perceived him. In Aeternitas Concordia, Noah's merchant body remained in the domed garden with the tranquility of someone tending their own backyard. He examined the plants with genuine interest, though he noted they weren't as terrifying as the ones he had planted in his shore. These were domesticated things, powerful but tamed, lacking the raw potential of truly wild growth. His contemplation shattered as the garden suddenly buzzed and shook with the force of multiple arrivals. Duke-level living origins materialized in rapid succession, their combined presence making reality pay attention. But it was Duke Gwendolyn whose fury blazed brightest. Her eyes locking on Enoa with intensity that could have melted lesser beings. She hauled the still unconscious bodies of Thessaly and Altheion like sacks of grain, dumping them unceremoniously as her focus remained fixed on him. When she spoke, her voice cracked with barely controlled rage. "Where is she?" The question rang through the garden with force that made the tamed plants tremble. Every Duke present immediately understood. Somehow, impossibly, this merchant was the one who had taken what they had gone to retrieve from the transcendent paradoxical folds. The living order had vanished under his influence. A dozen dukes of living origins fixed their gazes upon him. Each stare carried enough weight to crush prime living existences into paste. The combined pressure of their attention should have been unbearable, should have forced him to his knees or worse. Noah bore it without flinching. After all, he had moved through an existential trembling. This was merely attention. He looked at Duke Gwendolyn with the same calm he'd shown while examining plants. When he spoke, his voice carried no stress, no acknowledgement of the pressure bearing down upon him. "She is safe. Somewhere where she cannot be threatened by paradoxes, inevitabilities. Or anything else? He paused, his gaze drifting away from Gwendolyn, though his words remained clearly directed, and best of all, nobody knows where. So nobody cannot just blab away everything about her. The accusation landed with precision that made Duke Gwendolyn's nature flare visibly. Power pulsed from her form, the might of a duke making spacecrack around her edges. The living order is not yours to take and make decisions for. She belongs to and with the living origins. For you to come in here and do all this. Just who do you think you, Before she could finish, brilliant authority erupted from Duke Whisker. The tiny mouse's power vibrated through existence with such force that reality itself considered trembling, almost trembled. The fact that it only almost happened made the display more terrifying than if it had fully manifested. Duke Gwendolyn's words died instantly. Her nostrils flared, fists clenched white, as she continued staring at Noah with fury that had no outlet. Duke Whisker's ancient gaze moved across the assembled dukes before settling on Noah with weight that transcended simple observation. "Leave us," he said to the others. "I will ascertain things here." Several dukes shifted, clearly wanting to object. They were dukes. Who was Whisker to dismiss them like subordinates? The answer came as the small mouse's body began radiating terrifying white light. Not of origin, but of beginning itself. Something more fundamental, more absolute. The other dukes found themselves moving toward the exits without conscious decision, their bodies obeying before their minds could object. Duke Whisker clearly held a unique position among the dukes of living origins, one that transcended simple seniority or power. Duke Valen left with a knowing nod, his blind eyes seeing more than sight aloud. Duke Gwendolyn was the last to depart, her reluctance visible in every movement, but even she couldn't resist that white light of beginning. When the garden held only Noah and the tiny Duke, the atmosphere shifted completely. Duke Whisker studied Noah for a long moment. Then the somber tension he had been radiating dissolved, replaced by something almost conversational. He breathed out, a surprisingly human gesture from such a form, and spoke with calm certainty. "Sir, I apologize for how your interactions with living origins have gone so far." Boom! The word hit Noah with more force than any attack could have. Sir, a duke of the living origins had called him sir. Noah's composed expression buzzed slightly. Genuine surprise showing through. "For what reason could you be calling me sir?" Chapter 40-50, Sir. 2. Duke Whisker's stellar eyes held depths of experience that transcended his small form. "In my existence, I always play a game of origin probabilities. Calculating what beings truly are versus what they present themselves as. And of all probabilities for who or what you could be. After all I have seen and know, you are either an early creature, or one of those terrifying fold dwellers stemming from the wandering territories." Noah's eyes blazed with sudden interest at these words. Duke Whisker, seemingly unperturbed by the reaction, waved his little paws casually. A white cloud materialized beneath him, lifting him to a more comfortable conversation height. In his paws appeared a block of resplendent stellar cheese that gleamed with inner light. He began nibbling at it with the air of someone eating away stress as his eyes burned with determination. "What do you know about the wandering territories?" Noah asked, his interest genuine. "What lies within them?" Duke Whisker blinked slowly, as if recognizing he was being tested but choosing to answer anyway. He continued eating his stellar cheese, each bite seeming to calm him further. "The wandering territories," he began, his voice taking on the cadence of someone sharing carefully guarded knowledge, "exist in the gaps between folds. Or perhaps they don't exist there. It's never been entirely clear. They're spaces that are and aren't, paths that lead everywhere and nowhere." He took another thoughtful bite of cheese. "Some don't even know where they are or how to reach them. The territories don't appear on any map because they refuse to stay in one place long enough to be mapped. Yet any fold dweller who exceeds Originus Venerant feels a calling toward them. A pull that transcends physical direction." The mouse's expression grew more serious. "In the earliest folds, it was said that the first farmer. The fold dweller who gazed upon the living spirit grew disillusioned with everything after an attack from a mad early creature. Living existences with their hierarchies and prejudices. Early creatures with their casual cruelty. Inevitabilities with their endless hunger. All of them viewed fold dwellers as lesser, as prey, as insignificant." Duke Whisker paused, his stellar eyes growing distant with memory or knowledge. "So the first farmer did something unprecedented. He established an endlessly vast domain in the wandering territories. A space that existed specifically because it shouldn't, that welcomed those who had no welcome elsewhere. He proclaimed it was only for fold dwellers. There, they could live without persecution, without fear of being casually destroyed for sport or sustenance. The implications boomed heavily in the garden air. We rarely see powerful full dwellers from that place, Duke Whisker continued. When we do, they're different. They've developed along paths we don't recognize, achieved power through means that shouldn't work but do. They're dangerous in ways that transcend simple strength because they've had to be creative to survive. He fixed Noah with a gaze that suggested he was weighing possibilities. As for early creatures, nobody has seen them for quite some time. They've become myth more than reality, stories more than beings. If you are one. He trailed off, then shook his head. But that would mean you've been hiding among us, growing, preparing. And that would raise questions about what you're preparing for. The stellar cheese had been reduced to crumbs, which Duke Whisker consumed with final, thoughtful bites. So tell me, Sir Dot, and I will continue calling you that because respect costs nothing and might save everything. Which are you? An early creature playing merchant? Or a full dweller from the wandering territories who has transcended so far that the distinction no longer matters? Noah remained silent for a moment, weighing not the question but how much truth to reveal. Duke Whisker had shown remarkable insight, remarkable respect. But trust was earned through more than clever deduction. Does it matter which I am? Noah finally asked, if my actions benefit those worth benefiting? Duke Whisker's whiskers twitched in what might have been amusement. A question answered with a question. Very well. Let me be more direct then. Will the living order be safe? Will she be returned? Will the balance between origins and paradoxes hold through the Clio's Concordat? These were the real questions, the ones that mattered more than origins or classifications. Noah's response was simple. She is safer than she has ever been. She will return when she chooses to return. And the balance, though I don't personally have full control over it, should hold unless someone tips it through foolish action. Duke Whisker nodded slowly, accepting these answers with the wisdom of someone who knew when pushing would yield less than patience. Then I suppose we shall see what unfolds at the Concordat, the mouse said. Though I suspect it will be more serious than anyone anticipates. In the distance, through walls that couldn't quite contain the sound, Duke Gwendolyn's frustration manifested as something breaking. Neither Noah nor Duke Whisker acknowledged it. Some perceptions mattered less than others. After all, Duke Whisker regarded Noah with the particular intensity of someone weighing futures against probabilities. The stellar cheese was gone, leaving only the lingering scent of compressed starlight in the air. Regardless of your disposition and identity, the mouse said carefully, is there anything you need? Existence is getting increasingly tumultuous. Living origins will need alliances on all sides if we're to navigate what's coming. Noah waved his hand with grace, and something materialized that only they could perceive. A silent stellar string stretching between them, gossamer thin yet unbreakable, visible only to those it connected, an entanglement in the truest sense. A connection at a fundamental level. He tugged on it gently, the vibration traveling instantly across the impossibly thin thread. We have shared a deeper conversation than most, Noah acknowledged. We have formed an entanglement. If I need anything, or if you need anything, simply tug on this connection. The matters of the living order will be taken care of. For now. He turned toward one of the grand golden glass windows of the domed garden, gazing out at the distant corner of Eternitas. For now, I will go back to my work as a merchant. He turned back to Duke Whisker with a smile that contained layers of meaning. Oh, could you send me back to the market? I am a wee little fold dweller after all, and I can't be flying from the high towers of Eternitas Concordia, right? The mouse blinked slowly, processing the gentle mockery of their entire situation. A being who could teleport from within doorways to the loom, who commanded the living order's attention, who bore the pressure of multiple dukes without flinching. Asking for a ride like someone needing help down from a high shelf. Duke Whisker sighed, the sound containing both amusement and resignation. With a nod, brilliant white light erupted around them both, like being wrapped in the concept of movement itself.